Joy. Good night from Barossa.
Throws it, goals it.
Get your footy fix
Live and ad-free with ABC Listen.
AFL, NRL, men's and women's.
This season, don't let life get in the way of the footy. Hear it on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
One state.
And they will come from everywhere.
4 days.
This will be special.
9 matches.
The umpire holds the footy up.
And all 18 clubs for a once-a-year festival of footy.
Just cannot take your ears off this game. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
The celebrations as they come from everywhere.
Bursts away, kicks the goal. And the party continues.
This is Gather Round.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home. An ambitious effort, unbelievable. The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony. What a goal. He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
This is AFL Gather Round.
Runs into a dead end. Holding the ball. Big tackle. How loud is it out there?
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this. Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier. Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot. His kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang.
And snap. And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal! He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to AFL Gather Round 2026 on ABC Sport.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
The last chapter in the 4th edition of Gather Round returns to South Australia's showpiece venue as Port Adelaide hosts St Kilda at the Adelaide Oval. Despite their lengthy injury list, the Power a chance to move into the top 6 tonight with a win, whilst the 1 and 3 Saints are desperate for credibility, having failed to maximise their numerous $1 million signings so far in 2026. All eyes on the cash tonight as well. We've got the AFL's $2 million men out there as Zach Butters and Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller are going to go head-to-head. Absolutely mouth-watering clash there. And a sold-out crowd expected. That being said, the weather is a little bit ominous on this Sunday night in the festival state. If they get over 44,944, it will pass what is the lowest combined total crowd for the event, which I guess you'd deem it as a success, given, cost of living crisis and everything that's been happening with the rain over the week. So we'll see if they can get, 45,000 tonight, but ticket sales says we probably will get there in the hope of that as well. No late changes. There was a little bit of concern around Miles Bergman yesterday, which my man next to me, Tom Wilson, can tell you all about. But yes, at this stage, both clubs as named for Port Adelaide and St Kilda on ABC Sport. Good to see you, Tom.
Yep, here for the final finale, the Gather Round finale. It's been a big weekend, hasn't it? Plenty of storylines. That Miles Bergman won in a marking contest at training, went straight to clutch his hamstring, but the club said he's fine and he's been named to play, so it might have just been a little tweak just down the back of his leg. But interesting game tonight. Port still have a lot of players out, but probably their first time that they're in prime time for the rest of the country to see them play. And for St Kilda, looking at the team lists, and that they really have to be winning this game. They've got so much more talent, more experience than Port Adelaide do out in the park tonight. And if they're a serious team, they should be winning. If they don't, that pressure is going to go skyrocketing for Ross Lyon.
14-day break leading in as well for the Saints, so they're refreshed. They only arrived yesterday because they're staying in South Australia the whole week. They've got the Crows next weekend. So, yes, you'd want to kick it off on the right note if you're going to spend a long time at the Bay for the week before you build up to the Crows clash for St Kilda. And, yeah, for Port Adelaide, as we kind of touched on a lot through this last month, they had this excellent fixture that they haven't really capitalised on. And this is probably the last of their, I guess, winnable games moving forward, because they've got some absolute heavyweights: Hawthorn, Geelong, Adelaide, the Western Bulldogs, and Gold Coast in their next 5. Star expert pairing as well, who are both Port Adelaide alumni. This evening on ABC Sport. Great to welcome back into the ABC Sport Box the former AFLW coach for the Power and premiership player in the AFLW as well, Lauren Arnell. Loz, how's your weekend been?
It's been pretty relaxing, maybe more relaxing than what most of you guys have been through. It's been a lot of footy, and this is my first game, so I'm really excited, and obviously the last game of the round. So it's been awesome to have so many footy people here in Adelaide, and some nice catch-ups with some interstate friends as well.
Any famous names you want to drop on air? Or
No, I'll leave that out.
Polar opposite schedule for the man to my right, Josh Franco. He's been here every single night, I think. He's been pretty busy. The All-Australian midfielder and 4-time Showdown medalist. Good to see you, Josh.
Yeah, likewise. Evening, everyone. Yeah, it's been a big weekend, actually. I'm glad Gather Round only comes around once a year. Look, it's interesting. You talk about the game, Tom, and Port Adelaide. I must admit, coming into this contest, I'm a little bit glass half empty with Port Adelaide at the moment. And we obviously will touch at that on the pre-game. But listening to you say that if they win tonight, they go into the top 6. Now, putting that into context, the teams they played, it gets tougher from here, but staggering.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be in at the start of the season. Even, anything can happen from here if you've got momentum.
Yeah.
I was very eager to chat to you, Josh, because I was listening on the drive home after last night. I came and caught the end of Hawthorn and the Western Bulldogs, and then listened to the post-game on the drive back home. And you were very good at your forward promoting. When Clinchy asked you about your thoughts on Port Adelaide, and you said, I'm going to keep my gunpowder dry, and you can listen tomorrow to my thoughts. And it sounded like you had an agenda to get underway tonight in terms of, just where you felt they sat right now.
Look, I reckon there's a couple of things here, and I don't want to steal the spotlight here, but I reckon David Koch's comments around it's basically finals or it's a fail. I think that is so wrong in terms of where Port Adelaide's list is at the moment. I think it dumps unfair pressure on the coach, Josh Carr, and unnecessary pressure. This is such a high-pressure industry. Do you need your president coming out saying that? Everyone also understanding that their list isn't where they want it to be. Port supporters would be the first to admit that as well, and they are building. And he said they don't want to use that rebuilding word. Rebuilding word, or using the rebuilding word, doesn't mean you accept mediocrity, in my opinion. I think they're two different sort of entities. So those comments from the president, I'm not a big fan of. The other thing that I sort of raised my eyes and my eyebrows at is just what's going on at selection. So I've got a few notes here, Aaron. So
go for it.
And I'll just run through these really quickly. So Lukosius misses out round 1 when he's ready to play. Comes in round 2. Is he a forward? Is he a wingman? Is he a defender? I don't think they know. Ollie Wines, 270-game player, Brownlow medalist, has to go back through the Sandful. They play Will Brodie for 1 game. They then axe Will Brodie and bring Ollie Wines in. Again, that's staggering. Zato in for 1 game as a debutant, and then he's now made way for Todd Marshall. So I kind of understand that one to a degree. Vicentini round 1, then out. What does that do to him? Burn Jones started forward. He's now gone back. Now, we spoke off air, Tom. If Burn Jones had started as a defender this year and Kari sees him as that, don't have an issue with it. But it just seems like they're just jumping all over the shop. Bergman, I don't know exactly the numbers, but how much midfield time has he played? We saw him last year get a lot of mid-minutes, and I thought he would develop into a very good midfielder in the competition. Ewan McKinlay, is he a wingman or is he a pressure forward? I think he's a pressure forward. And Burgoyne as well. He's had some centre bounce attendances. So if you see him as a midfielder, give him some time in there and develop him. So I just think from a list point of view and a direction point of view, it just seems like they're, we've used this before, throwing darts at the dartboard at the moment. And that's what I'm worried a little bit about.
Yeah, even heading into tonight, there were rumblings that Todd Marshall's going to play forward because Jack Lukosius is a little underdone, and he's been so good down back, but they just keep moving the magnets.
Yeah, and now one thing I'll clarify that by saying as well, if it was a new coach coming in that didn't know these players intimately, I could kind of understand it. But Kari's been there, 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
As an assistant, 3 years.
He knows
as an
what
assistant.
they can do.
He knows them.
Yeah.
So why? Yeah.
Loz, not to put you in a tough spot with your former employer, because you've worked with David Koch and you know what it's like inside the four walls, but is the messaging correct, reboot over rebuild? As a senior coach, if you were in that position that Josh Carr's in, would you be happy with that?
I think holistically I agree with what you're saying, Josh. And for Josh Carr, it's not probably the statement that he needs public, but I will say to Kochi's defence, he's nothing if not consistent. It's always been that message from Kochi, and so I agree with what you're saying, Josh. It's not ideal as a senior coach in that position, and I think what's been lost in all of that as well is that the Connor Rosie injury has thrown the magnets in a certain way, and I think Jason Horne-Francis, he's a guy that you have to play even as underdone as he has been, and I noticed during the week some of the conversation now is there's no more excuses for Jason, so he now needs to step up. Last week played more mid-minutes, so you start to settle those guys in, and maybe Jace Burgoyne falls out of favour at centre bounce. I do agree certainly with the Vizentini comment. I think if you're going to play a guy like that, he's had enough Magpies footy at SANFL level. He's clearly been the number one ruckman coming out of pre-season. You play round one, at least give him round two if you're going to give him round one. And then the others, I do think the Connor Rosie injury has thrown them a little bit. And I'm very interested in the Lukosius one, especially tonight. I think him on a wing, the inside 50 entries and the way that he sets the field and connects the ground with his score involvements is really important to Port Adelaide, and being as tempted as they will be with how much his body lets him down, I don't think he's the Jack Gunston deep forward just yet. I think he needs to play higher up the ground.
Well, and I think two things to that as well. We saw last night Hawthorn play two genuine ruckmen. So the extra person on the bench, why not play Vizentini? I don't know who's going to second ruck for Port Adelaide tonight. Is it Ollie Wines? Can a Whitlock do it? Who knows? And I guess the other thing, just in terms of Lukosius, he was at Gold Coast, and I coached him for 3 years when I was up there a few years ago, and same sort of thing. I just think he potentially becomes this player when he finishes his career, probably 250 games. You actually don't know if he's a forward, if he's a wingman, or if he's a defender.
Where would you play him in this side?
I don't know. That's the problem. I actually don't know. And he's got attributes that he can go back and kicks the ball well, but he doesn't defend to the level. He can play on wing. Does he play enough intensity that the game demands to play there? We always keep talking about and get enamoured by his kick, but I don't know where he plays.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem they've got.
His body's a big issue with that. Chatting to the captain, Connor Rosie, during the week, he sort of revealed that he's a bit sore. Captain's run yesterday, didn't train at all. He was there. So, it's just not really an ideal build-up, is it? And I know you've got to manage, and they do have a long injury list. But for continuity of performance, I'd imagine that'd be very hard for a player.
And also very hard for Josh Carr coming in. As to all the points that you've made, the last people you want underdone coming into the season and then injured is your skipper. And then you've got Jason Horne-Francis as well and Jack Lukosius on that list. It's not helpful. But again, to their credit, they're in a position now where if they can beat the Saints tonight, tough one for them. But if they can, top six after round 5 is
a pretty good spot to be in, yeah.
And I guess someone who follows Port Adelaide as a past player, I'd be really comfortable if they came out and said, look, we know where we're at. We are rebuilding, whatever word you want to use. We're not going to accept mediocrity, and we're going to position our best 18 or best 22 or 23 in the positions that we think they're best suited, rather than what we're seeing at the moment where it's chopping and changing on a quarter by quarter, week to week basis.
Which I think Kari kind of addressed. So he said, I see us transitioning. We can have a down week, we can have an up week, but there is some part of us that is exploring this team and seeing where it's going. So it's kind of it does feel like they are trial and erroring a bit in terms of who can work where, what the chemistry is going to be like. It's just awkward when you're seeing it over a month of AFL level footy, not pre-season.
But if you're doing that, then stick with it for 6 or 7 weeks, not chop and change every week. Which we're seeing too much of.
Thoughts of Josh Franco and Lauren Arnell with you. Don't worry, Sainers. We'll get stuck into what's going on with Ross Linesman as well and all the big-name recruits and how it's kind of coming together very slowly as well. Text line tonight, 0437 774 774. Grant and Waterloo's got in touch, says looking forward to the call. Go Port Adelaide. And awesome to hear Lauren Arnell on ABC Sport as well. Top player, coach and expert, Loz. putting together a nice little fan club on the text line.
I think the family must be listening again tonight. I appreciate the kind thoughts.
So you can get in touch with us across the night as well. The final game of Gather Round earlier today. Both games were unfortunately blowouts. So Geelong defeated West Coast by 46 points at Norwood, and the Giants knocked off Richmond by 56 at the Barossa. Some injury news out of that as well, particularly that middle game. So 2 concussions for the Giants, Aaron Cadman and Stephen Cornelio. So they'll likely miss next week as a result of concussion protocols. And as I touched on the crowd numbers, we built up towards a combined total of 222,000. So if we can get over 45 tonight, we won't have the lowest combined crowd for Gather Round in its 4th edition. No late changes. Miles Bergman and Jack Lukosius will play for Port Adelaide, and St Kilda will be as named as well, which means that Dougal Howard will miss out as one of their 2 changes, with Liam Stocker also missing due to a concussion that occurred 14 days ago when they played the Brisbane Lions as well. Let's head downstairs and get some feeling for how this game's going to shape up. Josh Money's made his way over to the Port Adelaide race, and he's downstairs with Stuart Dew.
Yeah, thanks very much, Aaron. Dewey, thanks for your time. How close do you think are we to seeing the full envisioned Josh Carr game plan in its full force?
It's work in progress. We've seen patches, and that's the challenge. We've put it to the players. We're trying to execute as much as we can, but we've been inconsistent at different times, but then we've been quite powerful in the way that we've played in both phases, I guess, defence and offence, but it's just levelling out that inconsistency.
A bit messy against Richmond, but defensively, was it a step forward in the right direction in terms of what you want to see as a coaching group?
Yeah, it was strong and probably didn't get the rewards on the scoreboard that we would have liked, and left a few out there, which was the same, I think, against both West Coast and Essendon. There's some plays there that are really good, and just that finishing connection or finishing piece has just been inconsistent.
As a coaching group, I know you're doing most of the work up in the box and Josh is down on the boundary. How's that chemistry? We talk about the players, but the coaching group, it's all a lot of new faces as well. How's that all coming together?
It's good. We've obviously spent the whole summer together, so got to know each other really well, and we'll send down our ideas with some solutions. And obviously we get a fair bit of information from the bench, and some of the players are really good too, feeding that two-way information. And then we can try and, deal with a lot of the little things and let Kari focus on what he needs to do to have the most impact.
You could probably say St Kilda's start's been inconsistent as well. What are their real weapons and strengths that you've identified heading into this one?
No, they're always hard to play against. I think even you look at the margins and all their stats are very even with their opponents. And the Brisbane margin didn't do that game justice. They were right in it, in front of it in the last quarter, and obviously Brisbane powered away as they do. But St Kilda pretty even across the board, so I don't think that they haven't got a couple of standouts, obviously. Naz is an important one for them, and they've got a few guys that can kick goals, so we've got to keep them under control.
Naz is a player that the club did its best to bring to Alberton in the off-season. How do you now stop him tonight?
He'd be handy, wouldn't he? No, it's going to be a challenge, and obviously a couple of players have had a crack at it this year, but he's the type of player, I think, that doesn't need the whole game either. So, you can do the job for 90%, but the 10% will get you, so we've got to make sure as a team we keep him under control. But if we've got the scoreboard going our way, hopefully it's on our terms more than theirs.
I know you're probably unlikely to confirm whether or not Miles Bergman might go to him tonight, but in general, a big money re-signing last year, do you need to see a bit more from him to kickstart 2026 properly?
He built a bit more last week. Obviously he had just got that injury at the wrong time in pre-season. February is just that month where you need guys to have consistency, and Miles was one that missed out on a lot of training during that time. So, a bit like Jason Horne-Francis, and you've seen him steadily improve over the next couple of weeks. So, I think Miles will be the same.
There are clubs in Kilda that love to tag, and probably Zach Butters has a big target on his head. How do the rest of the midfield group help him through that tonight?
Yeah, we've discussed it. The thing is, he's got good experience with it, and yes, St Kilda do that. That's one of their go-tos. So, I'd be very surprised if it's not Zach. He's got a number of different things he can do, but also we can help him. I think he's getting a little bit more flexibility in his game, and hopefully everyone's seeing that. He's getting more kicks and handballs, which is a lot more damaging. He's one of our best ball users.
The boys have had to wait right until the end of Gather Round. Do you think there's a sense of pride as an SA club in finishing it tonight and making sure they do that on the right note?
Yeah, I think so. There's lots of eyes on us tonight. It's Sunday night. A lot of people either at the ground or at home watching, so it's a good opportunity for us to hold ourselves to a good account. It has been a great weekend, and it'll be an even better one if we get the results.
Thanks, Drew. Best of luck tonight.
Cheers.
Great to have Stuart Dew downstairs with Josh Money in the build-up to Port Adelaide and St Kilda, the final game of Gather Round here in Adelaide. Port fighting for a chance to be in the top 6 by the end of the first 5 rounds. Even though they've had a softer draw and a tough one to come, it's a good place to be in. And St Kilda right now, 1-3, despite the fact they've got 3 superstar signings who combine for over $3 million per year. It's a lot of money to invest in. I think there was a lot of expectation for the Saints in how they could go this season, and so far have been a little bit underwhelming as they try to find their rhythm with those new signings. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson with you for the call, alongside Laura Arnell and Josh Franco as well on that text line. 0437 774 774. No late changes here at the Adelaide Oval. It is a lot of money to invest in your list, Loz. So you've got an $18 million salary cap, and between Silvani, Tom De Koning, Nasai Wanganeen-Miller, and I can even throw in Sam Flanders. He's reportedly on $900,000 as well.
It's good going.
It's a lot of money in terms. It's basically a quarter of your salary cap. It's a lot that kind of chews away at a list that you're trying to build for finals. It feels uneven and unbalanced, and I'm sure there'll be players in the group that might even be frustrated by it.
Yeah, you can only wonder. I think those numbers blow my mind coming from AFLW, to be quite honest with you. I think if you're a player, it's great. If you're someone like Sam Flanders who's come from the Suns and you're getting that sort of money at St Kilda, you're laughing. But then at the same time, I do think it needs to balance somewhat. And there's clearly coaches in the competition like Chris Fagan who disagree with that model and want it to be more even. And I think being in Brisbane and having lived in Brisbane for a number of years, it's easier, I think, to balance out the egos when you're up there and a bit further away from everything. And I'm sure, Josh, you could speak a little bit more thoroughly about that experience here playing for Port Adelaide. But I think if you're over-leveraging on a handful of players who maybe aren't the absolute stars of your midfield, there might be some holes in that list.
Interestingly enough, Laura and I used to have that view. I must admit I flip now. I think you just got to, if you want the player, go and get them. Regardless of what they're paid, I think that's what you have to do in the landscape of AFL footy these days.
I guess the flip side is someone like a Geelong who have a culture where they can essentially get their senior guys to take cuts so that they get the bigger names, and it's kind of more depth in terms of their list, which is a hard ask to say, look, take $200,000 off your salary and it means you can win a flag.
The only thing I'd say to that is that the Hawthorn of that era, they were set up to win those 3 or 4 premierships. St Kilda are in a different position, so they need to attract and get some marquee players. Now, whether they're the right or wrong players, I don't know, but it's what the market demands. The other thing is, do you think Zach Butters is worth $2 million? So that's one player on, what's the salary cap? 18.
18.
18. So whatever that works out as a percentage, one player on that much, is it worth it? But the market will demand that, so you've got to pay it.
I think that's a big question right now. Yeah. Probably most people would say Zach is, but Nasai, who was an All-Australian last year and in terrific form, hasn't backed it up so far.
That's fair.
And that's the other angle of it, is it puts a lot of pressure on these players now because they're your superstars. And unfortunately, Ross has kind of come out and said it's not our job to coddle them. They've just got to deal with that now.
The hard thing for Naz is that he's the Messiah, Wanganeen-Miller. He has to be, and that's where they're looking at it for St Kilda. That's what the fans, they're 1-3. So every performance that he has is not 30 touches and 2 goals is considered, a disappointment.
Yeah.
Where if he was at a different club where they were flying high, a lot less pressure.
Yeah, totally. The other funny part with Ross Lyon, and I can say this from personal experience because I used to be a media manager of the Fremantle Dockers way back in the day, so I've worked with Ross many moons ago. He loves to spin a yarn when things aren't working. He can really detract from kind of what is the actual narrative, and he can cop a lot of the heat by throwing shade at the media or spin different narratives in the way that it's coming out of it. And he's doing that a lot right now with St Kilda. So he's having this little feud with the Brisbane Lions. He's having a go at the media saying, oh, look, if you want to chase excellence, be involved in football. If you don't, you're on the other side of the fence and you're mediocre. And a lot of it just feels like this is a guy who can work a room well, to the point where he got extended last year before the season even started and they hadn't played finals in the year prior. But I don't know if it's working. Like, is it just a guy who knows how to sell himself well, but isn't actually kind of clicking at the football club? I don't know. Loz, what are you thinking?
Well, you've worked with him, so it seems that if there's that narrative going on and there's not as much focus on footy, I mean, the results speak for themselves. They've won 1 game of footy so far this year, and I do think this is a game they need to win. It's regardless of what time of the year it is or how many wins and losses have come prior, if they're realistic about being a finals team, they need to win this game.
Totally. And, I mean, I know Ross got them to St Kilda to a grand final in his early stint, and even with Fremantle had some successes, but I just feel like he's really good at selling himself, but ultimately hasn't had the reward that he probably should have.
The club's extremely aligned with what they're doing, you know, the assistant coaches and the president. So they're fully believing. Sometimes that can be dangerous, but I think most of the time their clubs, if they're on a path and they're backing him, that's a good thing. Josh, do you think they, even with these players that they've gone and got, whether they've got the balance sheet right or not, where do you rate their list? I mean, that's how we can then measure their on-field performance plus what Ross Lyon is doing as a coach.
Well, I must admit, I don't know, to be brutally honest with you, Tom. I don't know where they're listed at. You look at it on paper, the area of their game and their list that worries me a little bit is their midfield, and I think that's where Port Adelaide has the advantage, and that's why they go out and get a Sam Flanders and, you know, they give Wanganeen Miller that much money. But look, I really rate De Koning. I think I saw him play here, I think it was last year. It was a game which he just turned on its head for Carlton. I think he's potentially could be a superstar of the competition. He's not performing at the level, absolutely not. And then you got Silvani, who's he's just a solid defender. In terms of the list and what it is and what it's going to produce, the jury's still out with me, and 1 and 4 probably, or 1 and 3 probably supports that as well.
Yeah, they've also got a similar amount of injuries to Port Adelaide.
Yeah.
So we're giving them grief for falling short in a couple of close games, but they are missing a lot of kind of starters. So Caminiti's not there. McRae was one who probably would play a bit of a role. He's due back next week. Max King's obviously the headline of all of that, and I was trying to crunch the numbers to figure out what is actually going wrong in terms of on-field for St Kilda, and I do feel like it is the forward line, because they're getting a lot inside 50, but in terms of their retention numbers, they're sitting down in the bottom 4 of keeping it inside 50, and their goal accuracy is really poor. They're 14th in the league. And Rowan Marshall's trying to play this pseudo tall forward, and he hasn't kicked a goal.
Yeah. Well, I think also too, when you look at, and we spoke about this as well, Tom, that you look at Collingwood a couple of weeks ago, or last week against Brisbane, Pendlebury's out, Dacos out, no more, and they look like a B-grade side, and they're not, but they look ordinary.
Yep.
Port Adelaide, you look at the Crows minor premiers last year, they've got that many injuries to key players, and you probably keep forgetting about that. It's so hard to cover that depth. And you said it, you talk about those guys that are missing from St Kilda side, you put them back in, particularly a McRae that adds a lot of experience to their midfield. Caminiti can kick goals. So all of a sudden they look different with those players back. But I guess the real challenge for them now is just to be able to cope, as Port Adelaide's in a similar situation, that they've just got to cope without those players and try to keep chalking up wins and wait till those guys come back to strengthen them.
I think, the layers of injuries as well. On top of that, you talk about guys like Silvani and Flanders and De Koning and how long they need to actually settle into a side that they're brand new to. I think like round 5's probably not quite the judgment, but this would be when Ross Lyon wants to see them start ticking and finding some continuity with their new teammates. Certainly by the other side of round 10, you'd want to be seeing those guys performing better and understanding their team and their new game style better.
And just on Ross Lyon as well, Aaron, I guess from an outsider's point of view, he has this perception of this real grumpy, what would he be like with his players? Does he spray them all the time? When I was working up at the Gold Coast, Kaczynski was living in Byron Bay, I think, Justin Kaczynski, and he did a bit of work for the Suns. He couldn't speak highly enough of Ross Lyon, and it's changed my whole perception around what he's like as a coach. So he does have that exterior grumpy, how he treats the media, but he's obviously got some really good qualities that gets the best out of his players.
I probably didn't explain that context as, colleagues where like he internally loved. He knows how to take a bullet and he can really deflect from what's actually happening on field. So if they're not going well, he'll be able to draw the spotlight away by starting a feud with somebody or throwing shade at the media.
He's brilliant.
And then you look at the game and you go, what's actually going wrong at St Kilda? Because I don't really know. Like, all I've been reading is about all this other stuff. And, we get to this point where they're 1 and 3 and you're wondering, are they any chop? And it's, some of those games they were quite close in. But, there's these little bits, whether it's, the forward accuracy. I think fourth quarters they've been very poor in as well at finishing games. And as Lauren just said, chemistry sometimes is just getting the list together.
And I watched a little grab of Callum Wilkie speaking during the week as well. Obviously, they're coming off the bye, which is another little layer for them as they come into this game. But he mentioned needing a mental reset during the bye, but also just having waves of trust in their process. So their best footy is really good, and then they're having patches where they're falling well away from that.
14 days is a long break as well, and they only arrived yesterday as part of Gather Round, so they haven't really been part of the festivities. And if Peter Malinauskas gets his way and we're back here next year, that might change with this parade that's being rumoured that everybody would have to come early. But For the Saints, they're turning this stint into an elongated stay. So they're going to play tonight. They've been staying in the city over the last day or so, and then they're going to head to Glenelg for a week before their Crows game next Saturday as part of round 6. Lauren Arnell, Josh Franco with you alongside Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson on ABC Sport tonight. It is Port Adelaide and St Kilda. There are no late changes in the build-up to ball up, which is 15 minutes away. I still hate saying that, Tom. Build up to bounce is just better.
Oh, build up to ball up.
Can we just bring the bounce back, please?
We were talking about it in the 7 newsroom the other day, and I still think it's first bounce or opening bounce. I think
everyone
can
knows
say
what
that,
you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
On the text line, the Tarragon Tiger also says, Rossline is a salesman. St Kilda are the buyer desperate for a good bargain, a premiership after their longest drought. So maybe it is a match made in heaven now. Tiger, thanks for your text. 0437 774 774. Let's see how the Saints are feeling in the build-up to bounce, which is 15 minutes away. Josh Money's made his way around the venue, and he's in the Saints camp downstairs with Corey Enright.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Corey. Thank you for your time. How have the boys regrouped over the break, and what sort of response are you expecting tonight?
Yeah, we obviously played Brisbane a couple of weeks ago, so we had a week. We didn't change too much. It's only early in the season, so the boys are pretty fresh and ready to go. So, we're excited about the challenge, obviously, coming into state and, playing a pretty good team.
How do you keep the group focus-driven when there's going to be, as you know, a lot of external talk when your win-loss record isn't what you want?
Yeah, for us, it's about just trying to play good football for long periods of time. We felt like the start of the season's been okay for us in patches, and then we've let ourselves down with some moments in games and some quarters in games. So for us, the challenge is playing 4 quarters of our football against opposition. So that's where we're at.
From a chemistry and cohesion point of view, what challenges are there when you bring in a lot of star power in the offseason?
Well, I think for us, it's just about, as I said, it's about trying to play the way we want to play. Obviously, the opposition are trying to stop you, and it's about, having little wins along the way as well. So, for us, it's about, if we win 4 quarters, we win the game. So it's a simple way of looking at it, but for us, it's just trying to, put little moments together, and hopefully the outcome takes care of itself.
From your point of view, how have you seen Nazai Wanganui-Millera handle the extra attention this year? The secret's out on him. He's getting attention most weeks. How's he dealt with that from inside the ball?
Well, I think there's obviously we all probably forget that he's 21 years of age. So, I know what I was like at 21. So he carries a lot of obviously weight of expectation, and we feel like he's had a pretty good start to the year, and we feel like he, along with us as a team, have got a lot of growth and improvement left in us for the rest of this year. So he's handling himself really well. He's an ultimate team player, and we obviously need to help Naz, but we feel like he's played pretty well.
You're one of a number of clubs who are persisting with the 2 rucks out and out. How are you finding that balance between the 2 at the moment?
Yeah, I think for most parts, it's for us we have a plan and a strategy in place, and some clubs treat it differently, but for us we're pretty clear on what that looks like. And again, like, what is it, 4 games in for us, we feel like some of the things have worked pretty well, but we've still got a lot of room to improve with both the rucks, probably playing a little bit better as well.
Since we're in South Australia, let's talk about Cal Wilkie. I think he's the only player in the comp who's yet to come off the ground. Yeah. How reliable, I mean, it goes without saying, but how reliable and probably still underrated is he?
Yeah, and even for a coach, it's just such a pleasure to say, well, he plays our last line of defence. We put him back there. He gets the job done more often than not. And then, you just take it for granted a little bit, where you shouldn't. Like, it's a tough role. He does it week in, week out, and he's a star at what he does, and he's super important to how we play.
What do you do about Zach Butters tonight? A lot of people have Garcia v Butters on a board. Is that what will happen? Oh, look,
he's quality, Zach, and we know that he can light the game up really quickly. So we need to pay close attention to him. Obviously around stoppage, but also when he breaks out of those stoppage and kicks the ball forward. So he and Horn Francis, they got a bit of quality through that midfield. So we need to be aware of that.
Do you have a wry smile tonight with Jack Higgins playing game 150 in Adelaide?
Yeah, he mentioned during the week that he can't wait to get over here, and hopefully he's brought some fans and family and friends, and no doubt he'll get a welcome reception here.
As a proud South Australian yourself, how much do you enjoy the concept, and would you like it to stay here for good?
Oh, look, it seems to be, and when you're a coach or official or player, you sort of don't get caught up. It's a bit like grand final week. If you're in grand final, you actually don't get to see it all. So we're a little bit, I guess, removed from it all, but from afar it looks like it's all the clubs play pretty well. The Adelaide Oval looks like we're the last game here. It's held up pretty well, and we're obviously just excited about the opportunity to play here against a home state team.
Do you have to talk to the group about playing with no fear tonight? There's a big difference between 1 and 4 and 2 and 3. Do you address that?
Look, we've never really spoken about the win-loss. It's about, we're on a journey. It's about, obviously, we get an opportunity to play another game and see how that journey goes tonight. So, for us, it's just about playing our football for longer periods. And that's, as I said, ultimately that'll get you where you want to get to. But for tonight, we're just looking at the first quarter, and this is exciting.
Thanks, Corey. Best of luck tonight.
Thank you.
Corey Enright downstairs with Josh Money as the Saints make their way out onto the Adelaide Oval 1 and 3, and they haven't played footy in 14 days since their loss to the Brisbane Lions by 33 points. Hasn't been an overly favourable venue for St Kilda either. They're 1 and 5 in their last 6 visits. That being said, the 1 is the most recent number, which was their win last year by 17 points. So all that matters is recency bias, and the Saints right now have Port Adelaide's number, despite the fact the Power have won 14 of the last 16 meetings. Port Adelaide out there, they're 2 and 2. Demolished the Tigers last week by 42 points on Saturday. That being said, I watched that game pretty intrinsically as a Tigers fan, and I thought Port weren't overly impressive in the way they got it done. It was probably more bad Richmond than good Port Adelaide. What did you kind of learn out of it, Loz?
Yeah, I think a little bit of both, but certainly important for Port Adelaide to get a win at the G. It's been a little bit rocky for them in the last couple of years, and so, you can only beat the team that you play, and I think Richmond have flashes of brilliance. It certainly wasn't their day, and Port Adelaide started the game well enough to make an imprint.
The numbers that worried me were the clearance ones.
Yep.
The Tigers got on top, despite the fact they're a relatively young group. It was more just their disposal was so bad they turned it over, and Port Adelaide would get the job done. But they lost the clearances by 5 in the end, and the first half it was their lowest recorded total in a good kind of 30 years. So I wonder tonight against Nasiah and Flanders, Windhager, is that going to hurt you a little bit more coming out of the middle, Josh?
That's the concern for me. You're looking at Adelaide Oval and the dimensions of it, stoppage and clearance to get field position off the back of that is absolutely critical, and they've been really inconsistent in that space. Even against West Coast the week before that, in the first quarter, they looked unstoppable, and then the game just flipped on its head when the Eagles started to ramp up the pressure and heat around the footy. They started to lose field position off the back of stoppage losses. So that's the concern for me, and I still think Port Adelaide's midfield is just better balanced than St Kilda's, but it'll be a big challenge if St Kilda start to get on top there and Wanganeen Miller starts to get his hands on the footy. Hold on to your hats.
It's an interesting and tantalising matchup with the big names that are out there, but you feel like the Saints probably have more superstars in terms of their depth compared to Port Adelaide, who are currently battling in terms of the injuries that they're facing. A couple of fun strips tonight as well as part of Gather Round. So Port Adelaide get to rock this new fully charged Guernsey, which is like fluoro teal essentially. They've really embraced the colour that often is at times buried in their Guernsey. Still has the V design, but certainly a nice bold look in terms of something unique. And St Kilda's one is a little bit contentious in the way they've gone about it this year. So they used to have the candy strip, which I loved. I adored that. And this time they've gone for this kind of retro 90s vibe. It's channeling Robert Harvey's training tee, but it's got this really fat white S that separates the red and black panels, and part of it looks a little bit word arty. I know Ben and Corbin during the week on socials kind of blind ranked the Guernseys and had it at 6 out of 9. I think it might be 8 or 9 for me. I don't know about you. What do you guys make of it?
I'm with you, Aaron. I think I love the Port Guernsey. I absolutely love it. I think the Gather Round is the time to roll one of those out. I'd love a longie. But the Saints one, not so much. It's certainly nowhere near the best that they could produce.
No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you as well. I do really like that. I actually think they should use that as the
teal?
Yeah, instead of the white with the black.
I think it
might
awesome.
Come
in. I think it might come in.
You reckon?
Yeah.
It looks fantastic.
I think this is a little soft launch.
Okay.
Into potentially being an away Guernsey.
Yeah,
Don't know.
I mean, if they win tonight, they might continue to use it, so who knows?
Well, you would know as a Richmond fan, that was the grand final was the big thing of not wearing their jumper, and I'm pretty sure that's pretty famous amongst Tigers fans now.
Fluoro works because it's easier to see. You can spot your teammates if they're in fluorescent blue teal, and you're great.
Well, if there's something that's going right between the jumpers tonight, there's a genuine clash of the two, so it's going to work well for us.
Lauren Arnell, Josh Franco, your experts tonight on ABC Sport. Earlier today, Geelong defeating West Coast by 46 at Norwood. The Giants defeated Richmond by 56 over at the Barossa. Aaron Cadman and Stephen Cornelio both suffering concussions. The other injury news out of the day is that Ed Richards has been cleared of any serious bone damage to his ankle, so that looked very bad last night in the Hawks-Dogs game, but thankfully he should be all right. And it's actually technically a test for the game against the Cats on Friday. It's a short turnaround, but I mean, great signs considering he looked so emotional about it. There was a concern it could have been a season-ending injury, and it might even just be a week the way that he's tracking. Aaron Norton as well in a bit of doubt as well for that game. He's had some structural damage to his hand, so they're just looking at that for the next few days, but big clash with the Dogs and the Cats. You want to have him out there.
Took a really nice mark late too, so he must be, I hope he's all right.
And in the MRO, there was a couple of eyes on Dane Zorko, even though he's had the calf injury. What was going to happen with his little below-the-belt tap and to Paul Curtis, and it ended up being a fine in the end. I thought he might have got a week for that, but ultimately he's going to miss anyway with the injury. Probably hurts him more, Loz, because he's out with the injury and he has to pay the fine. So maybe that was what the AFL was going for in terms of don't do this, Dane. On the text line, 0437 774 774. We're about 5 minutes away from the bounce as well. Nathan from Corio says tonight is a must-win for St Kilda. Ross Lyon can do as much talking as he wants and deflect as much as he wants, but it is a win-loss industry in the end. No late changes tonight, so St Kilda come in as named, as do Port Adelaide, despite the concerns around Miles Bergman and Jack Lukosius. Who's winning and why? Loz and Josh, how is this game going to break down?
Well, look, I think it's, and I say this every time, so it sounds like a bit of a broken record, but games are won and lost in the midfield, and I think Port Adelaide's midfield, well, they're going back a step. Walking into the ground, I'm thinking Port Adelaide won't win tonight, and I've actually just flipped in the last 20 minutes. Looking at obviously the matchup, the midfield matchup, if Butters, Horne-Francis, Drew, Wines, those guys can start to get going, get the ball from inside to out and get their running game going and pin it in their front half, I think that'll hold them in good stead in winning this contest. And I just think Port Adelaide had the edge in the midfield. Ahead of the ball, they worry me a little bit. Port Adelaide, it's Georgiades. Whitlock's look threatening at times, but there's not a lot of firepower up there. The other issue for Port Adelaide as well that worries me a little bit is just their second ruck. And can St Kilda take advantage of it when Sweet's off? Who do they use? And can St Kilda get the ascendancy in the middle of the ground or around the stoppage scenario when Sweet's having a spell? So, look, I think Port Adelaide are going to win the midfield battle, which I think they'll win the game.
I think it will come down to the midfield, and the big one for me is that Stuart Dew acknowledged in the interview pre-game that they do expect Butters will get tagged again, and he hasn't necessarily coped as well as he would have liked, particularly this year with the tag, without Connor Rosie around him. So I think if Butters can work through the tag, it's likely Hugo Garcia. If Butters can work through that, then I'm with you, Josh. But I do think the Saints should win this game. I'd love to see Port win it. I think the crowd's building really nicely. I'm sure Aaron will get a figure on that later, but I think the Saints are currently playing better, more consistent footy. They just haven't seen the results on the board. Port Adelaide, at their very best, can win, but I expect the Saints should.
I think the other thing as well, from a matchup point of view, obviously Dew spoke about it in the pre-game interview, that I think Bergman has to go to Wanganeen, Miller.
Yeah, that was the rumbling.
I think he has to. He can go with him forward, back in the midfield. So I think he shut him out of the game. I think then that holds Port Adelaide in.
It's a big test for Miles, though, who has had that nerve injury in his foot and isn't finding a lot of the footy. So if he has to run with a star player like Nasir and he's not 100%, maybe that might expose them as well. So
I do think we've seen in the past, though, Bergman's had roles like that and done exceptionally well with his athletic ability. So if he's healthy enough, and we've seen him when he's had roles like that, he's been able to go forward and kick a goal in different moments and expose perhaps the lack of defence of a star player. So I'm excited by that option.
The only thing is that when he grabbed his hammy at training, I'm still worried about that.
Yeah, the vision's not great.
It's not cramp. You get cramp from running too much. He's not running too much at training, and you grab your hammy like that. I mean, he would have got a scan potentially, but that's a concern.
Always a worry when you have a few players coming in underdone. But Jack Lukosius one as well, where light training at the captain's run, you just wonder what it means in the grand scheme of things. That being said, Thursday night, Riley Thilthorpe came in after not featuring in the captain's run and had a pretty good night. So Darcy Fogarty was the opposite, though. Port Adelaide and St Kilda on ABC Sport tonight. And as Lauren said, crowd has builded tremendously well. That the heel again, as we've seen throughout the weekend, shoulder to shoulder. You cannot see a patch of grass. I'm sure most of it's mud now, but it looks excellent out there. And I anticipate we're going to head towards a decent cumulative total across the weekend as well. Josh Money's down there as part of the fanfare as well in the crowd. Josh, what's it like at ground level?
Yeah, not too bad, Aaron. That rain that has been around for much of the weekend seems to have dispersed for now at least, so we'll take that in our stride. It's a chilly sort of night, but not too bad. And this ground is looking pretty good given it's had a big weekend as well. You've spoken so much about Miles Bergman in the build-up. Interesting to see that he at least warmed up with the forwards to start this one and looks as though he will start there tonight. Whether he ends up with a matchup with Nazar Wanganeen-Miller remains to be seen. I asked one of the Port Adelaide staffers who would get the job pre-game. He said, all I can say is expect a bit of theatre pre-game. Expect a bit of fireworks at this first bounce. So and that's something to look forward to. And if it's an anti-climax, forget I said anything.
Scarves in the air as well. Josh, the coin toss downstairs?
Yes, the coin toss has been one and done, and the power will kick towards the southern end of the ground in this first quarter. Very much looking forward to this one, the gather round finale.
It's nice and loud out there as well. It's been a fun weekend despite the weather. We've had some highs and some lows in terms of the games, a couple of blowouts this afternoon, but maybe we're in for a thriller to wrap up the fourth edition of Gather Round. It is great to have you with us on ABC Local Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen. It is Port Adelaide and St Kilda on ABC Sport. Here's Tom Wilson.
Wanganeen-Miller starting inside. Tom, and yet to be said, Bergman starting forward, which is interesting.
Yeah, Flanders on Butters and Lukosius on a wing. De Koning wins the tap, knocks it towards Wanganeen-Miller, but Drew won the footy, snapped it around his body to centre half forward. Out on the lead was Whitlock, who marks on his chest. So 65 from home. Wanted to move it quickly, but nothing long inside, so goes short to the vice-captain and the captain tonight, Butters, who kicks to the top of the goal square. Jordan Sweet floated forward and it was roved at the front, but immediately tackled there. At the bottom was McKinlay, so we'll have a ball up right next to the behind post, deep inside Port Adelaide's 50.
Sweet entangled with De Koning. Sweet takes it out of the ruck, but he's tackled over the boundary line. Tough half from the side, Wanganeen-Miller, who wrapped up the big man and then just walked him over. Good wrap-up. And, Loz, you've seen some matchup changes already.
Burgoyne and Miles Bergman both starting forward for Port Adelaide. Lukosius on a wing.
Josh Carr spinning the magnets once more. Will it bamboozle the Saints or will it cost them? Tossed in. Shallow drop. Sweet Tyres to tow it towards Butters. Tackled before he got it. Ball pops out. Flanders for the Saints. Hands it to Wilson.
Great pressure.
And now with Simon Wanganeen-Miller up. Couldn't get boot to balls. Burgoyne closed. Boundary throwing to come. 45 out. Right forward pocket for the power.
Terrific, desperate smother there from Willem Drew. That was outstanding. Forced the boundary throw in.
Port Adelaide do love gather round. They're 3-0. We saw what they did to the Hawks in this fixture last year. Boundary throw in. De Koning knocks it down. Butters runs through. Gets between two St Kilda players. Short kick towards McKinlay. His kick around the body came off his ankle. And Georgiades watches it go out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in 25 metres around from Port's goal. Right forward pocket. Minute and a half gone in this first turn.
You're playing with fire if you're allowing Zach Butters to get a full head of steam running through the stoppage as he did on that occasion. Probably should have got more out of the stoppage win.
Burgoyne and Wanganeen-Miller are entangled as it's tossed in. Sweet down. Track it as Sinclair. Barging through. Richards knocked it forward. Georgiades wrapped up by a couple. Will get another ball up.
Darcy Byrne-Jones starting back again for Port Adelaide as well. Logan Evans currently the spare man in defence for Port.
Worked for DBJ last week. 26 touches against the Tigers. He's an All-Australian as well in defence. Sweet takes it out of the ruck. No look handball to Richards under a bit of pressure, but he shakes it off, kicks around the body, up towards the goal square. The Saints have numbers sitting back. Jack Sinclair's there with the footy. No score so far. Opening 2 minutes on ABC Sport. The conclusion to gather round. It's the Power and the Saints.
Windhager at right half back takes the mark. In front of their change rooms there. So kicks along down towards the wing. Flying it, that one's De Koning. Takes a good mark in front of Aliir. Aliir quickly handballs it off to Wanganeen-Miller, who is tackled by Aliir. Pressure's on, back to De Koning. Out to get rid of it. Incorrectly, says the umpire. McKinlay with the free kick. He's been busy early. Short to Drew. Asked to play on immediately. Squib kick too short for Richards. Got Hill for company. Handballs towards centre half forward. Goes straight to Hall for the Saints. Quick handball from Higgins to Flanders. There's a bit of space in the forward line. Flying Ryan marks, tries to get around Logan Evans and Trent, tackled to the ground, and that's two holding the balls in the space of 30 seconds for Port. They're bringing the pressure.
They're bringing the heat all right, Tom.
Dangerous kick though, up to centre half back. Port Adelaide cut off as it tried to get to Farrell. Boxall toes it off the deck. Sitting back is Logan Evans, who gets in front of Mason Wood. Port move it to right half back. Ware puts it down though. Again, the Saints will close. It's supposed to be an uncontested grab. He makes amends. Hands it to Drew. Now turning through the broadcast wing. The kick comes forward from Miles Bergman towards the 50. Bouncing in space, it's a 2-on-2. Front position, Boxall loses his footing. Tries to get a handball out. Oh, Francis gets on top of him. Under a bit of pressure, the ball bobbles out. Sweet takes it. Screws the kick centrally. 20 from home. Wangani Miller, a clatter is in and takes out his opponent. Gee, that was a heavy landing. Probably should have been a free kick to Whitlock. Instead, it comes out the way of the Saints. Lockie Jones will fist it into the front row, right half back for St Kilda.
Absolutely should have been a free kick. I thought Wangani Miller, not sure he had complete eyes for the footy, but front on contact to Whitlock. Really unlucky, Port Adelaide, not to get the free kick in front of goal there. But their pressure's been good early. They're getting some repeat entries inside 50s at the moment. Is 3-1 Port Adelaide's way. Their pressure around the footy's been terrific.
Come to play in this first quarter, Port Adelaide, but still haven't scored. Boundary throw in. Sweet knocks it down towards Burgoyne. Handballs to the back of the contest. Finds its way to Higgins for St Kilda. Handballs to Flanders. Takes one bounce. Darcy Byrne-Jones chases him down. Kicks inside the forward 50. Port have the numbers, but De Koning got first hands on it. Over to Owens, to Higgins. Snaps around the body. Can't quite get it to bounce and dribble through. Away to the right-hand side. It's the first score of the night. St Kilda one behind Port Adelaide. Yet to score. 5 minutes gone in this first term.
Short exit from Todd Marshall, who is playing in defence. Pops it to Darcy Byrne-Jones. He's in front of the scoreboard right now. Port to the right hand of your radio dial. Riverbank stand end. Darcy Byrne-Jones to the eastern side. Burgoyne his target, stuck in a flurry of bodies. It hits the deck. Head over the footy. Silvani extracts it for the Saints. Hands it to Windhager, now back. Marshall uses Hill. The dance step around Sweet. Closing was Bergman. He gets boot to ball. Well placed. Right half forward, Mason Wood. An eternity to think about what to do. No one was there. Plays on. Sends it inside 50. Using the body to Koning, but it works for Sharman. De Koning had a little push off to get to the back. Sharman cut in front. Steals it from his teammate and takes the mark. 20 from home.
There are just a couple of things there. We marvel at the modern footballer's ability to hit targets by foot, but the hands of St Kilda there were outstanding, and Brad Hill, unbelievable composure with the footy, and then to find the target by foot, that was superb play. And then the quick entry inside 50 put the Port Adelaide defenders under the pump.
Brad Hill at 32 looking tremendous, and Cooper Sharman trying to fill the void of Max King. He's 5 goals, 1 for the year. Stabs at it from 25 and drills it through the big sticks. Cooper Sharman on the board, as are the Saints. 1-1-7. Port Adelaide yet to score. 6 played in the opening term. It is Gather Round on ABC Sport with Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco.
Josh, it seems like there's a clear plan here from both sides to allow the spare in defence. I'm not sure, based on this start, if Port Adelaide are going to keep going slow inside 50 when they've got out. Yep. They're actually not giving their forwards a chance. Mitch Georgiades has been one-on-one deep at least twice, and they haven't kicked it to him. You're allowing players like Sinclair and Wilkie to sit spare and pick you off. I think there needs to be a conversation early, and I'm sure they've had it during the week from a Port Adelaide perspective, is how soon are we prepared to equalise that spare?
And even the first centre bounce, wasn't it? Whitlock took the chest mark and then just didn't roll. He evens ahead of the ball, but waited for numbers to get back. And as you said, when there's density there, it's difficult to score.
Back in the middle of the ground. Sweet knocks it down, but goes to ground. And it finds its way back to Flanders, who's been busy early. Picks it up towards centre half forward. Hall couldn't quite keep the mark, but Wilson is there in support. He's chip kick forward up towards Filippo, who marks 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle away to the left.
Just a really simple centre clearance there from St Kilda. Again, setting up that forward entry, and the little kick on the outside of the boot. Is that Windhager, did you say? No,
Wilson got it
sorry.
inside
Yeah,
50,
my bad.
yep.
That was just a beautiful little kick. You talk about not being able to use your opposite foot, but when you can kick on the outside, a bit almost like Nick Dacos, wasn't it? On the outside of his foot to find Filippo.
In comes Filippo, South Aussie lad on his left boot towards goal, just a bit away to the right. So that's a minus score. 1-2-8 is St Kilda. Port Adelaide yet to score. Josh Money's on the boundary.
Yeah, Tom, it might be the theatre that was alluded to by Port Adelaide. Jace Burgoyne, who's best mates with Nuzaya Wangani Miller, chasing him around at the moment. Looks like that's the job on him.
Exiting kick for the Powder, right half back, but they're under duress here. Excellent rundown tackle, holding the ball. Josh Lay tried to search for the safety of the boundary line, but they just kept tracking him, and Dan Butler mows him down. Free kick forward to centre wing. Butler will arc him board and then check the kick quickly. Short pass to left half forward. Taken by Marshall. Points long. Sends it in. Top of the goal square. Flying Ryan. It bounced off his chest. G launches the air. Does his own crumbing. Quick kick across the face. Was it 15? Yes. Mark taken by Mason Wood. Plays on. Snaps. And kicks the Saints second. Wasn't pretty footy, but they got it in and they got it home. St Kilda up by 14. Port Adelaide yet to score. 9 minutes into the opening term. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Love that from Josh Money. There's no doubt Jace Burgoyne's got the job on Desai Wangawini Miller a post-stoppage, and even looks to be waiting to see if he's allowed to go to centre bounce now. But St Kilda, I like the pace that they're moving with. They're structuring themselves up really well defensively and ready for that kick in from Port Adelaide, and like the pace they went back in. The Ryan one was interesting. You said it sprayed across the goals. I reckon he meant every bit of that. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I think he did, absolutely. And just looking at some of the numbers, and I know it's only a small sample size, but already tackle count, contested ball, uncontested possessions, and inside 50s in favour of St Kilda. Even though Port Adelaide's pressure was really, really good early, as soon as they drop away in that phase of the game, they're going to get exposed as they have in the last couple of goals for the Saints.
Knocked down by de Koning towards Butters. He's got Garcia as company now. Drew just went a fresh air. He almost kicked his teammate and Durden in the face. Meanwhile, Berry's got the footy, handballs it off to Ware. He kicks inside the forward 50. A hard one to gather there for Bergman. And not too hard here for St Kilda. Clean. Windhager to Wilson. Handballs to a teammate under pressure, but Brilliant. They get it out. Brilliant work from Butler to de Koning. Looking for Garcia. Still going is Butler. Good tackle there from Lockie Jones that needed. Darcy Byrne-Jones will be happy to get this out, you'd think, but handballs into a dangerous territory inside forward 50. Throws it on the boot and then ends up going out of bounds off the thigh of a St Kilda player. It was clean by hand. Just rushing it forward for St Kilda. They'll get a boundary thrown 30 metres from goal in the left forward pocket.
Well, the handball chain from St Kilda. Port Adelaide finally got it done, didn't they? But they look a little bit vulnerable at the moment. Port Adelaide on transition.
Saints by 14, 10 played opening term. Tossed in inside 50 for them. Sweet paddles it down but only finds Flanders as he drops with the footy. Drew's there waiting. Lays the tackle, hits the deck. We'll get a ball up. 40 out from home for the Saints. Packed house at the Adelaide Oval. Sweet takes it out of the ruck, quickly tackled by Owens, gives it away. Kick around the body from Garcia to the top of the goal square. Ryan again launches and is then collared as he falls forward, tracking the footy. Horn Francis collects him. Just a stray arm. I think he was hoping to grab the body, and Ryan just lost his footing, and as a result, coat hangered 20 from home. Free kick St Kilda.
Well, it was the non-officiating umpire that was almost in the middle of the ground that saw that, had best vantage point.
It's clumsy.
For that high tackle, but clumsy's the right word, isn't it, Lauren? It was just a clumsy tackle, clumsy contest.
So Liam Ryan at his new club, settling in pretty quickly as well, the Premiership Eagle. He's 6 goals, 5 for the year. Starts 35 out. Straight line approach for Liam Ryan. Easy as you like. And it's an ominous start for the Power. The Saints are 3-2-20. Port Adelaide are yet to score. We've travelled 12 minutes into the opening term on ABC Local Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen for Gather Round on ABC Sport.
6 inside 50s for St Kilda to 3 for Port Adelaide already early in this game, and they're certainly maximising on their opportunities.
Well, it's interesting as well. I'm just going to read a stat that I was given today. 21.7% of St Kilda's goals have been scored from within 15 metres out, the highest rate in the competition, and already 2 of their 3
hot
goals.
Spot.
Yeah, been right in the hot spot, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's interesting as well, looking at the replay of that. I know the non-officiating umpire paid it, but I reckon he ducked his head a bit there, Ryan. But doesn't matter, it's on the scoreboard.
Gamesmanship. And you mentioned the 6-3 there, Lauren. That's the last 5 for St Kilda going inside. So Port need a response. Marshall's in the ruck now, knocks it down. Horn Francis goes into the midfield, and there's a free kick going the way of St Kilda. Not sure where that one was, a throw when it got to Horn Francis. So
signs aren't looking good here at the moment for the Power.
No, pumped long inside the forward 50 from St Kilda from that free kick. Falls all the way out the back to Byrne-Jones, the All-Australian defender who's played forward for the last 3 years. He's back in defence in the last 2 games. Higgins hoping for a weird out of bounds on the full, but we'll get a throw in deep in the forward pocket left behind post. St Kilda leading by 20 points. 13 minutes gone in this first term.
Tossed in left forward pocket. Packed Hill watching on. Owen's doing the ruck work. Up against Whitlock, who fists it down. Sweeping handball from Farrell. A hit and hope, and only found the St Kilda player. Quick kick around the body as Darcy Wilson has a crack. Minor score on the left from 25 out. The Saints by 21.
We talked pre-game, Tom. I know you mentioned Miles Bergman's injury, potentially a captain's run. He sat deep forward the whole of the start of this first quarter. There has to be something wrong with him. Otherwise, you just don't... I can't imagine you'd do that with Miles Bergman at this point of the game, unless there's something wrong.
Kick towards the wing, and Rowan Marshall takes a nice mark in front of Georgiades. It's up a bit proppy.
Even that last handball from Farrell, just lack composure. Get it on the boot, get a bit of field position and territory rather than just handballing to no one.
Marshall sends it back inside the 50 again, but had too much on it for Liam Ryan. And Lockie Jones from Port Adelaide marks at right half back.
Can't move the ball either here, Port Adelaide. Just getting forced long down the line, and he's coming back with interest at the minute.
So a bit of kick to kick here, up towards Whitlock, roved by Georgiades, tackled by Wilkie, spun the 360. Wilson keeps it in play for the moment. Windhager, quick kick forward, grabbed by Ollie Wines. The umpire says play on. Thought it was a mark. Handballs to Darcy Byrne-Jones. Defensive side of centre wing, long up towards that man Bergman that you talked about, Lauren. And the ball falls in the hands of Durden. Will have a ball up 80 from goal.
I really don't like the spare being allowed for St Kilda. It's making it really challenging for the Port Adelaide forwards, and I think the players down the field are hesitating going inside 50.
Marshall takes it out of the ruck, uses Wilson, then hands it off. Quick kick off by Garcia. High towards left half forward. Aliir's in good spot, and Owen shoves him into the drop. And as a result, it will be a free kick to the All-Australian defender. He's at right half back, Aliir.
Aaron, also just a number 5-1 clearances in favour of St Kilda around the ground. That's been an area where Port have been inconsistent and getting exposed there again tonight.
Another long searching kick down the line to no one in particular. Throw a blanket over them at the drop, and then coming in hard is Joe Berry.
I don't like that free kick. I reckon he instigated the contact high.
So Boxall went low. Berry comes in front on contact.
No, that should actually be holding the ball.
Yeah. Free kick.
Don't you reckon?
Totally.
Well, you can't drive your head into your opponent that's coming in. What else is Berry supposed to do there?
Dangerous.
Yeah.
Boxall just sends it back where it came from. Again, a 4-on-4, and it's flicked out backwards. Definitely almost a throw reversal. Wine's got it out wide, and Berry's wrapped up in the tackle. Or Jacob Ware, rather, as he's ripped off the canvas. St Kilda by 21. Port Adelaide are yet to get on the scoreboard, and we're 16 minutes in.
Ball up. Marshall takes it out of the ruck. Whitlock is that second ruck for Port, and Lai sits under that one nicely. Must have been touched off the boot because took a chest mark there at right half back.
Just the other area of the game as well in terms of the tackle count. 16-9 in favour of St Kilda. Their pressure has ramped up and they've been good in that space.
Wanganeen Miller held on to, and Wines and Marshall having a few afters.
And Butters just the 3 disposals, Drew just the 3.
And Wanganeen Miller, beautiful ball use, finds Filippo, who took a mark 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle away to the left only 5 minutes ago. So he's had a cider.
The other thing, I know, and I don't want to jump in shadows here, we're only halfway through the first quarter, but just got this feel to me at the moment. I don't know if you guys are thinking the same. St Kilda are all over Port Adelaide, and yeah, I won't say it could get ugly, but they need to arrest this momentum, Port Adelaide, because they're under siege at the minute.
Philippou put it away to the right from this spot earlier, and this one's bending straight through the middle. That's 4 on the trot for the Saints. They've come to play in gather round. 4-3-27. Port Adelaide yet to score. 17 minutes gone in the first term.
Yeah, I agree with you, Josh. I think it's they need to find the right mix here because Jace Burgoyne is going to centre bounce now to stay with Wanganeen Miller, and it's like what Zach Butters doing. He's the skipper today. He was the skipper last week. They need to win territory now, and you look at that forward line mix, and the last centre bounce they had Ewan McKinlay, Joe Berry, Corey Durden, Joe Richards with the front line of your forward line, and it doesn't give a lot of confidence down the field to be more attacking, and you can see St Kilda know what's ahead of them. They're playing fast and aggressive, and it's paying off for them.
And even the mids for Port Adelaide just not getting hold of the footy. Zach Butters, they rely on him week in, week out. Horn Francis needs to get going, just the 2 disposals. Wines, just the 2. Just not enough of them touching the footy.
Voice of four-time Showdown medalist Josh Franco and Premiership player Lauren Arnell on ABC Sport. Tapped down to Wanganeen Miller, but he gives it away to Wines. Quick kick forward. Taru comes the other way. Flanders drops his head in and again gets a high tackle. The Saints are getting away with murder right now on the Adelaide Oval. Free kick. He heads out to the eastern side. Tried to place his kick out towards Wilson. Didn't really reach him. McKinlay backtracking, cuts it off. Port have a chance now, a rare foray forward in their attacking half, and Lukosius wants to go central. The kick is miserable. Forward of Wines. Koning hands it towards Clark. He fumbled. It's ugly right now. Sinclair with a bit of class in traffic does well. Flanders at right half back gets the Saints out to the Williams stand. And off a step, Silvani heads down the line. Launching through is Sharman out the back door as Burne-Jones for the power. Hands it off to Evans, who sidesteps one. A bit of pressure again. Got it back to Burne-Jones. Now Butters. Didn't really know what to do. He's trying to draw a couple of men in. Can free up Burne-Jones. The tackle lingers on Butters. They'll take the advantage anyway. Out to the defensive edge of the square. Port Adelaide have it through Farrell.
Inboard to Wines. Just defensive side of the centre circle. Directing traffic, finds Jones. He plays on quickly. Long inside the forward 50. An opportunity for Georgiades.
That's the kick.
Much better ball movement, Lauren. And he takes the mark 20 metres out and a tough angle to the right.
And that's the one where you need to get him one-on-one. You can see that Port Adelaide have done oppo. They're looking and they're not wanting to kick to the spare, and they're allowing the spare in front of them. So if they're going to do that, they've got to play fast, and they're able to get out to that far side and go quicker to Georgiades is much better footy.
So this will be their first scoring shot. It's taken 20 minutes of game time. Trailing by 27 points. Going to Banana, the check side, and Mitch Georgiades puts Port on the board. A much-needed goal, to say the least. They're one straight 6. St Kilda 4-3-27. That's a margin of 21 points. 20 minutes gone in the first term.
Josh, it looked like Lukosius and McKinlay have swapped as well. McKinlay looked like he went to a wing at the last centre bounce, and they've actually pushed Lukosius forward to help out with another target to kick to.
Yeah, absolutely, and potentially that's just one of their pre-match rotations that they'll do on the field. But even to your point before, Lauren, Bergman, he just seems to be wasted forward. And whether he's right or wrong, he's out there, so he should be 100% fit, ready to go. So you wouldn't imagine they would be trying to save him or look after him. But I guess it goes back to the comment I made pre-game that is he a midfielder, is he a defender, he's now a forward. What are they doing with Miles Bergman? But in terms of the flow of the game, a much-needed goal for Port Adelaide. The build-up, the method, it was composed, and terrific finish there from Georgiades.
Saints by 21. Tap down to Wines. Quickly tackled. Ball shoots out. Burgoyne now set upon 3. Saints pile in, holding the ball.
Going to ground just hurts you. That's the rule.
Wangani Millera comes up with it and has a runner. Releases Taru into the 50. The kick's a little shallow. Perfect bounce to Sharman, though, on the half volley. Gives it to Brad Hill, who arcs around. The triple premiership player sets it up. 20 from home. Getting back to cut it off is McKinlay. And the whole St Kilda really didn't get to it in time. Port Adelaide get out of dodge. They're down 21 at the moment. Short pass wide to the right back pocket. And Todd Marshall has it on return.
Kicks it back to the goal square. Aaliyah goes out wide to Lai at left half back. Not a lot.
I don't know what to do with it.
A lot happening, Josh. So Marshall's got it back where he started. Lowers the eyes, kicks towards Richards among 3 St Kilda players. The mark was dropped and he did well. Gathered, kicks it short to Jason Horne-Francis, who slips over. He's got runners though. Goes the 1-2 with Richards, who lowers his eyes, and it's Georgiades again.
Tom, I will say, I reckon Port Adelaide got lucky there. That kick, I think it was from Marshall coming out of their back 50. St Kilda defended the ground really well, and he had to pull off the miracle kick, and as I said, dodged a bullet because St Kilda got first hand to it, brought it to ground, but they had enough numbers around the footy to then get the ball back and go inside forward 50. But tell you what, if this bloke doesn't play or wasn't playing, they'd be in massive trouble. Port Adelaide, he's a star, this guy.
11 goals for the year. It was a 1-on-3 that Richards somehow won at centre half back.
Yeah.
And got it moving. So Georgiades will take a kick from just inside the 50. 45-degree angle. He's hit it nicely, but just pulled it away to the left. Minus score 1-1-7. And St Kilda a 4-3-27. 22 and a half minutes gone. Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, Tom, as you can probably see from up there, the rain is starting to drizzle, as it has done for much of the weekend. So interesting to see how that affects the already sloppy conditions.
It's quickly getting heavier and heavier, Josh. I hope you packed your jacket. St Kilda head to left half back. Down the line, Wilson's kick up towards Butler. Free kick going his way.
That all started from some really poor defensive effort from Horne-Francis there. Just allowed the outlet kick. That's not good enough at this level.
If it wasn't for the free kick, they would have gone end-to-end in a matter of seconds. Yep. Butler now has to reverse on the 45, looking to the centre circle. Wilkie's there. Plenty of space. Heads out to right half forward. Taru. Front of the Wanganeen stand. St Kilda at the moment up by 20. Time on in the opening term. Wilkie sets it up. High bomb, top of the goal square. Couple of flyers. Knocked away by Lukosius. Higgins lays a tackle on the drop. And we'll get a ball up 15 out. St Kilda 4-3-27. Port 1-1-7. It's Georgiades continuing his goal scoring run. He's had 27 games in a row now where he's hit the scoreboard. Tap down Marshall. Spun in the washing machine. Wanganeen Miller a full 360. Gets into the deck. Another ball up. And the Saints break through here in front of the hill. At the northern ends, Sweet wins it down straight to Higgins. Game 150, dropped it in the tackle, almost flung it out. Garcia can't control it either. And again, Liam Ryan catches a huge clothesline as he slips in to try and get it low. He manoeuvres his body so well, it's quite dangerous, but he pops up with the pill.
Tell you what.
Free kick 40 out.
He ducked his head again, and Georgiades gave him a mouthful. But that's where... I know the game goes at a million miles an hour, but just the umpires need to be better in that scenario. I mean, that's two that he's got through ducking his head.
The debate last
don't
week
like
with the arc in terms of last disposals, can it be used in free kicks like that? Liam Ryan comes in, leans back from 50. It's starting right, coming back a little, but not enough. St Kilda back up by an equal game high, 21 points. Actually, I was going to say it was 27 before, so 21 at the moment for the Saints. 24 played in the opening term, and quick ball movement from the Power as they head to the eastern wing.
Yeah, thanks to Logan Evans, and he gets it over the top to Drew, who's got a paddock in front of him. Not a lot of Port players, though, so he's waiting for Richards to run in there. Too much on it for him. Saints have the numbers at the back. Hunter Clark kicks out towards the boundary line. Drew in there with the spoil. In front is Flanders, tackled by Ware over the paint, and we'll have a ball up right on the 50 and the boundary line. Left half forward for Port Adelaide, who trail by 21 points. Still a bit of time left in this quarter. 25 and a half minutes gone of game time. So boundary throw in. Sweet versus Marshall. Both sort of overran it there. Gathered by Butters from the quick kick out. Knocked inside the forward 50 by Higgins. Lai comes in, rides the bump, gets it to Lukosius, who chucks it on the boot. And in his rush kick, couldn't find a score. Out of bounds on the full. And St Kilda will bring it back in through Taru.
Tell you what, Lai was outstanding there, wasn't he? Just beeline the ball and didn't flinch, but terrific play there.
Just his third game tonight, but threw his body in. Flanders has the footy, heads to right half back. Marshall's there against a couple of power players, and this time Port Adelaide decides, let's reverse the script and see if we can win a free kick. Horn Francis throws the head back and wins it at left half forward. Quickly pops up. Pulls the kick to the charging Whitlock. Had two to beat. Hits the deck. Taru puts his head over it and spun around over the boundary line by Ware. Boundary throwing left half forward. At least they're consistent, Josh.
Yeah, at least they are. And Lauren, just to your point there, Marshall dropping back. They had the extra behind the ball when they kick long. They just don't look threatening at all inside 50, Port Adelaide. Saints setting up really well behind the ball.
Marshall and Sweet again. Sweet knocks it down towards Butters.
Clearances are an issue again for Port Adelaide.
Garcia's quick kick out of defence. Lands in Hall's lap. Ryan's on the run. He overruns it. Evans is there, trying to hold it in for Port Adelaide. He's got two Saints players around him. The umpire says he dived on it, so he'll get done holding the ball.
It's a good contest from Logan Evans. I think he started the game well. The challenge for him is he went to his knees, and they've told the players if you're on the ground and you're on your knees and you bring that ball in, it doesn't really matter what happens after that if you can't get it out.
Yeah. Clearance count at the moment is 10-1 St Kilda's way, so that's causing Josh Carr a few headaches.
Ball's kick was roved by Butters. Joe Richards has got it at centre half back. Dangerous ball to Watkins, but he got it to ground. Overrunning it was Farrell. Problems here for Port Adelaide again. St Kilda using their hands out to Clark. Goes inside the forward 50. Bergman's back there, and in front of him is Lai.
Well done.
Who has started well.
Yeah.
Marks at right half back for Port.
All the way out of Cheltenham in the Southern Footy League. Picked up last year as the SSP product and now gets a crack. Down the line he goes. 3-on-3. Throw a blanket over them as a big fist comes in. And Francis waited for it. A couple of tackles laid. And being pulled off the deck is Boxall.
Spoken a bit about Miles Bergman. He's now the spare in defence, which has left two St Kilda players. One St Kilda player still spare for them.
Sweet down. Boxall tries to part the seas and they close right in on him. Ball shoots out like a bar of soap. Boundary throw in, although they're going to check this if it actually came off anyone's leg. It's right in front of the benches right now. Little forward of centre wing for St Kilda. Umpires are coming together. And we'll get another delay in play, which I'm sure the crowd will absolutely relish. Rain still trickling down as well, and it will be tossed into play, Lauren.
Lauren, am I right in saying that that's Bergman behind the ball as well?
It is,
so maybe he's been moved back now.
He has, yeah.
Wow.
And so
Okay.
that's left St Kilda +2 behind this stoppage.
Yeah.
Tossed in, but cleared both rucks. Trickles to the logo, and Joe Richards goes bang as he accelerates through. Hot handball, Lukosius fumbles, but they make it work. Horn Francis in a bit of trouble, turns away, gives it back to Richards as he pulls the kick to Jacob Ware. It's bucketing down now, but Port will get a set shot, 45 out.
Question here is whether he has the leg. I think classy from Joe Richards just to balance up, knowing that spare was ahead of him. I'm going to go on about it all night. I'm sorry, guys. It's absolutely killing me. But does Jacob Ware have the leg? He's going to have to kick from a 50+.
Yeah.
Has hit the scoreboard this year in his first campaign with the Power. Big moment for them on quarter time, trailing by 21. Jacob Ware starts at the attacking edge. Long approach, gives it as much as he can, but it's low and flat and it'll fall short. Fist knocks it through for the minus score in the goal square, and it is St Kilda by 20 points at the first change, and a little bit of afters as well as they come together at the attacking arc.
Guess who started that?
Jack Higgins?
No, Jack Butter.
Oh, of course. It's another fine incoming.
It could be.
And it's continuing all the way to the centre square as well. Hugo Garcia is really getting stuck into him. He has the run with roll and trying to play a little bit of, I guess,
Watkins.
Bodyguard is Watkins. Yeah, he's thrown himself in front. Umpires just can't seem to separate them. Every single time they part their ways, they come back together. Lockie Jones, Hulk figure, full mullets in there as well. 80 style, ready to box on.
Yeah.
Don't know where to look. It's all happening right now.
Well, off all of that, Wangani Malira's gone straight to the central field umpire and had a bit to say as well.
Spot fires all over the Adelaide Oval, and finally they separate. That being said, Liam Ryan is still trash talking on the logo, and his teammates have had to come and rip him away. So finally we're going to get to the first break with St Kilda up by 20 points. 4-4-28 to 1-2-8. Goal scorers are all individuals. So Filippo, Ryan, Wood, Sharman and Georgiades for Port Adelaide. Is the conclusion to Gather Round on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Okay, ready?
Little listeners have a new space to get all their favourite podcasts.
Hooray!
Like exclusive new episodes of Bluey Listen Along.
Let's dance to celebrate!
Create a kids profile today by heading to the Kids tab on the ABC Listen app.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Right half forward, Mason Wood. An eternity to think about what to do. No one was there. Plays on, sends it inside 50, using the body to Koning, but it works for Sharman. Cooper Sharman trying to fill the void of Max King. He's 5 goals, 1 for the year. Stabs at it from 25 and drills it through the big sticks. Top of the goal square, flying Ryan. It bounced off his chest. G launches the air, does his own crumbing, quick kick across the face. Was it 15? Yes. Mark taken by Mason Wood, plays on, snaps and kicks the Saints second. Garcia to the top of the goal square. Ryan again launches and is then collared as he falls forward, tracking the footy. Horn Francis collects him. Straight line approach for Liam Ryan. Easy as you like. And it's an ominous start for the Power. The Saints are 3-2-20. Port Adelaide are yet to score.
And Wangani Miller, beautiful ball use, finds Filippo, who took a mark 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle away to the left only 5 minutes ago. Filippo put it away to the right from this spot earlier. And this one's bending straight through the middle. That's 4 on the trot for the Saints. Long inside the forward 50, an opportunity for Georgiades.
That's the kick.
Going to Banana, the check side, and Mitch Georgiades puts Port on the board. A much-needed goal to say the least.
The 2026 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
You can't say the great state of South Australia is not consistent. A little bit of rain here at the Adelaide Oval as we've seen through the weekend, but once again a mega crowd to wrap up Gather Round. Sold out here between Port Adelaide and St Kilda, but the home side barely turned up in the first term. It is the Saints by 20 points. 4-4-28 plays 1-2-8. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling the action for you on ABC Sport. You can get in touch on 0437 774 774. We've had a lot of contentious high free kicks. A couple of Saints players dropping the knee and the shoulder. David says, of course you go head first for the ball. I'm not really worried about it in terms of the players throwing their body in, even though we've seen some free kicks. Our experts tonight to break down the opening term, former Port Adelaide AFLW coach Lauren Arnell and the All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco. What'd you make of it, Loz?
Oh, I'm impressed with the Saints start. I think they've had the game on their terms. Whilst Wangani Malira, we mentioned him pre-game, and I think, Josh, you said he needs a bit of help. Was it Tom? Like, he's only had 3 touches, and the Saints have been really, really good. I think it's certainly been the style of footy they want to see, and the insistence on the +1, +2 behind the ball and behind stoppage is absolutely working for them. They're playing nice and quickly inside 50 and capitalising on their opportunities. And Port, quite the opposite. I think Butters is getting a really hard time from Hugo Garcia, but we would have been able to pick that 14 days ago when they went into the bye.
Well, it's interesting. I thought Port Adelaide's first probably 4 minutes was actually okay. Yeah. They had a bit of field position. They went inside 50. They didn't capitalise or get opportunities to hit the scoreboard. But then the game just flipped on its head, didn't it? Pressure from St Kilda was outstanding. The area of concern, and we spoke about the inconsistencies of Port Adelaide at stoppages in recent weeks. Last week at half-time, I think, Aaron, you said they only had 6 clearances to half-time, which is an all-time record. But at the moment, it's 10-2, so they're on track to beat that. So only 2 clearances in the first quarter. Mind you, we're still talking about Butters, Horne-Francis, Drew, Ollie Wines. So those guys have to lift their game in there. Because as we said, in conditions like this, when it is potentially difficult to move the ball, when the ball's wet and slippery, you've got to get field position off the back of clearance win, and they're not doing their job in there at the moment.
I think you've got to show up for the contest too, and you mentioned a couple of times there were some missed opportunities. Tackle count currently with St Kilda up on the scoreboard. Saints 28, Port Adelaide 15 tackles for the quarter.
That's a huge number. That's a huge discrepancy.
It's exactly what we saw last week, and I said it in the pre-game, the alarm bells about the Richmond performance, where the Tigers were on top of them. They just used the ball poorly. They were negative 15 in tackles last week, and as he touched on, 6 clearances at half-time, and they're headed towards something even lower.
And that's where the asset has to go on to. And look, Butters is a star, and he keeps carrying this midfield group at Port Adelaide, but the asset has to start going on a Jason Horne-Francis, the Ollie Wines, the Drews of the world, to get the job done in there, because they're not doing it at the moment, and they're still getting enough hit-outs, they're still getting enough looks from Jordan Sweet, but they're just not getting the job done. The other one for me is I'm looking for Bergman. I can't find him. Is that him? Because he started forward. He looks like he might be on the bench now, potentially, but what are they going to do with Miles Bergman this quarter, because he doesn't look fit?
So second quarter underway here at the Adelaide Oval, and Miles Bergman is starting out of the full forward square. Tap down, Horne-Francis tracking it. Nasai Wangani-Miller tracking him. Tackle laid, ball shoots out. No free kick, but Saints will win out. Sharman gives it back to Wangani-Miller. Full stride from 45, misses, but it might be coming back. Non-controlling umpire marches in, 400-metre sprint. Nasai Wangani-Miller to get the footy just inside the attacking arc. I was going to say earlier, Josh, I think you've been calling too much with Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, I know. I've got to get my grumpy head off, don't I?
I was going to say, you're also getting some really elongated responses. You're really fleshing it out.
Oh, look, I get disappointed, I guess, from a Port Adelaide perspective, because they're not giving a yelp in there at the moment. When your clearance differential of 10-2 at quarter time, that's just not good enough.
So Kane Farrell with the afters, free kick to Nasai Wangani-Miller. What did you see out there, Josh, Tom, in the build-up to the bounce?
Boxall's been following Jason Horne-Francis everywhere, but Horne-Francis is wanting to play on Wangani-Miller, so he had this little 3-way thing going on in the centre circle.
Wangani-Miller gets close to the man on the mark, but it won't hurt the kick. That is a gorgeous strike from 50, and they come from everywhere to really celebrate with him as well. A couple of Saints fans in front of us here in the box bowing to their Messiah as Messiah's on the scoreboard. St Kilda up by 26 to start the second term. 5-4-34 plays 1-2-8. 90 seconds in. Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco on ABC Sport.
Such a nice finish. He absolutely hit it flush, didn't he? And it comes off the back of what you mentioned, another centre bounce win for St Kilda, and just all the forward momentum. And the mix now is what's most interesting to me at centre bounce is how do you counteract that if you're Josh Carr, and you've got 3 of your wiser heads in there at the moment.
Just looking as well, they've now got Marshall on the wing. Not sure what, we'll keep an eye on that at the moment, but he's lining up on Ewan McKinlay.
Rowan Marshall.
Yeah, Rowan Marshall on the wing. Interesting. But you don't give Wangani-Miller a second chance, do you? He'll make you pay every day of the week.
Back in the middle of the ground, De Koning knocks it forward and Boxall runs onto it. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Another clearance. Lockie Jones under pressure, gathers well. Handballs to McKinlay. Got some run from Farrell. Unleashes that long left boot up towards Whitlock. Going back with the flight. Good plays on quickly. A bit ambitious potentially. Tackled from De Koning. Hill's got it for St Kilda at centre half back to Garcia, who ran into a wall. Kick out towards centre wing, one-on-one, and Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller just pushes Burne-Jones out the way. Goes the 1-2, directing traffic up towards right half forward, but missed the target in Owens, and that'll be a lasso free kick right half back for the Port Adelaide Footy Club. Alia's got it. They trail by 26 points.
He's really thriving now. Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller up to 6 touches early in the second quarter. Alia heads through defensive 50 to Jones, and now Lai, centre half back. Short pass, Darcy Burne-Jones. Methodical here.
To get a bit of speed on the ball. They got evens ahead of the contest, so get it in quick, too slow. Now St Kilda have got numbers back.
Scouted in the pre-season and they've stuck with it. The kick muck ball game from Josh Carr out wide. Winds to Alia and now forward to Jack Lukosius, just behind right half forward. Turns through the Wanganeen stand, wants to square up his kick. Whitlock the target. Taru comes through, knocks it towards the boundary line. It'll be tossed in. He's looked pretty good, the young man, for the Saints. Top defender in his draft and seems to be everywhere tonight, Laws.
He looks to compete in the air and on ground level really, really well. He's been impressive so far.
So boundary throw in just in front of the scoreboard, the northern end of Adelaide Oval. Marshall knocks it down. Brad Hill was waiting there. Kick just went straight up in the air. Richards gathered, gets it to Wines, who kicks to space. Ewan McKinlay's got time to turn around and snap around the body, just can't bring it back far enough. Minor score, Port go to 1-3-9. St Kilda 5-4, 34, 4 minutes gone, second term.
Gather round on ABC Sport. Earlier today, Geelong winners over the Eagles by 46. The Giants wrapped up the Tigers pretty easy at the Barossa by 56. Out to left half back. Kick well weighted. Taru releases Wilkie. Down the line he goes on the eastern side. Big fist comes in from Jones on the 2-on-2. Burne-Jones reads it well. Hands it to Lukosius and Port Adelaide get another crack.
That's
helicopter
junk.
into the 50 to no one, and backtracking is Brad Hill.
That is junk. That is absolute rubbish, Jack Lukosius. He's gone the barrel there.
For a guy they gave the world for, he hasn't been able to deliver so far in the early stages of his career and hasn't had a great night either. Farrell a hot handball and Bergman fumbles, and now they're under pressure again. The Saints walls close in. Butters gets through it all. Smooth as Butters. 45 out. He's got the spread. Put the Saints on toast. Butters home at the northern end. And it is St Kilda by 19 points. 5-4-34. Port Adelaide 2-3-15. 5 minutes into the second term on ABC Sport.
Oh, cream rises to the top and a really classy finish from Zach Butters. I liked Kane Farrell's work. He probably didn't start the game very well. I think he was a bit patchy in that first quarter. He wasn't very clean. But to get that corridor handball through and identify the outnumber through the corridor for Port Adelaide was smart from Farrell and just gave enough space to Butters to get out there.
Butters hitting the scoreboard. There's been a bit of criticism about him not doing that and why he's not worth $2 million apparently. 5 behinds to start the year and finally gets a major.
But even Bergman there as well, we talk about his fitness, just fumbled the ball, didn't he? He's sort of nowhere at the moment, Paul Miles Bergman. Whether he's injured or not, who knows?
Back in the middle of the ground. Port Adelaide get it to 19 points. St Kilda with the clearance. Just nursed under the footy was Farrell, and running through is Garcia. Has he got the immediate response? He does! Clean from Garcia. Hugo's the man. 6-4-40 St Kilda. The immediate response, Port 2-3-15, 6 minutes gone, second term.
Josh, if you've got a tagging job and your direct opponent in Butters kicks a goal, the best response you can possibly give is stream out the front of centre bounce and slot one yourself. I think well done, Hugo Garcia.
Well, interestingly as well, Lauren, we talked about the ball ups and throw-ins around the ground. It's 10-3 in favour of St Kilda, but at the moment centre bounce is 6-3. That's their third shot on goal from centre bounce. So they're running at 50% every time they win a centre bounce clearance. And again, when you allow the opposition to come full face of goal with speed on the ball, it's difficult to defend.
Hurts when your captain tries so hard for the contested goal and then they walk it out of the middle in response.
Exactly. Walking out, that's probably the better language to use. They just walked it out of the centre bounce, then the Saints.
Saints by 25. Josh Franco, Lauren Arnell, your experts tonight. Free kick in the ruck contest. Actually on the ball, drop out of it. Over the shoulder, Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller to get it.
He's starting to get going too, isn't he?
Built it up as the clash of the $2 million men. The size probably got the better of Butters. Into the 50. It was a bullet pass. Slipped through Flanders. Out the back door. Max Hall says thank you very much. Just slipped through the traffic with the pace. Max Hall was able to trap it, snap it, and kicks it from 25 out. Saints are up by a game-high 31 points in the second term. 7-4-46 to 2-3-15. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Well, Lauren, I think Wanganeen Miller only had the 3 first quarter. Is that right? 3 first quarter disposals. He's already up to 8 now. He's only running at 40% kicking efficiency, but he's just starting to work his way into the game. And what the stars of the competition do is they create panic, they create angst, particularly when you've got a relatively young, inexperienced player as well in Burgoyne trying to man him up, and just paid the price for giving away a free kick. And gee whiz, St Kilda at the moment are looking ominous.
Hugo Garcia, 9 touches, 5 contested, 4 clearances, and that goal as well. It's meant to be tagging. He's dominating. Sweet gets this one out of the ruck, kicks it forward. Mason Woods under the fall of the ball. It's the handball back in defence to Sinclair. Garcia with his tense touch, and
just another poor one-on-one contest there from Lukosius. Not strong enough, allowing St Kilda to get on that loose ball.
So De Koning from centre wing inside the forward 50. Flying at it is Sharman. Waiting down was Marshall. Owens takes on a few tacklers, shrugs, kicks it around his body up towards the top of the square. Flying Ryan's there. Get a piece on that, and Ware knocks it through, and Ryan's might have landed straight in his back there, Josh. Taking his time to get up.
Yeah. Might have knocked the wind out of him.
Minus score 7-5-47, Port 2-3-15.
Hit mummified already with the shoulder strapping, and now he's haunched over after being winded on the deck. Port move it to Todd Marshall, left back pocket. Gee, had to be pinpoint. Bullet pass, defensive edge. Drew takes it between 2, releases Butters. Now Lukosius can turn, but he's too casual. Laconic and nearly run down. Sharman almost got him into the 50, committing to the launch. It comes out the back and running into an open goal. It's an easy finish for Durden. Gee, it was a tough task. Unfortunately for the Saints, all of their defenders launched at once, and it just freed up Port Adelaide to waltz into goals. Hugh Boxall committed to the body when he didn't need to. Absolutely crashed the pack. The Saints, and unfortunately, leak a costly goal. And Port Adelaide now 3-3-21. St Kilda 7-5-47. 9 played. Second term. Lauren Arnell, Josh Franco, your experts.
I mean, you got to give a shout out to Durden here. He's probably about as tall as I am, which isn't very big at all. He's won a contested mark against 2 Saints players and been able to finish. But I feel like I know what you're going to say, Josh. Like high risk, high reward out of that.
Was it Todd Marshall?
Todd Marshall again, but that's why he's here.
Yeah,
and there's 2 goals that have come from it.
Tell you what, you turn it over there, though. It's a goal against. They can't keep living like this, Port Adelaide, and getting goals through luck.
In the ruck contest, Ware lays a huge tackle.
Marshall's been kicking at an 83% efficiency, so
that's
if
the reason
you
he's
trust
there.
anyone to do it, it's him.
Throw up in the middle of the ground to Koning. Knocks it to Flanders. He's gang tackled.
And probably that one's a bit unfair saying that's luck, but high risk, wow. But they got the result.
A big pack of players already inside that centre square. Another ball up. Bit of soccer off the deck. Richards picks it up. His kick was smothered. Goes again. Tries to do the same. And another tackle this time laid by Butters. It's moved forward about 20 metres for the Power. They're trailing by 26 points.
Look at the numbers around the stoppage here.
Ross Lyon will be loving this. Koning knocks it down, but it's gathered by Sweet, who that one might make it rain going inside the forward 50. It has stopped for a moment. Silvani knocked it out of there. Butters is immediately tackled by Hall. Gets it to Ware, to Burn-Jones. He pumps it back inside the forward 50.
Just a lack of composure there. Sorry,
Cal
Tom.
Wilkie, he eats them up for a living. And he goes off to Hill after his intercept mark.
Spot something he likes on the broadcast wing. It's Mitch Owen, but he's matched up against Alaire, who's one of the best interceptors in the comp right now. That's a dicey one-on-one, and Port Adelaide win out. Fresh off 18 intercepts against the Tigers. 10 coaches' votes for earlier. Inside 50, trying to fly with Georgiades. He's almost tunnelled. Hit the deck hard. Ball carries out towards Garcia, then Hill to Wilkie. And the Saints through Sinclair get out of dodge out to left half back. Ryan takes it near the Wanganeen stand. Saints are up by 26 at the moment. Ryan Not really sure what to do, and gee, it was a hospital kick. Flanders is crunched. It was sat on top of his head. Butters came in, big bang, then the kick from Horne-Francis out to Georgiades, 2 to beat. Can't take it. Vauxhall mops it up for the Saints, then Wilkie heads to right half back. And a rare error from Cal Wilkie. He's kicked that near the front row. That's Josh Money style. Free kick, Port Adelaide, left half forward. But, gee, that was a tough kick from Liam Ryan. He's almost murdered Sam Flanders. Guys, he has. Free kick, Willem Drew.
Plays on quickly from 80 metres out, up towards the top of the goal square. And big pack of players there. Georgiades went to ground. Jack Silvani took the mark at the back of the pack.
The last 3 Port Adelaide entries have been to a 2-on-1. Georgiades against Wilkie and Silvani.
Oh, Sinclair from the left back pocket kicks it straight to Darcy Byrne-Jones. He's marked 45 metres out in a tough angle near the scoreboard.
Well, if you're advertising our game, you probably wouldn't show the last 2 minutes, would you? Just some howlers of turnovers.
Cal Wilkie and Jack Sinclair, all Australian players.
Liam Ryan, even that kick inside a few moments ago.
So he's playing as a defender, but he's got an opportunity to hit the scoreboard again, Darcy Byrne-Jones. Kicks in front of the scoreboard. Oh, Darcy Byrne-Jones. A throwback to 2 weeks ago. Kicks a goal, 4-3-27. St Kilda 7-5-47. Margin back to 20 points. 13 minutes gone, second term.
Josh, it does feel like something's starting to shift a little bit in this game. The margin is still the same as quarter time. There's still 20 points in it to St Kilda's favour. But just in this quarter, we mentioned the tackle count being well out of whack in the first quarter. But in this quarter alone, Port Adelaide 8 tackles, St Kilda 4. And it just feels like they're starting to turn up for the contest a bit more.
Absolutely.
And the inside 50 entries just need to tidy up now.
And you're right, yeah, you can. And credit to Port Adelaide, they've been able to wrestle that momentum back. Spoke about the clearances at quarter time. It's now 2-zip around the ground for Port Adelaide, so they've somewhat arrested the momentum against them in that phase of the game. But, yeah, good little patch here for Port Adelaide. Some of it off the back of some poor skill execution from St Kilda, but at least they're in the contest. Well, there's going to be a 6-6-6 here, I think.
Yeah, Saints by 21. We're seeing Liam Ryan have to run all the way from what is currently left half back through the centre square to get to the forward 50. So they will get that warning as a result. And now we get back underway here at the Adelaide Oval. Crowd's right in it now. Whitlock beats Marshall in the ruck, but tapped it straight to Garcia. Gives it to Filippo, round the body, up to left half forward for the Saints. It was a hit and hope, really. Shallow drop. And marching through, full stride as he blades into the pack as Lockie Jones clunks it, runs through, hands it to Lukosius. Kick to the 50 to Marshall. One out with Wilkie. What a matchup that's going to be. And Georgiades can't gather at his bootlaces as he's just scored it over. Excellent work from Lockie Jones. He can't go that fast. He doesn't have many soft tissues left, Josh. Got to be careful.
Boundary throw in. Port Adelaide's end. Just outside the 50, right half forward. Wines is in the ruck now. Whitlock's done a bit. Philippou gathered it. That was a weird handball from Butters. It was above his head. Opportunity, though, for Hall for St Kilda. He'll be tackled left half back for St Kilda. And we'll have another ball up. So, almost halfway through this second quarter here. From the throw-in, or the ball up, it was Marshall versus Wines. Over towards Windhager to Filippo. And a big bump, Windhager on Horne-Francis. Marshall's on his hands and knees, dived on top of it. Lukosius lays the tackle, and we'll have another ball up. Ball's barely moved from right half forward for Port Adelaide. Trying to lock it in. That one's knocked straight down to Lukosius. He bangs it inside and just lands inside the paint. So we'll have a throw in front of the scoreboard. 16 minutes gone. St Kilda a 7-5-47, Port Adelaide a 4-3-27.
Yeah, game's definitely shifted, Lauren, hasn't it? The inside 50s this quarter, 11-5, Port Adelaide's way, and starting to get their hands on the footy and win some clearances to get a bit of field position and locking in their front half and generating some repeat entries.
Saints by 21 after leading by 32. Tossed in. Marshall lost it, almost Falcon in the ruck contest. Butters shot a handball under pressure. Couldn't find a teammate. Garcia wrapped up. 45 out. Liam Ryan's going to be buying dinner for Sam Flanders all week, I think, after that pass, because Josh Money is getting patched up downstairs after the hit.
He is indeed. A bit of a concussion test, but the most immediate concern at the moment is just the patch up on the back of the head. So a bit of blood there. Thanks for nothing,
so
Ryan.
Just a little HIA maybe, Josh? Or
Yes, I think so, and they'll do those tests, but they don't seem overly concerned at this stage, but obviously they'll take no risk.
We know all about the hospital handball, but that certainly was a hospital kick from Liam Ryan. Just casual 45, put him in a lot of strife. out of the stoppage. Josh Lai gets it to Butters overhead with a bicycle kick, trying to get it towards the 50. Only found Cal Wilkie. It was pretty marvellous, just didn't pay off. The switch to Silvani and now to the broadcast swing. Backtracking, Darcy Burn-Jones. Back with the flight. It wasn't this sensational high-flying mark. It was just excellent game awareness. Put the fist up and took it without even looking at the ball, but his kick is miserable. Turnover. Phillippo for the Saints. Gets it out to Windhager. Into the 50. Owens flies, as does Evans. Hits the deck. Jack Higgins is there to Crum. Snags with the tumbler. Misses on the tight angle as it's knocked through for a minor score. That was a hard and desperate dive that's actually left Logan Evans worse for wear. He's clutching his right shoulder. A little bit of concern for the power. He's put the hand up to the trainer as well. Can't really move it and turns straight towards the bench. So Josh Money will keep an eye on that. In the meantime, after all of that, St Kilda by 21 rather.
So Farrell long out of defence, up towards Whitlock. Falls out the pack of the pack. Good hands from Wilson. It was Boxall, in fact. Now they're going in, Carroll rather, going inside the forward 50, top of the goal square. Port Adelaide have the numbers. Well rowed by Evans. It mustn't be too bad. Kicks up the ground. Oh, couldn't take the half volley. Georgiades fumbled. Windhager gets to lower the eyes, looking for flying Ryan. Farrell got his hands in there. Somehow got rid of the footy to haul, did St Kilda. And they've got Mason Wood outside the 50. He flattens the ball, but too much on it. Aaliyah dropped a sitter. Now they're under enormous pressure. Port Adelaide, a flying shot on goal away to the right. Phillippo, that's his second behind. Could have kicked 3 easily. The young South Australian. St Kilda 7-7-49. Port 4-3-27.
Ball must be slippery.
Yeah, there's no doubt it will be very slippery, but this is the time where you just need a calm head if you're Port Adelaide and stop overcooking it to the spare.
Rain has subsided, but we had a little patch at the back end of the first. Short pass to Lockie Jones, and now back to Evans, who looks okay, and then across the defensive goal face to Lockie Jones again. Some stat padding as they move it through a defensive 50, but it's so dicey and treacherous. They're putting themselves under pressure. Jones hits Farrell, but it was pretty line ball. Sharman nearly got there. The kick down the line works to Drew as well. These are all millimetres away from defenders. Drew releases Burn-Jones down the line. Georgiades took it and turned off his line to go. Does backtrack, and the umpire's happy to give him some time. He'll hand it to the runner. Burn-Jones drills it. Whitlock through his hands. Out the back, Horn Francis caught well away from 2 Saints, and they'll get there comfortably. Windhager, those toadies into the turf. Little scrubber out towards left half back. Port Adelaide will get another crack. Wines to Whitlock. Lukosius on the tight angle. Has a go. Misses to the right. And the Saints lead is down to 21. 19 played in the second term. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, and Aaron, Sam Flanders back on for the Saints, so no concussion concerns there for St Kilda.
What about that kick from Farrell? Talk about risk. That was a risky kick, but he's within his capabilities. That was outstanding to set up that entry from Port Adelaide.
Playing with some dare, Port Adelaide. So Sinclair goes to Tyree. Right half back for the Saints. Be asked to play on now. Port Adelaide have set up well. Kicks towards centre wing. A mismatch there. De Koning, but coming over the top is Evans. And, geez, he's working hard. He's been desperate to get off the ground, and he's on his haunches on the bench.
I think he hurt himself in that contest then, Tom. Even the one just in front of us, the aerial.
Another one that will get Josh Money to keep an eye on.
Went right to the back of the bench. Almost like, that's it, I'm up. Leave me alone.
And as the rain comes down, that was a high ball from Taru. And in the ruck is De Koning and Wines. Windhager leading Drew to the footy. Sockers it off the deck. Burn-Jones embraces the contact. Gets it to Ware. His chick kick over the top of Wines had too much on it. They needed someone to touch it here, Port. That was clever from Wilkie, who ensured Georgiades couldn't touch it, so they won the lasso free kick. Plays on quickly to Clark.
They want players to try and keep it in, but that was more of a shepherd, so he's kind of found another loophole there. Clark on the 45. Gets it out. Carroll now off a step into the 50. Strong grab in front by Bergman. His best moment of the night. Josh Franco might have to lay off him for a bit after that one. Passes towards Wines at centre half back. This is an air ball out towards the broadcast wing. Burgoyne had to wait precariously, and Taru doesn't destroy him as a result. He just gets the fist in. Could have absolutely cleaned him up. Boundary throw in to come, right half forward for the Power.
Mention momentum swinging a little bit. I think the Saints have done well to absorb what Port Adelaide's thrown at them in the middle of this second quarter. They've held up really nicely.
De Koning and Wines again. Battling hard is Ollie. Brownlow, middle winning midfielder. Ball comes back to Sinclair for St Kilda. His quick kick towards Wanganeen Miller is intercepted by his best mate and Jace Burgoyne, who's got a bit of a tagging role on him tonight. Farrell's got the footy, centre half back. Goes short to Berry, offensive side of the centre circle. We come out wide. Joe Richards has found some space. So they got it on centre wing now. Trailing by 21 points the Power. 3 goals apiece this term. 21 points was the margin at quarter time as well. So Lear at the logo. Short to Bergman. Trying to get involved in this game. Now we get the long ball inside the forward 50, looking for Sweet. Floating back was the other ruckman in De Koning for St Kilda. Gets it out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in left half forward for the Power, who trail by 21 points.
Just on the Bergman thing too, I must admit, I'm not having an actual crack at Bergman. I'd actually feel for him because he's playing as a deep forward, not influencing the game at all.
Don't worry, Josh, I'm just rolling you up.
Yeah.
Not as bad as Ryan O'Keefe and Joel Amati yesterday. He was getting stuck right in, tossed into the field of play, and a quick tackle laid on the drop.
And now he's the +1 behind the ball.
So St Kilda by 21 at the moment.
He wouldn't know if he's Arthur or Martha.
Inside 50 right now for the Power. Sweet down to Watkins. His central handball didn't hit Burgoyne. Wanganeen Miller are there. Got it to Clark. A little bit of a shirt front. Buffets him off the ball by Wines. Ball pinballs its way to centrally. 30 out. Head over it. Marching through is Durden. Courageous. Got into a couple of tackles, but gee, threw himself in there. Ball up to come 20 out. Wet weather footy right now at the Adelaide Oval to wrap up gather round on ABC Sport. Sweet takes it out of the ruck but couldn't get boot to ball. Flung it out. Umpire says it is a throw. Free kick to St Kilda.
He has kicked a few goals like that this year, so you can understand the intent there for Sweet. But wrapped up this time. So Taru out wide to Wilkie. Left back pocket. Short to Flanders. The rain really is coming down now at Adelaide Oval. Right in front of the Cathedral. Heavens have opened. So Flanders to Clark. Left half back. Going slowly here, the Saints. Happy to maintain this 21-point margin. Plays on now. High ball. Centre wing. Outer side of the ground. Flying at that one is Sharman. The coach just gets the fist in. Out into the stance. And we'll have a throw in. So Port Adelaide trailing by 21 points. 24 and a half minutes gone in this second term for ABC Sport.
Clearances this quarter 5-2 Port Adelaide's way, so they've definitely turned the tables there.
Josh Money downstairs on ABC Sport.
Yes, it's just the left shoulder of Logan Evans that needs some attention. Being strapped now looks as though they're going to give him a run.
Fair bit of a delay here. A Power fan just didn't want to give the footy back. He tucked it under one arm and they're kind of playing silly buggers as to who had it. Finally, We're going to go on the Bashir stand side.
A memento, potentially.
Wasn't quite the Ben Keys one from a few weeks ago. The players were ready to rock and roll. Tossed in, beats both rucks, bounces his way to Berry, tries to ride the contact, but is quickly wrapped up in the tackle. The ball up to come just forward of the logo for the Power. Down 21. Still a while away from half-time here. Out of the stoppage, Max Hall shoots the handball central. Carroll places his kick up towards De Koning. Through centre half forward, has the run, gives it to Filippo, full stretch, racing towards goal, misses to the left. In the Riverbank stand ends, St Kilda's lead back to 22. Ross Lyon looks a little bamboozled about what happened there, but they got a shot on goal. 7-8-50, Port 4-4-28, gather round on ABC Sport.
Filippo threatening, isn't he, in front of goal?
Yeah.
One goal, 3.
I think that's the frustration for Ross Lyon.
Yep.
So the kick out of defence from Bergman goes straight to Silvani, who was leading Whitlock to the footy. So right half forward, he's going to send this one back inside. Kicks it to the danger zone. 2 hands on it was Filippo. Couldn't quite complete the mark. Watkins is in there for Port Adelaide. Sockers it out. St Kilda have that +1 that we've been talking about all night. So Silvani goes back inside the forward 50. Big fly there from Taru, but Burgoyne gathered it. Quick kick out of defence is going to be out on the full or just touched by Silvani. And he thinks he's got the free kick, but he will hand back to the umpire. So relief there for Port. They'll get a boundary throw in left half back for them. Still trailing by 22 points.
Gather round on ABC Sport. Text line 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch. You can chat to Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco. It's out of the ruck. De Koning taps it back towards the boundary line, and we'll try one more time.
Just think St Kilda structure themselves really well from stoppage, and having guys to anchor it like Callum Wilkie and Jack Silvani and really organise what they need to do. The kick away from stoppage has been so effective for them all night, and quite the opposite for Port Adelaide.
Big night for Cal Wilkie, so one of 3 Saints back in their home state, but he was a North Adelaide Premiership player under Josh Carr back in the day. Tossed in, gets its way to Wanganeen Miller, kicks to the leading Taru, spilled out, Owens pounces! Top of the goal square, he gets it through, and St Kilda advance the lead to 28, close to half-time. 8-8-56 plays 4-4-28. 27 gone in the second term. Gather round on ABC Sport with the Premiership player Lauren Arnell and the All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco.
So when you talk about organisation, Port Adelaide know that if they win stoppage and they kick quickly out of stoppage, which happens a lot, Josh, St Kilda will have at least a +1 and often a +2 down the line and in line with the ball. And Port Adelaide, their numbers where the spares are, they're actually getting sucked inside the stoppage. And so if the Saints are winning inside the clearance and bursting forward and getting through that spare early, there's no spare with the longer kick in wet weather, and it's really hurting the power. There's no help for those deep defenders, and Alir isn't getting as free as he has been in the last couple of weeks.
You sense the last 15 minutes of this quarter, Port Adelaide have been able to wrestle momentum back, but that one breaks their back a little bit, doesn't it?
Vaughan Francis trying to get the clearance and the free kick, gets the handball to Butters. Dances around, then gets it inside the forward 50. Tyru with a rewalt type marking attempt. Couldn't quite complete the mark, but gets a clearance out of defence, only as far as Wines. On the corner of the centre square, out of sight of the ground. Looking inside the forward 50. Flying at that one is Bergman. He's played everywhere tonight. Almost got in the back of Taru, and that was hit straight towards the boundary. And that will be delivered against St Kilda. They'll get an opportunity to bring it inside the forward 50.
Joe Berry spotted a lot of Saints ahead, so heads wide on the 45. Backtracking to Marshall. Again, if you want someone with a delicious entry, it'll be Todd, but instead he goes back wide, and again this is Joe Richards now at right half forward, same spot where they started. Rain continuing, but a little thinner than it was before. Richards stutter step, pops it just 10 to Marshall, now under pressure, but again there it is. Just exceptional by boot Todd as he pulls the kick out to the scoreboard, and Georgiades takes it, tight angle 25 out.
Well, you're right, Aaron, that was superb, wasn't it? A couple of kicks there from Marsh, and I watched him off the ball. He actually worked really hard to present in that 45, and then just had the composure to swivel his head, turn around and see Georgiades and execute the fundamental skill. Good bit of play there from Marshall and Port Adelaide.
Big week for Mitch Georgiades. He's been in the headlines with his former assistant coach saying he's going to leave at the end of the year and go out west. Not sure how many of us believe that theory. As Georgiades comes in on the tight angle and misses to the right. It's a frustrating moment on the eve of half-time. Saints margin, or lead rather, 27 points. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, Mason Wood's just been having some work on his left ankle on the Saints bench for a couple of minutes, I think, posted.
So bringing this one out of defence was Hunter Clark for St Kilda, and he's put that in the front row, just near Mason Wood as we spoke.
Josh Money's had a few touches down there, hasn't he? He cut a Wilkie kick in that one.
He fumbled them all, I think. Evans goes short to Marshall. Sorry, Josh. Goes to centre half forward looking for Lai, who flies at that one. Had his head ripped off. Play on, says the umpire. Quick kick forward, and looks like the umpire, who was about 100 metres away, I reckon, Josh Franco, found that one.
Oh, not downfield.
So high contact against Higgins. So Lai will get a chance.
He's had some good moments, Lai, hasn't he?
He has. He looks like he's up to the level. So he goes to Marshall,
the designated kicker.
To the designated kicker, the quarterback, who has found some targets. So the flat ball looking for Georgiades, and Garcia could have marked that, knocked it down. Handball out towards Watkins. He just doesn't have enough on that snap. Had the direction right on the last line of defence is Cal Wilkie.
Right on the goal line. Cal plays onto the right back pocket and sends it up to right half back. Big fly to Koning, launched into the air, couldn't bring it down. Hits the deck and walked over by Wilson. Boundary throw in left half forward. You were at the power, Loz, whilst Mitch Georgiades was there. Do you feel like he ever had an inkling of going home?
Oh, obviously not having the same conversations that Chad was having with him as a line coach, but he completely bought into everything that was happening at the club when I was there.
Contracted for a while as well. Sweet brings it down to Burgoyne, hands it to Butters, trying to zag his way away from Garcia, who gets him on the deck. He got the handball out. Burgoyne kicks around the body. It'll work. Fortuitously, Jack Watkins turns, heads to the goal square. Georgiades flies, but it bounces off his chest. Taru good under pressure. Hands it to Clark. St Kilda exit back to the broadcast swing. Horn Francis tries to mirror his tall forward. Launched way too early. Unrealistic attempt. Free kick St Kilda.
Georgiades only snags them. And Horn Francis, as you mentioned, Aaron, that was ambitious, to say the least. Up towards Aaliyah and Owens. Lear went in with the feet. Butters got on his hands and knees. Flicks it back to Logan Evans, who's back on the field. Georgiades goes to mark on the chest. Fisted away by Wilkie. And some space out there for Sinclair at centre-half back. Chips it over the top, looking for his teammate, who goes to ground. That was Carroll. And a good bump in there from his teammate, though, as Berry lays a tackle. Sinclair helped him. Siren goes. So half-time in the gather-round finale between St Kilda and Port Adelaide. And the Saints, off a fortnight's break, have come to play. They're 8-56, leading by 27 points. Port Adelaide at 4-5-29.
Goal scorers at the major break, all individuals. So for the Saints, Wangani, Miller, Owens, Filippo, Ryan, Wood, Garcia, Hall and Sharman. That tells me that's a team that doesn't have Max King out there. They're certainly sharing the load right now. And Port Adelaide, meanwhile, Butters finally on the board in 2026. Mitch Georgiades continues his goal streak with 27 straight. Darcy Byrne-Jones on the board despite playing down back, and Corey Durden looking like he's set for a good night as well. He's on the board with the major. So 8-8-56 St Kilda. Port Adelaide 4-5-29. Joe the Crow's got in touch from Canberra. 0437 774 774 says, enjoying the coverage. Question: if Port Adelaide are serious about their 2026 success, then tonight should be automatic. It's not turning out that way. Carr is playing people out of position, and this is not good. So Joe the Crow a little bit cautious about Port Adelaide's potential success tonight. And Bill says so much of the Saints' work is coming out of their defensive 50. It's very poor. So much of the Saints' work coming out of defensive 50 is poor. So not happy with the ball use by some of Ross Lyon's defenders out there tonight. Lauren Arnell, Josh Franco breaking it all down for you. The Saints by 27 at the major break.
Well, Lauren, it was interesting half a footy, wasn't it? Port Adelaide came out the blocks, as we said, at quarter time. I thought for the first 3 or 4 minutes, their pressure was good. They got some repeat entries, just couldn't hit the scoreboard. Then it sort of turned on its head and St Kilda dominated the rest of the quarter. And then it started to look like it was going to get away from the power, didn't it? And I think we mentioned halfway, or probably the 10-minute mark of that second term, Port Adelaide were able to wrestle momentum back. And it's interesting looking at some of the numbers. So for our listeners out there, at quarter time, the clearance differential was 10-2. So these are stoppages around the ground. That's in favour of St Kilda. Port Adelaide were able to arrest that. So it was 6-4 in that quarter. So Port Adelaide able to get their hands and win the clearance and get a bit of field position off the back of that. The tackle count, which was an area which you highlighted at the break, at the quarter-time break, it was 28-16 in favour of St Kilda. And in that quarter, Port Adelaide, their pressure ramped up. It lifted and they led the tackle count 22-15 in the second quarter. So that translated into some inside 50s, so 19-13 in that second quarter in favour of Port Adelaide. They were able to get some repeat entries and look threatening ahead of the ball.
Yeah, I do think what you've mentioned is there. Like, the pressure factor for both sides was quite high in that quarter, and the rain didn't help, like, running and clear play for anyone to watch a nice game of footy. But I just think the conversation with the coaches has to have already been had for Port Adelaide. I think the stoppage structure, the clearance wins and the effort around the conversation inside stoppage is happening for Port, but they're getting absolutely done when St Kilda wins stoppage. So for the game, for 4.5, St Kilda have scored 6 goals, 541 from stoppage. And I just think, like, between the arcs, when there's a throw-in or a ball up, Port are getting absolutely done because their halfbacks are getting caught up trying to get the first handball out, and Saints are carving through them. Whereas the St Kilda spares are sinking back, and it's Wilkie and Silvani in line with the ball, taking intercept mark and then getting out and replying and scoring on that reply. And the Port spares are just getting caught too close to the stoppage and not impacting in that role. So for me, it's easy to say equalise. If you're not going to equalise, at least free up if you can, you free up a Lear or you free up a Bergman. At times it has been, but they're just not making that impact in the air. So when Saints are winning between the arc stoppages, they're doing way too much damage coming out the front.
Are you seeing common offenders at stoppage, Lauren? Because, I mean, there's some young players on Port Adelaide's list right now, but there's also, I mean, I know Rosie's not out there, but you've got Butters, Wines and Horne-Francis. So there's 3 stars right there, but as you've said, at stoppage, they're getting beaten, they're getting sucked in. Is it the younger guys or is it the senior guys just as much as at fault as those?
Everything I'm watching, I think it's what they're being told to do. Like, they look like positionally they've been told to just sit outside, but not far enough to get to the next kick. And so that's why I think the Saints works better for them, and structurally, and the weapons that they have, like Wilkie and Silvani down the line, it's absolutely working for them because they can take intercept mark and absolutely squash Mitch Georgiades' influence on the game because he's flying. Every single time there's a ball that's coming inside 50, he's 1v2, and occasionally it's Whitlock. Whereas the Saints' taller forwards, and even Jack Higgins is benefiting at ground level because all you have to do is get a 1v1 contest ball on the ground and off you go.
Probably one of the conundrums that the Port Adelaide Curry and the midfield coach faces as well is that because their stoppage work's been really inconsistent in recent weeks, they're potentially looking at bringing forwards up to give more density and support the stoppage more, which then allows them to get the +1. So probably the best way to fix St Kilda having an extra behind the ball is just to hold 6 forwards, but then you're sort of robbing potentially Peter to pay Paul, and then you look a little bit vulnerable at the stoppage and at the source. So, look, it is one of those things, as you said, they'll definitely be looking at because the extra behind the ball for the Saints is actually working to their favour.
I'd just be really tempted, particularly if you're Hamish Hartlett. I know he's stoppage and contest coach and Stewie Dew is a midfield coach. You're really tempted to suggest strongly at this point in time, can we just get the halfbacks to sink back and take Aliir's opponent, at least not allow him to jump so Aliir can influence in the air like he has been at the start of this season.
Which is foreign territory for Aliir because, normally, as you touched on, he's an intercept marker and you can rely on a Sava Radagalier or a Brandon Zerk-Thatcher to take the main defender, and they're just not playing Zerk-Thatcher, and Radagalier's out for a while, and it's put Aliir in this new role where, granted, to his credit, he's doing all right in terms of his intercepting, but he's having to play one-on-one, which has never really been his big strength. So there's a bit of work to do still for Josh Carr's men, but they're not totally out of this one. 27 points is the margin, and Ross Lyon's Saints off the break. Do you feel like they're finding their rhythm now? At 1-3 in the season so far, they've been competitive in all 4 of their games. But tonight coming to the Adelaide Oval, foreign territory, hot crowd, wet weather as well.
I think it suits them.
They're doing all right.
It absolutely suits them. They're congesting the space when they don't have the footy, and when they do have it, they're playing nice and quick. And we saw the influence of Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller early in that quarter. And, geez, he's so dangerous when he wins the footy. And, I think it's a balanced team right now, and they've got it on their terms.
Our thoughts of Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco with you on ABC Sport earlier today. Geelong winners over West Coast by 46 points. And the Giants knocked off Richmond by 56. We'll give you all the latest in terms of injury news and MRO and what's to come next week as well in a moment's time. But for now, on ABC Local Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen, we can take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Iran's chief negotiator to the Islamabad peace talks has blamed the United States for failing to reach a deal. In a series of posts on social media, Parliament Speaker Mohammad Baghir Kalibaf says the Iranian delegation provided forward-looking initiatives during the 21-hour talks, but the US delegation could not gain Iran's trust. The US delegation, led by Vice President J.D. Vance and including President Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, is now returning to the US from Pakistan. The Iranian chief negotiator says the US needs to decide whether it can gain Iran's trust or not. Iranian state media reported earlier that major points of disagreement included Iran's nuclear program and transit through the Strait of Hormuz. ABC correspondent Bridget Rollerson reports from Jerusalem on Israel's response to the talks.
Before these talks had even begun, Israel was hoping that they'd fail. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave a statement last night at around 9 p.m. while these talks were still happening. He said that the job in Iran has not been finished and the war with Iran is not over. And he indicated his readiness to continue to attack Iran. Israel has been left frustrated that it is not in this peace process. The US agreed to these talks in Pakistan without Israel. They are feeling a bit left out over this ceasefire and whether or not that included Lebanon.
The Western Australian Government is considering creating a strategic diesel stockpile to distribute to key areas during supply shortages. A national stockpile of petrol and diesel already exists, but the state government says WA's size and diesel-reliant industries warrants a separate reserve. Energy Minister Amber Jade Sanderson did not say how large WA's stockpile would be, but says it would be millions of litres. She says there are currently no plans for a petrol reserve.
Well, the priority is diesel. The most challenging part, particularly for remote communities, for agricultural sector and the resources sector, is their high use of diesel.
A woman is fighting for her life after a 5-car crash in Melbourne southeast. Shannon Schubert reports.
5 cars collided on the Monash Freeway near the Stud Road off-ramp at Dandenong North around 2 o'clock this afternoon. 5 people were injured, including a primary school-aged boy. He was taken to the Royal Children's Hospital with serious injuries. A woman in her 40s was taken to the Alfred Hospital with critical injuries, while 3 other people were hospitalised with non-life-threatening injuries. Outbound lanes of the Monash Freeway are closed. Police are investigating.
Authorities on New Zealand's North Island are urging residents to remain vigilant as Cyclone Vianu continues to batter the region. Around 800 people have been evacuated and more than 10,000 homes remain without power on the North Island as the system moves down the east coast, bringing destructive winds, heavy rain and large swells. Whakatane District Council Acting Mayor Julie Jukes says that conditions will be treacherous overnight.
Conditions are still unsafe in many places. Damage assessments will take time, and as night falls, there are risks we simply cannot see yet. Please, if you have been evacuated, remain where you are until authorities say it is safe to return.
Queen Mary of Denmark has paid tribute to her father, who's died in Tasmania at the age of 84. Professor John Dalglish, David Donaldson's health, had reportedly been declining in recent years, with the Australian-born Queen Mary last visiting him during her royal tour with her husband King Frederick in March. In a statement, Queen Mary says, "What will remain strongest is love and gratitude for everything he gave me and taught me." A private memorial service for him will be held at a later date. In sport, the West Tigers have moved up to second spot on the NRL ladder after winning 3 consecutive matches for the first time since 2016 by beating Newcastle convincingly at Campbelltown. Glenn Lauder has more.
In their 17th attempt to make it 3 wins on the trot in a decade, the West Tigers started perfectly against the Newcastle Knights with 3 early tries to Sunia Turuva, a double, and Api Karoyasau. They scored another 2 before half-time to Patrick Herbert and Jareem Buller. After half-time, Turuva picked up his hat-trick, Buller scored another try, and Terrell May completed the rout. But Newcastle did score 3 late tries to add some respectability to the 42 points to 22 scoreline, which sees the West Tigers join the Penrith Panthers at the top of the NRL ladder.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News, keep asking.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Langany Miller gets close to the man on the mark, but it won't hurt the kick. That is a gorgeous strike from 50, and they come from everywhere to really celebrate with him as well. Helicopter into the 50 to no one, and backtracking is Brad Hill.
That is junk. That is absolute rubbish, Jack. He's gone the barrel there.
For a guy they gave the world for, he hasn't been able to deliver so far in the early stages of his career, and now they're under pressure again. The Saints' walls close in. Butters gets through it all. Smooth as Butters. 45 out. He's got the spread. Put the Saints on toast. Butters home at the northern end.
Running through is Garcia. Has he got the immediate response? He does. Clean from Garcia.
Probably got the better of Butters into the 50. It was a bullet pass. Slipped through Flanders. Out the back door. Max Hall says thank you very much. Into the 50. Committing to the launch. It comes out the back. And running into an open goal. It's an easy finish for Durden. Gee, it was a tough task.
Oh, Sinclair from the left-back pocket kicks it straight to Darcy Byrne-Jones. Kicks in front of the scoreboard. Oh, Darcy Byrne-Jones. A throwback to 2 weeks ago. Kick
It's a goal. Tossed in, gets its way to Wanganeen Millera, kicks to the leading Taru, spilled out. Owens pounces. Top of the goal square, he gets it through. And St Kilda advance the lead to 28, close to half-time. It's Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, Mason Wood's just been having some work on his left ankle on the Saints bench for a couple of minutes, I think, posted.
Josh Money's had a few touches down there, hasn't he? He cut a Wilkie kick in that one.
He fumbled them all, I think. Sorry, Josh.
The 2026 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Weather affair to wrap up Gather Round here at the Adelaide Oval, but a sold-out crowd in attendance for it. The footy hasn't exactly been top shelf, but at least it's pretty close. St Kilda by 27 at the major break. Port Adelaide are 4-5-29 and the Saints 8-8-56. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling for you alongside Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco this evening. It's been a lot of fun having you with us as part of Gather Round on ABC Sport, and footy's just getting started. This is round 5. And on Thursday night, Carlton and Collingwood get us back underway at the MCG, which is sure to be a blockbuster. Don't forget as well tonight, Ben Cameron's made the trip back from the Barossa, so he's going to be joined by Lauren Arnell as part of ABC AFL Daily, and they will wrap up this whole weekend and have a little look ahead as to what's to come as well and what it all means in the grand scheme of things. Then AFL Monday tomorrow from 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. Extra time out west as well, 7 p.m. in WA, as we look at all things in terms of our respective states and what it all meant in terms of how the weekend went as well. 0437 774 774 is the text line tonight. Some of the other scores of the day as well. So we kick things off at Norwood, pretty early start, midday here in South Australia. Geelong knocking off West Coast by 46 points. Bailey Smith was best on ground there with 34 touches and a goal. Jeremy Cameron, classic again, had 3 majors. Mark O'Connor was a little bit of a surprise one. He had 3 goals to his name. Pretty narrow ground at Norwood, so the Cats got on top of the Eagles. I think everybody had a crack at some point. Job Shanahan, the best for West Coast. He had 4 majors as well. Middle game sent us back to the Barossa. The Giants took on Richmond. The Tigers had a little bit of a late charge, but it was always GWS's game, and they won by 56 points. Finn Callahan starred, 37 touches to him. Aaron Cadman had 4 goals, but a late concussion alongside Stephen Cornelio means that 2 of their star players aren't going to be there for the Battle of the Bridge next week, which is a bit of a bummer. They've been waiting a while to get back to Sydney for some games, and 2 of the big names aren't going to be there for it. Some of the other codes as well. So Super Netball on today. The Lightning lost to the Mavericks by 9 goals. The Fever had a 4-goal victory over the Firebirds as well. In the NRL today, a couple of fixtures. So we saw the Titans defeat the Eels 52-10, and the West Tigers knocked off the Knights 42-22. A-League action as well today. Melbourne City had a 2-0 win over Wellington Phoenix, and Perth Glory currently lead Macarthur 2-1. No news in terms of the extension on Gather Round. Part of me was thinking maybe, Peter Malinowskis is very charismatic and he plays his cards well, and I had a feeling of he'd spend all week saying we're not going to get there, and then he'd get one at the 11th hour just to make himself look even better. But it's not going to happen, unfortunately, over the next few hours. That being said, the murmurings from the journalism community here in South Australia, which is essentially the entire AFL fraternity because everybody's here for Gather Round, says that McLaren Vale is what's going to happen next year. So they're going to build a stadium out there. They're going to get the funding for it. Gather Round will return, and the parade is certainly on the agenda as well to kick it off. It's just a matter of how long that deal is, but McLaren Vale sounds like it's going to be our next regional destination, Loz.
Amazing. Like, what an incredible place to extend to, and I think they've done such a great job of just making all of the facilities upgraded, and it's not just the impacts of Gather Round here in South Australia, it's community footy, and if that can extend out to McLaren Vale as well, what an incredible achievement in the last few years.
It's spot on. I was actually talking to a mate who plays cricket in the Barossa, and they've got the benefit out of Linddock Oval, of this wonderful cricket ground that everyone wants to play at during their cricket season. It'll be the same at McLaren Vale.
They've learnt from the mistakes at Mount Barker, because unfortunately the oval up there is leaking money, and they're not really using it in terms of suburban footy because it's just too expensive to hire, because it's purely a footy ground. What they did at the Barossa was they sorted the gym, the netball courts, the cricket ground. There's 2 ovals. It's entirely with the community, and they love it at the Barossa. So you'd think they go to McLaren Vale, They've learnt their lesson. It's not going to be like the Olympics where you build a stadium and everyone forgets about it. It's going to be
community access
Amazing. Ground, yeah. Which, you're getting the investment from the federal government and you're turning it into something the state can use forever.
Yeah.
So, yes, that is a little bit of the skeleton in the closet we forget about is Mount Barker. And unfortunately, that ground wasn't a success long term. And they're just trying to figure out what to do with it right now because it's just so costly to run. The council's pretty keen to move it on. And the suggestion was actually we should have played the state game there this weekend. That might have been a good shout. But
well, someone who's only coached up there, to be fair, it's a pretty good ground to play footy at. It's freezing cold. But certainly a ground you want to play footy if you can.
We're getting ready for the second half here at the Adelaide Oval. St Kilda leading by 27 points over Port Adelaide at the moment. Saints 1-3 heading into this game and would love a bit of credibility given all the build-up to their campaign with their superstar signings. Port Adelaide, meanwhile, could be in the top 6 if they win tonight. Got a bit of a mountain to climb, though, as they're just under 5 goals down at the major break. Can it change, Josh? Are we going to see a turn of fortune, or St Kilda on top here till the end?
Look, I think St Kilda are on top, but the conditions, do they change the dynamic of the game? Once again, it's coming down quite consistently. I wouldn't say heavy, but it's going to be like a cake of soap, that footy. So we go back to wet weather footy, surge the ball forward, don't overuse it by hand. But I just feel that, if you agree, Lauren and Tom, that St Kilda have just got too much class. I reckon when it counts and push comes to shove, they've just got too many classy players, but we'll find out in this second half.
As we've seen through the weekend as well, when the rain comes, those in the stands try to duck for cover, but those on the hill do not move. They are going to brave the conditions once again as we get set for the second half. You paid for your ticket and you can't really go anywhere else, can you, lads, because you paid for the hill, so you got to stay there.
It is the festival of footy. It's like a festival.
But Bergman's in the middle. Look like he's now got the job on Millerer.
And Horn Francis at full forward. So Drew knocks that forward. Here's your man Bergman. Soccers it off the deck up to centre half forward. But waiting there was Sinclair for the Saints. Kicks forward looking for Wangani. Miller butterflies.
That's a great catch.
Over the top. Marks on the chest. Fan favourite here for Port Adelaide. See how long he's here after this season. Up towards right half forward. Flying from the back there. Looked like Silvani. Couldn't complete the mark. Ball in dispute. Under a lot of pressure here. Diving on the footy was Flanders. And Sweet's going to try and hold this in. In goes Drew. Richards, quick kick forward. Here's Horn Francis. Gathers. Sells a dummy. Gets back onto his right foot. Does he give Port the perfect start of the second half? He does. Horn Francis sparks the power in the first minute. Clever goal, 5-5-35. St Kilda 8-8-56. A minute goal.
Well, it's good leadership from Butters to start that quarter. The mark running back with the flight in a fair bit of rain, you cannot underestimate the challenge and the level of difficulty in that skill. But Horn Francis, we see the reason he's been placed at that deep forward. I like the move. I think he's going to get dangerous. He has been already to start this year. We've seen it in previous years, and it allows Georgiades to come up a little bit higher and stop having to deal with the 2v1 for a whole quarter at a time. So promising start for Port, and now they've just got to knuckle down around these stoppages again.
And then in terms of shifting the magnets, I do like the fact that Bergman's now on ball, get him involved in the contest, and totally agree with you. Horn Francis ahead of the ball. Wasn't impacting a lot inside, so go forward.
Review.
Oh, it's a point.
Must have touched the post.
It was interesting, Horn Francis's body. He was almost shaping to try to use the force to shape the ball away from the point post, so it must have been close.
They got close to balling that up too, didn't they?
Yeah.
That was so close.
Right to the line, and as a result of the behind, it's St Kilda by 26 now. Bringing it in is Jack Sinclair. Lane is getting really thick. Out to the eastern side, Aaliyah flies, cuts it off. Couple of juggles, but managed to reel it in. Central kick, Marshall. Just wide of the centre circle. Need the stars to shine if they're to wrench back this margin. And full splits. Logan Evans lost his feet in the wet. Almost would have hurt himself. As a result, he's nutmegged and the ball flies through. Ryan hands it to Wilson. Backtracking. Sharman buffeted off his kick. Sprays it out on the full. So Port get away with one there, but that was dicey for Logan Evans, who was waiting for the kick from Marshall.
Almost looked like Sharman didn't see Logan Evans there either. That was a strange kick.
Needed the windscreen wipers in these wet conditions. Up towards Sweet, rode by Durden. Handball had too much on it. That was a hospital ball for Richards, and he's down. He's caught one in the kidneys. Handball away there from Bergman towards Drew, holding the ball. His class is a throw, and still down on the ground is Richards.
He's copped 2 to start this quarter as well.
So this one, really difficult. Just mowed down in the tackle. And shoot away the trainers. So, tough man, the former Pike.
Taru, the flying Viking, has gone to war and crunched him. Smashed poor Joe Richards on the deck. Saints move it to the eastern side. Silvani out to right half forward, well weighted. Back to the fight. He'll let it go at the last moment. He had the mark and then just dropped it as he walked forward. Regathers. Kick was a little hot though for Ryan as he panicked. Central, 40 out. Butters loses his feet. Hall tries to gather, ripped away by Burton Jones. Just goes for territory. Tumbling it back to the broadcast wing. Wilkie's waiting. Gobbles it up. Back inside 50. He's targeting Higgins, the small man, amongst some big bodies. Knocked out Logan Evans. Kicks it around the body. Bouncing its way to right half back. Good take and turn as well through traffic from Watkins, and now moves it down the line. Lockie Jones kicking towards Burgoyne. Just can't keep it in. Did he kick it forward though? Yes. Last disposal free kick St Kilda's way. Going to Jack Carroll, the Saints by 26.
Very challenging conditions out there at Adelaide Oval now. Steady rainfall. Carroll steps inside, kicks it down the line. 2 hands on that was Owens, but couldn't complete the mark. And Watkins is in there at the bottom. We'll have a ball up just forward of centre wing for St Kilda. Port with the only score of the quarter. We thought it was a goal, but a review came back and made it a point in the way, and that one's going to be being deliberate against Wilson. And we'll get a free kick going Port Adelaide's way, right in front of the Saints bench through Willem Drew. The Saints lead it by 26 points.
Tough footy right now. A bit of class needed in the wet. Willem Drew backtracks, uses Farrell, now central for the power. Here's Lockie Jones. Wants to complete the switch. Heads out to the logo. Jack Lukosius takes it. True centre wing. Saints by 26, just the one behind in this term, Port Adelaide's way. Lukosius, short pass, dinks it out towards Logan Evans. 5 played third term. Evans didn't have much to go to, so he sends it long. Hit and hope towards the Riverbank stand. Georgiades flies, can't control it. Boxall hands it wide. Carroll running out of room, bangs it out of there. Dump kick. Higgins can't control it. Wines shoots the handball wide. Evans to Butters from 55. Just puts it to the top of the goal square. Burgoyne was pushed away from it, but it bounced off Sinclair. He had a volley through the air from 10 out and missed it wide right. And it's St Kilda by 25 points now. 5 played in the third term on ABC Sport.
Sinclair brings it back in through Hill. Plays on quickly. Short pass for Wanganeen Miller. 1-2 to Hill now. Streaming down centre wing. Up towards Owens. Couldn't complete the mark. Got the handball away to Flanders. To Windhager. Got a bit of time. So lowers the ice. Finds Hall, who's met with a fierce bump from Evans. Playing for the 50 there. Umpire says no. Asked to play on. Just stepped off his line. And Hall goes inside the forward 50 now, up towards the scoreboard. Jones knocks it away with a fist. And we'll have a boundary throw in right in front of the light tower. Port Adelaide trailing by 25 points. Almost 7 minutes gone in this third term.
Talk about tough conditions as well. With this light rain and the yellow footy, they seem to be a lot slipperier than the red balls. That'd be like a cake of soap out there.
I'd agree with that. I know it may sound funny to our listeners, but the yellow footy's definitely slipperier.
It's all on your head, Loz.
Slipperier? More slippery.
Tossed in, there's a whistle before it drops. No one's really sure what's happened here. And finally, the umpire signals St Kilda's way to Mitch Owens. Bit of pandemonium out there. No one really knew what happened there. Jordan Sweet's the offender.
Wow.
Arms were locked and they've decided that Jordan Sweet was the one who instigated it, I guess. But does that look like a fair contest?
Just looking at the replay, I reckon he grabbed his Guernsey.
Right.
And that's the cue when the Guernsey gets obviously tugged, and I reckon that's what it was, because there was nothing else in it. But Josh Carby pulling his hair out. D50 stoppage, and now 50.
Now 50.
Wow.
That is unforgivable.
Yep.
Port Adelaide have their backs against the wall and they've made it even harder. Mitch Owens marched to the top of the goal square for a gift. Owens has 2. And they're incensed at the Adelaide Oval. Margins up to 31 points. 9-8-62 to 4-7-31. 8 played third term, and it was Zach Butters who gave away the 50-metre penalty. The skipper has hurt his side.
Aaron, what I will say, though, look, in fairness to the umpire, they look for the cues. You've got Jordan Sweet versus a Mitch Owens. He's never going to lose the hit, so why even engage or give an umpire the thought of giving away a free kick as he did on that occasion? That's inexcusable.
There's no way in that situation, I agree, that Jordan Sweet needs to touch Mitch Owens' jumper. He had full control of the contest.
Yep.
He didn't need to do it.
No, he's got the height, he's got the strength, he's got everything, but that kills you as a coach.
I wonder what the feedback was from Zach Butters. Sweet knocks it down, and Windhager gets the clearance. Butters is there running towards the logo outer side. Look at him turn. He's just beautiful to watch. Kicks it up towards left half forward, and Burgoyne out-muscles Hill, or out-positions him. Takes the mark left half forward, just inside the forward 50, and he says, fellas, I'm taking it.
And the problem with the Zach Butters giving away that 50, one goal in these conditions is like 2 or 3. And you just can't afford to do that. But good opportunity here for Port Adelaide. They've missed a couple early in this third, but big kick here from Burgoyne.
He's confident. In comes Jace Burgoyne. Right on the 50. Sets sail for home. Goes away to the right-hand side. Georgiades brought it to the front of the contest, and Horn Francis allows it to go out. We'll have a throw-in right next to the right behind post.
Talk about how much that can hurt you. Start this quarter, contested possessions 15-7 Port Adelaide's way, so it's got to start paying off for them soon.
Much more stronger intent in this second half so far for Port Adelaide. It's a little sluggish early. Tossed in to Koning, down straight to Horn Francis, belly of the ball, and gets his own footy in the end. Not a mark if you kicked it to yourself. Tackled ball up. That was a weird kick. Run underneath it, didn't get a lot of height. Carried the couple of metres. De Koning with the double tap down. Horn Francis again bouncing off some bodies, trying to gather it. Gets it from Drew in the end and shoots it 2 wines. Now Watkins off a step, tries to screw his kick to the goal square. Sits top of it. Coming through with the fist was Wilkie. Hits the deck and rolls over left forward pocket for Port Adelaide.
Just watching Horn Francis at those last 2 stoppages, even in that second quarter, he just looks really frustrated at the moment. He's trying to throw his weight around and grabbing his direct opponent, and he just looks really frustrated at the moment, the Hornet.
Boundary throw in. Sweet leads in this one. Knocks it over the back towards Butters. Coming from the defensive side was Flanders, and he got the footy. The quick kick out was dropped by Sharman. Marshall gets a handball to Wines. Looking for Watkins. Gets the hand in there was the Saints defender. Working it by hand now. Going through the middle of the ground is Carroll. At the centre circle, a sweeping handball to the logo on the wing in Sinclair, and they're just waiting for their players to get forward. Wilson runs around. Good tackle from McKinlay. Still gets the kick away. Carroll tries to gather. Soccers it inside the forward 50. Marshall clean. Handballs to Georgiades. At centre half back is Wines. He got it away just in time to Drew. Port Adelaide with some run. Cleanly delivered to Durden. Over the top is Berry. Further afield is Horn Francis, who marks on his chest right half forward. Burgoyne's over the back, and the umpires allowed the Saints defender to re-stand the mark.
That's not the rule. You have to stand when a mark's taken if you're in the protected area.
What I will say, though, is that was terrific forward craft there from Horn Francis. Didn't chew up his space, held back, and then let up at the kicker right at the opportune time, and a really good contested mark. Big kick this one, though.
This will take a kick of 55 metres.
In the wet with a heavy ball.
Already had a shot on goal this quarter. We all thought it was a goal. And he's pumped this one, Josh Franco. And he slotted it! Big kick, big moment, Jason Horn Francis. That's some of the Hornets' best. Port Adelaide get their first of the second half. They go to 5-7-37. St Kilda 9-8-62. 12 minutes gone.
Well, you look at Horn Francis, and he's such a dynamic player and such a luxury for Josh Carr to have, that if it's not quite working inside, which it wasn't in the first half for Horn Francis, you can put him forward and he looks really threatening ahead of the ball. He had that first shot to start this third term and hit the post, but could have easily been a goal, and that finish there was absolutely outstanding. We were right behind it, 55 metres with a wet ball, slippery ball, heavy ball.
Great finish.
And Port able to apply more pressure on the ball for the Saints. They slowed them down when they tried to get out quickly from stoppage to go forward and then cause the turnover, go back through the middle. I think it's a promising sign for Port Adelaide, but a lot of footy to go. They're plus 10 currently in contested possession this quarter.
Voices of Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco. He's an absolute barometer, Jason Horne-Francis. When he has 26 touches, Port Adelaide are 13-1. Currently, so far tonight, goal on the scoreboard as well and 13 disposals to his name. Out of the middle. Drew tried to get it towards Bergman, quickly tackled and dropped it. Garcia gets him holding the ball and he wants to go quickly. Puts on the Jets, blazes away, sets it up into the 50 on the march and flying was Filippo, bounced off his chest in the wet. Drew gives it straight back. A handball down the throat to Hall, who hands it to Sharman. Wangani Miller snaps and it's just enough loft to get it over Aaliyah. Wangani Miller has got 2 and that is a costly turnover from Willem Drew. All that hard work from Jason Horne-Francis at one end, margins back to 31 at the other immediately. 15 played, third term. It is Port Adelaide 5-7-37 and St Kilda leading 10-8-68 on ABC Sport.
Credit to the Saints. You've got to give the credit to them in the way they're showing up with maturity. The Port Adelaide crowd is loud, it's passionate, and Horne-Francis goal like that and the response in that way from centre bounce from St Kilda, I think it's a mature response and it keeps Port Adelaide just far enough away, and they haven't been rattled by anything so far tonight.
And Horne-Francis back in the middle for Port Adelaide.
So a second for Wangani Miller, doing it all tonight. Drew gets it to Horne-Francis, takes a bounce in the wet as he streams towards the logo. Up towards Durden, who takes a nice mark on the lead. Short to Wines. 55 out from goal. Berry's run into the forward 50 and he's got him. Good movement from Port Adelaide.
That was crisp, wasn't it?
And a first-round pick from last season will have a shot 35 metres out in a 45-degree angle, right half forward.
Firstly, that kick from Horne-Francis out of the centre bounce was absolutely perfect, but really good disposal by Port Adelaide by foot. And once again, in those wet, tricky conditions, the mark there from Berry was outstanding.
So a slow start to the season. He had a big pre-season, Joe Berry. Opportunity to hit the scoreboard here. Comes in. We're right behind it up in here in the ABC commentary box, and he's pulled it straight to the right off his left boot. Minus score. So Port go to 5-8-38. 5 straight kicks in this one. St Kilda 10-8-68.
They want to move it quickly as well, the Saints. Playing on from the defensive goal square. Wangani Miller drills it to Mason Wood. Right half back. Little unsure where to go from here, though. In front of the Rashudo stand, he's called to play on and might backstep over the line. Panics his kick out on the full. Free kick, Port Adelaide left half forward.
The Port Adelaide potentially look at pulling the lever of putting Marshall forward. Whitlock hasn't had any impact on this game whatsoever, just the 3 disposals. I know he's the architect down back, but just a bit more of an aerial threat ahead of the ball for the power.
So Joe Richards to bring it in. Wheels around, heads into the pocket. Losing his feet early was Georgiades. The fists come in and knock it over the boundary line, 20 from home. Tossed in. Riverbank stand end. Port to the right-hand side of your radio dial, third term. Down 30 points. Love this text from Richard who says, loving the call, but the teal power jumper doesn't go well with long sleeves. It looks like a teal wiggle. Can't see anything else now when I look at Aaliyah. It's just throwing me. Thanks for that, Richard. Tossed in, whistle immediately as way down. Ollie Wines, the offender against Ron Marshall, playing the small ball ruckman. Free kick to the Saints, and Marshall releases Wangani Miller. Gee, that is a long bomb exit, and it's all the way back out on the full again. There's somebody in the front row in the Williams stand who's just finding the pill willy-nilly.
So Aaliyah brings it in. Back to Jones on the logo, outer side of the ground. Flat ball inside the forward 50. Whitlock almost with a slips catch. Couldn't quite take it. He goes with the gather. Snaps on the left boot. Bouncing ball. Away to the left-hand side. Minus score. Port 5-9-39. St Kilda 10-8-68. 17 minutes gone in this third term.
Well, you can hear the Port Adelaide faithful groaning every time a free kick's paid against them, and probably rightly so. It's 16-8 at the moment, free kicks in favour of St Kilda. 16-8, that's double.
A few in the ruck contest as well that are, questionable.
So Saints by 29. Boxall steps around the man on the mark and kicks up towards the eastern side, out the back door on the drop. Burgoyne, nice on the 45 back. Farrell heads towards centre halfback. Logan Evans takes it close to the centre square. Some news coming through. So that 50-metre penalty that gifted Mitch Owens a goal, Ollie Wines has been reported for abusive language to the umpire.
Wow.
So not Butters.
Not Butters. Wines heads to Aaliyah in front of the stands, eastern side, kicks towards Whitlock. He's racing out and throwing his body back. Wanganeen Miller almost cut him off in terms of his sight. Whitlock didn't really know where the drop was coming. Ricocheted off him, tackle laid, ball up. So Champion Data gave the free kick against Zach Butters. And so Ollie Wines is the one who was the offender, and might be in a bit of strife for it as well. Out of the stoppage, Horn Francis well tracked. The tackle lingered forever as he's driven into the ground. Bobbled out to Burgoyne, back into the 50. The pack collapses off a heavy collision. Whitlock's down, clutching his head as well. Another Saint down as the centering kick to the top of the goal square. Ware taps it down. Durden tried to tow it forward. There's a goalkeeper though. Carroll gathers. Tackle quickly, dropped it, flung it out. No whistle. Butler gets it through. Port fans are rioting. Garcia gets the exiting kick. It's Silvani down in back play as well. Whitlock's got back to his feet. Up towards the broadcast wing. Lai gets the turnover. Back to Drew into the 50, and Georgiades takes the mark, and maybe there is a bit of footy karma. He'll get the set shot. 40 out, slightly to the right.
Well, Lauren, if you're looking at all the numbers, the KPIs, they're all in favour of Port Adelaide, aren't they? The contested ball, the ground ball gets, the clearance count is even at the moment, but the inside 50 is 11-5, so they're dominating St Kilda currently. But once again, big kick here from Georgiades.
It's been a tough day for him too. He needs to capitalise on this opportunity. He's only had the one touch so far.
So blood rule for Jack Silvani, and the awkward incident was that he was coming out to the contest on the drop and had his eyes for the footy and didn't actually see there was a one-on-one in front of him. So he's run just into the back of Whitlock, absolutely cleaned him up and hurt his face as well. How's he looking down there, Josh?
Yeah, absolutely streaming from his nose, that blood. So you imagine he'll have the necessary HIA assessments as well.
So the Saints down a key defender, Mitch Georgiades, the set shot to come, right half forward. Just the one so far tonight. He'll take his time as he approaches the Riverbank stand end. Mitch Georgiades crossing the paint of 50. Never in doubt. Straight over the goal umpire's hat. Mitch Georgiades has 2. Margins down to 24 points. Lowest it's been since the back half of the second term. Saints 10-8-68, Port Adelaide 6-9-45. Time on in the third. Gather round on ABC Sport with Josh Franco and Lauren Arnell.
Lauren, Josh Carr must be listening to ABC because Todd Marshall has come back on the ground and he's gone forward.
Look out.
Look out.
Did you text him? What's going on?
Yeah.
You know,
straight in.
I listened to your suggestion, and inside my head, I know I didn't say anything because I didn't want to squash it, but I thought, no way. There's no way they'd do it because his ball use. He set up 2 or 3 goals. He's setting up scoring opportunities, but I like it.
Yeah.
Give him an opportunity, give him something to look at, and let Horn Francis spend a bit more time on ball. Now he's running hot.
And also considering Whitlock has had virtually no impact on this game whatsoever. And he's the only tall timber at the moment, Georgiades, but now with Marshall, it's a different look.
Stewart, Sweet knocks it forward. Roving was Horn Francis. Flat ball inside the forward 50 mark by Durden. 40 metres out.
Kicks this. This makes it interesting. What's the margin at the moment? 23 points. Kicks this.
It's momentum
it's
too.
Game on, isn't it?
It's momentum.
Yeah.
Great hit out from Sweet and Horn Francis. Like the bully is coming out of the pack. So Stuart Dew did float the idea of Marshall being a versatile option up forward. So they've pulled the lever. Durden in the meantime.
Sweet's got to the line. It may pull up short.
So Durden unloads from 50.
Oh,
that is not falling short. Durden's got a double. And Port Adelaide are back in it in gather round. Just a 17-point margin, 7-9-51. The Saints 10-8-68. We're into time on in the third term.
Talked about the maturity from St Kilda 5, 6, 7 minutes ago, and now the acid's on. The Port Adelaide home crowd, they're up and about. They haven't liked the umpiring tonight, and Horn Francis is on. I love the coach identification that he's on and up and going. The couple of goals starting as a deep forward in this second half has got him up and going, and now, as you said, Josh, and absolutely called early. Todd Marshall forward means Horn Francis. You'd expect a forward hit again for Horn Francis at centre bounce here.
And once again, too, Lauren, we talk about those KPIs, the contested ball numbers, they're double in favour of Port Adelaide. The ground ball gets the same. Uncontested possessions, inside 50s, 12-5. They're dominating the contest and dominating field position.
18-point lead of the Saints, the lowest since the 12-minute mark of the first term. Port have 3 of the last 4 majors. Tapped down, diving onto the footies. Flanders ripped out by Horn Francis, spun around but got a disposal away. Attacking edge, Richards outnumbered and beaten. Good tap on by Hill, get it out wide towards Wood. Now Wanganeen Miller with a dance step. Could not fool Butters. He was on the hunt and he gets his prey.
It's on.
It's on near the front row of the fence. Free kick to the power skipper and he wants to go. Everyone's caught napping. Butters tries to mirror Wanganeen Miller. Gets through his defender. Hands it out wide to Horn Francis into the 50. Wilkie with the fist, 20 out. Marshall's there. Crumb at ground level. Didn't really commit to going down. Ends up pancaking on top for the tackle. And we are 35 out. Port Adelaide's 50. A chance to make it a 2-goal game.
Boy, Butters hunted him, didn't he? He's a very hard man to catch, Nasiah Wanganeen Miller. There's been a free kick in the contest. Looks like Horn Francis will get it. High contact.
The game breaker, isn't he, at the moment? Horn Francis, he's doing everything ahead of the ball, in the centre square, around the footy. Draws a free kick, and you talk about, again, context of the game. Massive kick here for Horn Francis to make the margin less than 2 goals. It's absolutely game on now.
And if you are at the game and listening, make sure you watch Zach Butters at the top of 50 here. He is making sure Nasiah Wanganeen Miller knows he's around, and he will not let him forget about that tackle.
I'm worth as much as you, mate.
He might have asked him that. How much are you on? I want the same.
Am I worth it?
Yeah.
Jason Horn Francis kicked a bomb.
This is made for him, this kick, isn't it?
From the right half forward flank, this time from left half forward. It'll take a kick of 40 metres, 45-degree angle. This would lift the roof off, but he's pushed it away to the right. You can see his frustration. Minor score a let off. So Port Adelaide go to 7-10-52 to St Kilda 10-8-68, holding on with 24 and a half minutes gone in this third term.
Crowd can sense it as well. Game has shifted. Long bomb exit. Sinclair gets it to Wilkie, left half back.
Just pinned in their back half at the moment, St Kilda. Can't move the footy and is coming back with interest.
The Walkerville product sends it towards the logo broadcast swing. They converge. Hall forced to use the fist, which means Sweet won't be paid the mark even though he stopped. Has to rush the handball to Berry and he's crushed. Ball up in front of the benches.
What are they whinging about?
They thought it was high.
Okay.
I think if he ducks his head, he gets a free kick.
He came over the shoulder.
And he did get his head taken off.
That is high.
Quickly reset, came out to Lukosius, handball over the top. Gee, that's high. Berry slid in to get the footy and someone hit him in the back of the head. Ball comes out St Kilda's way. Butler gives it straight back. Butters tackled, lingered by Butler again. The crowd want a free, won't get it. And the rolling kick down the line will go Port's way. Last disposal over the boundary line. Gee, it's frenetic, but Port fans will feel like every single decision is against them right now.
Game on. Game on.
Jones kicks down the line, looking for Wines and Hill. Will pushed him underneath that, and he's got the free. Well, Wines, will he say thank you, umpire?
I'd suggest he thinks he's due.
About time, he probably said. Ollie Wines has got the ball centre or just forward of centre wing. Members side of the ground. Oh, short ball looking for Butters, who engaged in contact there.
That is really reckless from Butters. He could have absolutely annihilated Darcy Wilson with that tunnel.
Yeah, he could have. He's got away with one there for sure. So the ball was punched around, or punched over the boundary line by the Saints. So boundary throw in here. De Koning clean, but it goes straight to Drew. Quick kick forward. The numbers favour the Saints, and Sinclair were at it best and was able to get there in time to mark it on the chest. Just 20 metres back from centre half back.
That clearance there from Drew, I reckon he had Ollie Wines inside, just used the hands there rather than the panic dump kick forward.
He had time.
He did, yeah. Just lacked a bit of composure on that occasion.
Saints by 16. Josh Franco, Lauren Arnell, your experts on ABC Sport. The exit from the Saints to the eastern side. Wood got front spot. Lear with the fist from behind. It'll be tossed in the Bashir stand.
These are the times, I reckon, if you're Port Adelaide supporters, you worry a little bit. They've had so much field position, and it just takes one of those quick breaks from St Kilda to break the hearts of the Port Adelaide fans. But they've just got to hang on here, Port Adelaide. Not long to go in this third quarter, but hang on and don't get scored against.
3-5 to 2 goals in the third term. Port still trailing. Tap down the way of Drew. Handball a little hopeful as he tried to get it to Ware, but Wanganeen Miller was breathing down his neck. Ball up to come near the Odie stand now. Closer to right half forward for the Saints, who haven't really been here in a while. It's been all locked in for Port Adelaide. Tap through the hands of Horn Francis, who barrels into his teammate Butters, and Wanganeen Miller with a high tackle.
Yeah.
Free kick to the Hornet, left half back. Robin Greensboro texted in about 5 minutes ago saying, I cannot believe how bad the umpiring is tonight, and it's all the Saints' way. They're getting a huge ride. And I reckon the last 3 minutes it has totally flipped. Porter getting the receipts, and the 50-metre free kick goes their way. Yeah. They'll take it a little early, though, so Horn Francis decides to share it wide. Jacob Ware, left half forward, spots Georgiades. This came in from Taru. Buffeted off, it was Windager by Richards, who gets it back from Sweet. Joe Richards across the face for a minor score. Saints lead down to 15. 3 straight behinds for the Power, and they've had the last 6 scoring shots. Josh Money downstairs.
Jack Silvani finally getting ready to come back on for the Saints. He's had to change his Guernsey given how much blood there was, and he has a strapping right around his nose, but he's good to go.
Bring out a defence, St Kilda, who really can't get it past the halfway line. Sharman with the gather. Kicks it up high, and Wines flew over his teammate in Butters. Met with a big tackle was Higgins.
Good.
Butters to Evans. He runs around Ryan at ease. Takes a bounce in the centre circle. Inside the forward 50. Flying is Marshall. Brings it to ground. Clean enough at the moment here for St Kilda. Clark kicks towards centre wing, and I don't think his teammate got hands on that one. No, Marshall couldn't. So Logan Evans with the free kick right in front of the Port Adelaide bench.
Inside 50 count, 16-5. Port might have another here. Still plenty of time in the third term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Saints by 15. Evans gives it a lot up towards the attacking arc. Georgiades and Sweet there. This came from Drew. Knocked it straight to Wines, who releases Berry in the jam. He gets through. Joe Berry with a curling snap from 30. And they rise in the Riverbank stand. It has been an amazing run from the Power. 3 unanswered goals. 4 of the last 5. Margins down to 9. 8-11-59 plays 10-8-68. Time on in the third. Lauren Arnell, Josh Franco.
Josh, they've just been so much more organised in this quarter. It looks like they've sorted out the spares at stoppage, so St Kilda can't go quick when they win it. But Port winning that one, and the smarts from Ollie Wines to give to Joe Berry, knowing you can curl back around on that favoured left foot. What a finish from the kid. What a moment in gather round.
I mean, you also talk about the skill of these players. Was it Willem Drew that just tapped it down to Berry? Outstanding.
Yeah, out to Wines and then to Berry.
To Wines and then to Berry. Yeah, just superb. But again, we go back to all the indicators, and you talk about mindset, physicality, pressure, causing turnovers. They're absolutely dominating. They're plus 19 in contested ball, which is work rate and everything else that goes with it. And inside 50, 17-5.
That's crazy stat. Wanganeen Miller at force back. A high handball up towards Flanders, who coughs it up to Butters. Inside to Drew. He's going to go back inside the forward 50 again. Flying high was Silvani, and Clark comes over the top of Marshall, who we hope hasn't copped their head knock, because we know how dangerous that can be, especially with his history. And one of the reasons why it was probably suited for him to be playing behind the footy, but he's back on his feet. So St Kilda bring it out from left half back.
They're just playing for the siren, I reckon, St Kilda. It can't come quick enough at the moment. They are on the ropes.
Cal Wilkie's got it, and he's going to send it down the line.
Still a while away, so they're going to have to do some work. Wilkie down the line. Marshall held on the drop by Sweet. Free kick. So Hunter Clark clutching his back after that hit with Todd Marshall. It's probably worse for wear out of it. On the instep, centering kick. Garcia now spots the outnumber. Spaceman style, here they go. Clark takes it to Silvani, stops and props on the logo, waits for the lead and honours it to Ryan. Getting in front is Lai, though. Double fist and the gather in his third game, but the handball was no good. Just couldn't get the cherry on top. Coming the other way, tackle laid, spinning around Silvani, goes for the second effort. Should have been holding the ball, the crowd think. Drew got him, came out to Liam Ryan, skids one straight through a couple of players, too hot for Higgins. Left back pocket, Darcy Byrne-Jones gives it to Lockie Jones, who's walked over. It is St Kilda by 9. Gee, it's a hot footy out there, boss.
Well, Josh Lai, that early read on the lead from Brad Hill and the spoil was exceptional. He'd want that disposal back, but such a good contest win from a second gamer.
Boundary throw in. Marshall off his bonce. Gets it down to Filippo. Hall played for the free kick there. Good tackle from Ware. Didn't give the free kick away. Sweet's got it. Off to Wine. Squib kick forward. Dribbler towards Georgiades. He's clean enough. Steps through traffic. Off to Butters, who shrugs the tackle. Out to Ware. Left half back. Flat ball. Missed the target. Gathered by Wilkie on the logo. Handballs to Hill. He's got Richards for company. Quick kick forward. Lands in the lap of Burgoyne at left half back.
This is one of the moves of this quarter. Burgoyne's played at half back rather than trying to go on ball with Wanganeen Malera. He's really helped with the organisation.
Caresses the kick to Farrell, defensive edge. Port Adelaide, a little stunted right now and called to play on Farrell. I know he's got a long bomb in that lethal left, and he gives it everything straight through the wing. Only waiting back, though, with the intercept mark taken was Carroll. Not sure who it was to. He just went for length, didn't he?
He did.
Carroll, back where it came from, through the centre wing logo. Fist comes from Wood, knowing he was going to be late. Shot straight to Farrell, who has another crack. Saints still have the numbers, and Hunter Clark gets the intercept. St Kilda by 9. Clark has it right half back. And that'll do us for 3 quarters of footy. Felt a little one-sided in the first half, but we've got a game to close gather round. St Kilda 10-8-68, Port Adelaide 8-11-59. Do not go anywhere. Grandstand finish coming your way on ABC Local Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Look at me. Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone.
No one cares.
In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company.
Fisk? No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Cleanly delivered to Durden. Over the top is Berry. Further afield is Horn Francis, who marks on his chest right half forward. And he's pumped this one, Josh Franco. And he slotted it! Big kick, big moment, Jason Horn Francis.
Drew gives it straight back. A handball down the throat to Hall, who hands it to Sharman. Wanganeen Miller snaps, and it's just enough loft to get it over Aaliyah.
Flat ball inside the forward 50, marked by Durden. 40 metres out.
Kicks this. This makes it interesting.
So Durden unloads from 50. Oh, that is not falling short. Durden's got a double. And Port Adelaide are back in it in gather round.
Tap on by Hill. Get it out wide towards Wood. Now Wanganeen Miller over the dance step. Could not fool Butters. He was on the hunt. And he gets his prey.
It's on.
It's on near the front row of the fence.
And if you are at the game and listening, make sure you watch Zach Butters at the top of 50 here. He is making sure Nasiah Wanganeen Miller knows he's around, and he will not let him forget about that tackle.
There, this came from Drew, knocked it straight to Wines, who releases Berry in the jam. He gets through. Joe Berry with a curling snap from 30, and they rise in the Riverbank stand. It has been an amazing run from the power. 3 unanswered goals, 4 of the last 5, margins down to 9.
The 2026 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
It was essentially a 5-2 third term for Port Adelaide, who wrestled back a 27-point deficit that was as high as 32 at one point, and now it is a 9-point game. St Kilda 10-8-68 to 8-11-59. And gee, we talk a lot about Carlton's second half fade-outs, but St Kilda, after the major break, have been very poor this year. They are 0-5 now in third terms. They've won just 1 quarter in the last term, and if you look at their losses this season, it has absolutely plagued them. So the Giants kick 5-1 in the fourth. They lose that game by 4 points. Melbourne 4-2 in the fourth term. The D's win by 13. And Collingwood had 5-2 in the third term and won that by 12. So Port Adelaide would feel like they are right in this contest. Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco, your experts tonight. What happened to turn the tide there?
Well, before we start, I was just looking at Ross Lyon and the St Kilda huddle. Normally they break up into their lines and spend 4 or 5 minutes with their lines. Ross Lyon grabbed them straight away, and he's having... Whether it's sternwards or not, we can't tell from up here, but there's plenty of instructions going to the whole group. So
there's a lot of gesturing.
A lot of gesturing, so clearly not happy. But once again, we'll just keep referring back to those numbers. And you talk about KPIs. The game was played in Port Adelaide's front half. Their tackle count, their contested ball, they absolutely smashed them along with the ground ball gets, the inside 50s. And it was I guess it was the old Port Adelaide, probably sparked by initially Horn Francis playing as that deep forward and then going into the middle of the ground. He was absolutely outstanding. And when you look at Port Adelaide, and historically, in recent history, when you look at the stat sheet when they're going well, their stars normally play well. And in that quarter, Drew had 12 disposals, Horn Francis had 10 and kicked 1 goal too. Ollie Wines was getting involved, Zach Butters getting involved. So the usual suspects and the prime ball movers for Port Adelaide started to influence the contest.
And 72% time in front half. Port Adelaide absolutely made the most of it. 4 goals, 6 in that quarter. And I wonder how much it made a difference to St Kilda without Silvani out there for that period of time while he had the blood rule, because Port Adelaide scored 59% of the time the ball went inside 50, they scored in that quarter. And I think Silvani's a key pillar in that back line. And you think about how many opportunities and how many times St Kilda generated a spare, and they weren't able to get it out of their back half. And that's what they'd done to Port Adelaide in that first half. And now it's on Port Adelaide's terms. We're looking at the huddle again. The Port boys are tight. They're ready to go. I'd just be asking for a contest. Like, keep dominating at stoppage, keep organising better. I loved Burgoyne at half-back. I think that really helped him shape up a little bit nicer. It allowed Marshall to go forward. Jason Horne-Francis had more of an impact again. I think you just got to force contest as much as you possibly can if you're Port Adelaide in this quarter and pin them again in that front half.
Well, interesting as well, it'll be intriguing to see what they do with Todd Marshall. He spent a fair bit of time forward in that third quarter, has played down back for the majority of the game, but it looks like he's going forward again. Whitlock, as we said, hasn't had a huge impact on this contest, just the 4 disposals, has spent plenty of time on the bench, but Marshall going ahead of the ball with Georgiades to give him a little bit more aerial threat ahead of the footy.
I think a shout to Darcy Byrne-Jones as well. It's his second game in a row as a half-back. He's had the 19 possessions, 363 metres gained and a goal. Credit to him. He's obviously played most of his career at half-back, but to get the late call up 2 weeks ago and have the impact he's had against Richmond and again tonight, it's game on.
Love the feel-good story of Todd Marshall as well. Back in it last year, concussion problems, the Achilles as well, and it felt like he was struggling to be able to get a spot in this side, and has found a new role. And not only that, but he's so versatile that he's arguably their most important player out there all of a sudden.
Absolutely.
And the Jason Horne-Francis stat, I said it a few quarters ago, but if you just joined us, when he's had 26 or more touches, Port Adelaide at 13-1, and he's got 19 so far. So could be the barometer that gets them over the line. Loz, you got another one for the Christmas card list. Ange and Humpty Doos texted in. Says, enjoying the call. Love hearing Loz on air, doing the Sunday ironing. There you go, Loz. Add Ange to the list.
Thanks, Ange.
Up in the Northern
I need to visit Humpty Doo one day.
You ever been to the Humpty Doo pub?
I've heard it's good.
Unbelievable.
You're heading up to the NT later this year as part of ABC Sports. Maybe you can detour on the way. 0437 774 774. Here we go. It's the Saints by 9. Final term underway. Tap down. Drew lays the tackle on Wanganeen Miller, who put his head forward and gets the free kick.
That was there. Drew just a little bit reckless.
Nazaya sends them up to the attacking 50. Back with the flight. McKinlay committed but couldn't take the footy. Towed forward. Butters tucks it under one arm. Gets some time in the real estate. Hooks it around the body up towards the logo. Broadcast side. Out to meet it. Silvani. Knocked it down. Players converged. I'll blanket over them right now. Towed out of there by Wanganeen Miller. Excellent awareness. Up towards the 50. Drew diving in. Picked up by Wanganeen Miller. And free kick going the way of the Saints. As Tom called, Sam Flanders legged by Willem Drew. Saints have it right half back. Leading by 9, final term on ABC Sport.
19-11 free kick count in favour of St Kilda.
So the kick up the line finds the chest of De Koning on the logo. And he plays on. Oh, that's off his ankle. Up towards Sharman, who gets a hand on it. And Jones is sort of happy to let that go out over the line.
Actually, wasn't a bad result in the end for St Kilda. Well, it wasn't a great kick off the boot.
He'll get meters gained for that. So a throw in right half forward for St Kilda. Minute and a half gone in this final term. They're leading by 9 points. So De Koning pushed Sweet in the back. Gathered there by Windhager. Goes inside the forward 50. I think a fist to that was Evans, and he's happy for that to go out over the boundary line by the right behind post. And we'll have a throw in. So St Kilda 10-8, 68. Port Adelaide 8-11, 59. Almost 2 gone in this final term.
Crowd feels a little on edge. They know what could be coming. And they're not quite there yet. Tossed in. Sweet. Big tap. Gets right underneath it. Paddles it towards the boundary line. Hall loses his feet. Slipping across. Windhager quickly tackled as he tries to gather by Farrell. Coming across. Mitch Owens just kind of rides Zach Butters into the turf. Another ball up. We're 30 out, right forward pocket right now. Sweet takes it out of the ruck. Hands it to Butters. Tried to throw the head back, and Wanganeen Miller has scouted it. Got low, laid the tackle. Probably should be holding the ball when you do that.
Pretty risky. What also is risky here is Aliir and Darcy Byrne-Jones without an opponent on the goal side of stoppage. The Saints have got a lot on the other side.
Tossed up, Sweet takes it out of the ruck. Fends off Wanganeen Miller. A hospital handball though to Farrell. Closing was Wilson. Didn't really hurt him in the tackle. Another ball up, 45 out.
So Sweet again, and he was tackled in that ruck contest by Owens, and Butters was also dumped by Dan Butler. But it will come back to Sweet. And Butters just getting his boot back on. And Sweet plays on now. Kicks up towards the logo to his opposing ruckman and De Koning, who got a good fly at that, but Georgiades got the fist in. Berry looking for the handball towards Durden. That was fisted straight towards the boundary line by Boxall. I don't think I've seen anything more deliberate this season.
Didn't take an acting class in high school, I think. McKinlay up towards the logo, the central kick. Farrell has it just behind centre wing. Kicks up to Aliir in the centre square. Lauren Arnell directing traffic, spotted the outnumber on the outer side. Here they go. Can't get the coach out of you, Loz. Lockie Jones, hot kick down the line. It was a little heavy for Evans. Out the back, Mason Woods for the Saints. Gives it to Liam Ryan. Outside of the boot, 45 was nice. Jack Higgins, who's been very quiet in game 150. Doesn't like Adelaide, but is an ambassador for SA Tourism right now. Kicks down the line, and Aliir uses the body on Owens to take the intercept mark. Short pass to centre half back. Here's Lockie Jones.
No one on the mark, so he's got all the time in the world. Goes wider to Farrell at left half back. McKinlay's centre wing. He's got some room to play on. Sweeping handball over the top to Berry. Over the top again to Georgiades. He's got a teammate in the pocket. We're at half forward. It's Durden, and he just signalled that too much to Silvani because Marshall was free in the pocket. But Silvani gets across to lay the smother, and that's out over the boundary line, throwing it left half forward.
Such a measured build-up and exceptional play from Jack Silvani on the mark there.
Saints by 9 earlier. It was the Cats over the Eagles by 46, and the Giants knocked off Richmond by 56. Final game of gather round. Sweet taps it down to Bergman. Full stride. He kicked it out of the air up towards the goal square. Ricochets off the bootlaces of Boxall. Picked up right back pocket, and a clearing kick for the Saints. Comes out towards right half back from Windhager, but Port Adelaide have the numbers again. Off hands. Burgoyne sends it central. 30 out. Good grab from Wilkie. What a season he's having. Leading the league in intercepts. There's another. He heads to the light tower left half back. Uses Boxall. Now out to Higgins right in front of the Wanganeen stand.
He's dependable, isn't he, Wilkie?
Just a superstar.
So reliable, yeah.
What a season he's having. What a career he's having. Higgins plays on. Looking for De Koning, who almost marked that uncontested, but Aliir got the fist in. Evans embraced the two tackles from the St Kilda players. Happy with that. Ball up out of sight of the ground. Umpire wastes no time. Sweet knocks it down in the path of Butters, who gathers cleanly as he does. Up towards centre half forward. Georgiades marks. Had the mismatch on Sinclair and takes it on a paint of the 50 right half forward.
That was brilliant at the stoppage from Butters and Jordan Sweet. Wasn't it? Almost as, well, it was a set, not almost a set play. It was a set play to hit to the outside with Butters running boundary, running skinny, but just a brilliant hit there from Jordan Sweet to set up that inside 50.
So Georgiades 2-2 on the night, been busy. And Port have kicked the last 3 goals of the match. Looking to get the first of the final term and bring it within a kick. Close to the man on the mark. Sets sail from 50 away to the left. Hits the hands of Silvani back there, and they're pretty happy to rush that one through the Saints' defence. 8-12-60 Port Adelaide. St Kilda 10-8-68. 6.5 gone, but it really has been an avalanche from Port Adelaide in this second half.
Saints by 8. Port Adelaide have had the last 9 scoring shots. Out to the right back pocket. Flanders heads to the broadcast wing. All over in the drop of the footy was Sharman on top of Sweet. Came out wide. Check side from Butters. Back in. It's curling its way 30 up. Durden just flies, committing the body. It bounced off him. Flanders to Wanganeen Miller. Pulls the kick well. Sliding in Windhager. Couldn't get there for the slips catch. Bounced out. Hornet. Corn Francis just rode the contact of Hill, who bounced in, and he will get pinged holding the ball. He just planted his feet, held his ground. Hill bounced off him, and eventually the secondary tackle comes against him.
It's exactly the same as Joe Berry from earlier.
But I'm going to say, he ducked his head then. And that's actually, again, that's a good decision from the umpire.
Oh.
I know the crowd's going absolutely bananas, but don't duck your head.
Down the line. For Wanganeen Miller, and kicked it straight to Alia.
Now, I know the crowd's tearing their hair out with the umpiring, but if you're Ross Lyon, you are as well. There's no offensive production from St Kilda at the moment.
Butters kicks another one inside the 50, looking for Georgiades. Richards with the rove. Knocked it back to a teammate. Working back to Georgiades. An underground ball. Leading out is Berry. Gathers. Slides to Richards. Quick kick forward. Didn't really have any options under enormous pressure. And kicks it to De Koning, who's on the last line of defence in the left back pocket.
Funny that the bookends of Gather Round had two sides who just can't turn up after half-time. At the moment, St Kilda just desperate to regather their momentum from the first. They look like a totally different side, Jekyll and Hyde. Brad Hill has it at left half-back. They're leading by 8. So Port still aren't in front here, even though they've had all this momentum and run. The kick to Max Hall, who waited for the footy, and it bounced off him. Lyons throws an arm out and caught him high, though. Free kick, St Kilda. They want to go. Releases the run of Brad Hill. Penetrating kick towards the 50. Sharman forced to put the fist in behind Lockie Jones. It fell towards Owens, who gave it away back to Jones. Uses Farrell, buffeted off his kick, rolls towards centre wing. Lukosius a little casual tracking it. Hill fumbled anyway. Did well to paddle it late to Max Hall. Shoots the handball inboard. Bang! Garcia had to wait for it. And Lockie Jones, the ball, saw red and went right through him. Ball up to Calm Eastern side, Saints by 8.
Well, you sense St Kilda have to kick at least another couple of goals to win this contest. They don't even look like scoring at the minute, to your point, Lauren. The offence has deserted them.
So Ryan with the clearance, kicks a bouncing ball just away to the left. That would have been something from nothing from Flying Ryan against all the momentum of this power outfit. Minus score, 10-9-69. Port 8-12-60. Aaliyah brings it out of defence.
Josh, I do think it's far too long to try and park the bus. There's still half a quarter of footy to go.
Premiership player and former AFLW coach Lauren Arnell alongside the 4-time Showdown medalist Josh Franco. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport. Lukosius down the line looking for Sweet. Couple of bites but couldn't reel it in. Trickles its way out. Tackle late on Windhager. Too high again. They'll be rioting soon.
I think Ollie Wines is doing his best here, seriously.
Context as well, if you're just joining us or missed the first half. Ollie Wines reported for abusing an umpire, which resulted in a 50-metre penalty. Mitch Owens gifted a goal at a crucial point in time then. Made the lead 29. It's now just 9 points. Saints switch.
That's 50 as well.
Yeah.
Another one. The kick to Silvani. And moving off the mark was Horn Francis. Silvani, we marched into the paint of 50 for a chance to wrestle back some momentum.
And Horn Francis marching off the ground for his rotation.
That was one of those as well. You almost can't be critical of Horn Francis there. I know that's the rule, but
it's just natural instinct.
Just natural instinct, wasn't it?
Well, it's Wanganeen Malera flying past him too, isn't it? Like part of the rule is, I'm not sure how close they have to be, but part of the rule is if it's a sucker run, you can move.
Jack Silvani knows all about kicking goals. 89 is a blue. Silvani to the deafening jeers. Crosses the paint of 50. It's a gorgeous kick. His first as a Saint. And it might just get them home. St Kilda up by 15. We've still got 11 to go in the last quarter on ABC Sport. St Kilda 11-9-75. Port Adelaide 8-12-60. It's a lot of fun. Gather Round on ABC Sport with Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco.
Love a number on goals from free kicks for both sides. I feel like it's going to be a pretty big state in this game. Obviously, wet conditions make it difficult. There's been some interesting decisions from rucks in different contests at Port 50 stoppage, which have meant some goals from stoppage. But 2 free kicks in a row from Port Adelaide, a 50-metre. That one really, really hurts them.
And Whitlock now back in the ruck against Marshall. So you'd imagine St Kilda got the advantage here in terms of the hit out. We'll see how this centre bounce unfolds.
Marshall knocks it down, but Bergman gathers. Handballs to Whitlock, who is immediately tackled. Kicks it the wrong way, but it worked because it ends up in the hands of Watkins. Up towards centre half forward. It's Marshall who cleverly knocked it onto Berry. May have caught one high. Nothing, says the umpire. Back to Sinclair at centre half back. He kicks it down the line. Coming hard at that one was Owens, and Hall took on the tackler of Aaliyah, and that one's holding the ball. It just dropped it out of his hands. Aaliyah plays on quickly, wasting no time, and too quickly, straight to Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller at right half back.
He played on. Potentially shouldn't have, but it was a poor kick off the boot, wasn't it?
Disposal 22 for the $2 million man. Kicks a little hot, slipped through the mitts of Mateus Filippo. Gathered by Watkins, who uses Wines in traffic. They've got to be tight. Drew was tackled before the ball reached him, bobbled out. Watkins gets another crack. Bounces its way through the broadcast side. Whitlock tried to tackle Wanganeen-Miller, shrugged him off, got it to Sinclair. The Saints through Windhager. Sweeps the handball wide. Flanders has some time. Kicks up to right half forward. No one's there.
Wow.
Intercept mark taken by Logan Evans. He'll switch to defensive 50 to Burgoyne.
He can play on quickly to Burn Jones at right half back. It's McKinlay, in fact. He wants to get inside. There's Burn Jones. He's at the defensive corner at right half back of the centre square. And St Kilda have got back here, so switches it to Lai at centre half back. Further afield to Aaliyah. He's got Farrell on the wing if he's quick enough. Oh... That's a shocker. Kicks it straight to Owens, who is not the required distance away. Tyree to Mateus Philippou. Kicks from 55. Is that the dagger? It bounces through. Philippou has two. St Kilda are up by 21 points. A costly turnover there from Aaliyah. The power veteran, St Kilda 12-9-81. Port 8-12-60. 14 minutes gone. Final turn.
Seriously, who would be a coach? You can't coach turnovers, and there's been some absolute howlers. We saw Aaliyah's turnover when he hits Wanganeen-Miller on the chest, and it's almost undefendable at times. And again, on that occasion, terrific finish there from Filippo, but wow, just when Port Adelaide needed things to go their way, they just turned the footy over at crucial times, and it's come back to bite them.
And well done to the Saints too. Like Filippo had his own moment of brain fade a couple of moments before, and to finish like that for a young kid who is from South Australia, exceptional.
Felt like the world was against them. Now they're up by 21. Tap down in the middle, and then the crumb from Marshall throws it on the boot up to half forward for the Saints. Hall was waiting and may have copped a poke to the eye in the marking contest with Evans. He hits the deck. Port take the advantage. Through the spine they go. Wines gets it to Horne-Francis. Beat three to get it to Watkins. Back to Whitlock. The Saints keep hunting. The pressure wins out. Ball shoots free. Wilson gathers and hands it to Sinclair. Off balance, right back pocket. He heaves it out of there. Couple of fists come in. Bounce back Port's way. Sweet fumbled. Got a second chance. Wines threads the needle to Butters. Full stride from 40. Misses to the left. Saints by 20, final term on ABC Sport.
Just sense that St Kilda's pressure's lifted as well.
Wanganeen-Miller, a dangerous ball out of defence. Boxall did enough. Gathered the footy, goes out wide to Dan Butler, left half back. Wilkie's working for him, the All-Australian defender. Centre wing, chucks it on that left boot over to Wood. Evans did well to get a hand in there. He's got some support from Lai. Now Evans gathers. Handballs forward to Georgiades. Kicks a ball, a scrubber kick along the deck. Richards lays a strong tackle. Dropped in the contest. Play on, says the umpire. Georgiades rides a couple of tackles and we'll have a ball up centre wing.
You mentioned Josh Lai outnumbering at the contest. Again, a really bold decision, but an early read at half-back to go and support 2v1 with Logan Evans and create this stoppage.
Saints by 20, taking a while to get back to our feet here on the eastern side. Now tossed into the air. Sweet wins it down against Marshall. Filippo ripped off the drop by Wines. Throws it on his boot, tumbles it straight towards Boxall. Uses Wilkie under a bit of pressure, tackled and kicks it out on the full. Didn't really know where to go, waited, and that hesitation cost him. Free kick, Port Adelaide, true centre wing. Jason Horne-Francis, disposal 22.
Was that the Whitlock tackle then?
It was.
He's had a couple of bad moments, hasn't he? But that was outstanding from the young fella.
Horne-Francis up to right half forward. The Saints are in the hole everywhere, and Marshall puts it down. He's got some support, though. Silvani with the Voldemort headband. Chris Jardes gets it to Windhager. Turnover. Kicked it straight to Burgoyne on the logo. Plays on through Hall. Burgoyne puts up a prayer into the 50. Georgiades nearly brought it down. Shot out late as he hit the deck. Banging it out of there. Dump kick. Came from Carroll. Headed towards Wood off hands and lands in the lap of Butler. Kicks it long with the check side, searching for Owens.
Port have the numbers. Ryan, almost, if that was the 90s when you played, Josh, his opponent would have been dead. Lai grabs it, and he tries another bump, Ryan. That's a sweeping handball, hospital ball to Burgoyne, and he was ripped off the footy without it by Dan Butler, who's continued in the play, but it will come all the way back to the defensive side of centre wing.
Probably the fumble there worked in his favour, didn't it?
It helped him.
Yeah, he fumbled the ball and got tackled and holding the man.
They have lifted their pressure, no doubt, St Kilda, but their efficiency going forward, they kicked their last 5 goals straight. No other minus score in there, so that's really what's held. A big fly. Horn Francis, hanger. Got a teammate up forward in Berry at centre-half forward. He lowers the eyes again and kicks it straight to St Kilda.
Just their lack of composure at the moment, Port Adelaide's killing them, and composure plus skill execution, it's not a good mix.
The Saints' defence has really, really held up now in these key moments.
Sinclair took that intercept mark and gets it now to Wilkie.
11 inside 50s for 2 behinds for the Power. Wilkie sends it to the broadcast wing. Owens flies in front and takes the mark. Hard landing, but pops up okay. Machito getting some hang time.
Critical moments in this game, that's one of them. What a mark.
Right half back, he'll send it down the line. Another big fly and another near grab. Gee, Box will just let it go late. Front and square though is Hill. Kicks it forward to Hit and Hope. Taru did well. He was outnumbered, so he fists it into territory. Foot race is on. Higgins on the prowl. Can't get there, and McKinlay shrugs him off. Well done. Drills the kick. A little low for Watkins. Clean though at his bootlaces. Gets it out wide. Farrell with a monster helicopter. Carried all the way to right half forward. Setting back though is Wilkie. Saints by 20. 6 to go.
Still enough time for Port Adelaide. For the Saints, got the margin they require. Just trying to play a bit of tempo footy here.
Just taking a breath, aren't they, at the moment, St Kilda? Maintaining possession. Port Adelaide, conversely, just a lacking composure with ball in the hand, particularly when it's live.
Hill to Hugo Garcia.
The reality for Port here too is they've got to kick 4 goals to win, right? So that means they've got to actually force turnover. They can't be sinking off their opponents now. There's such limited time left in the game.
Silvani to Hill. To Boxall, to Clark, not the required journey. Watkins tackled him. Handball back towards Silvani and Hill at the logo. They're going backwards here, St Kilda.
I think the umpire got bored with that then. That went 20 metres, that kick.
So Wilkie's got it at centre-half back.
Saints by 20, he moves it to Sinclair left half back. Just a little update in the big story from the first half. We were right, Tom. Zach Butters was the one who gave away the 50, and he's the one who's reported.
Right.
So Ollie Wines will be okay to play, and the captain's under a bit of duress. Out wide, Brad Hill down the line, turns it straight back over. McKinlay, front of the Williams stand.
Would it just be a fine, though?
Depends the severity, I guess. Okay. How hard did he abuse him? McKinlay down the line. Horn Francis has a fly, a little bit high for him. Did well to knock it out of the hands of Wilkie. Boundary throw-in the Odie stand.
You're just seeing that passage of play as the ball goes out of bounds. The St Kilda players are outworking their Port opponents to get defensive side of the contest. If Port are going to be any chance of winning this game, they've got to force 1v1s and beat their opponents the other side of the contest.
20 points the difference. Crowd is riding it. Plenty packed in to wrap up gather round. Tossed in, Marshall down straight to Garcia. Throws it on the boot. Up to a one-on-one at left half forward. Owens back with the flight. Did well to bring it down, but Aaliyah kept his feet. Sweeping handball back to Lockie Jones. Tries to take on 3. Cuts through the pack well. Got it to Farrell. It was courageous. It might work. Down the line, the kick was hot. Richards left it behind as it bounces off him. Charging in, Butters threw his body on. Hard tackle from Richards. And eventually we're going to get a ball up as Horn Francis is brought down. There are bodies everywhere as they fight for the footy. St Kilda by 20.
Just got to take that mark, Josh, don't you? I mean, he's all alone in the centre square. I don't care how hard he's kicked it. Ball up. Out of the back of the contest is Lockie Jones. Handball's back, misses the target. Horn Francis ducking again. Quick handballs intercepted by Sharman. We've got a 1-on-1 inside the forward 50. Elias won the contest, but does he win the war? Owens lays the tackle, holds it inside their forward 50, St Kilda. Time's ticking away for Port Adelaide, who are trailing by 20 points. Almost 22 minutes gone in this final quarter. Ball up. Sweet knocks it down to Burgoyne. Quick kick forward. In front of Richards is Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera.
What a game.
This is where they need to find an opponent because they'll look at maintaining possession, Lauren. You talk about going one-on-one. No, he's decided to go long.
So inside the forward 50, and he kicked it straight to Horn Francis.
That's a poor kick from Wanganeen-Millera.
And they want 50.
Had to at least go deep entry.
So Horn Francis allowed to play on. Kicks out towards the wing. Richards marks this one all by himself.
Eastern side. Richards places the kick up to right half forward. Bit of space for Whitlock. Too far out to score, but a kick away. Saints by 20. Port Adelaide need to get a move on. Whitlock low, central. Marshall floats across and takes the intercept. Wasn't really a good kick. Marshall looks to switch to the defensive 50 to Wilkie. Out to the broadcast side. Goes to Taru, put it down under a bit of pressure, tried to mop it up, turned into a brick wall though and bounces off of Logan Evans. He's got some support. Shepherd free for Darcy Wilson. Clean strike across the body, uses Garcia. Broadcast side centre wing, they want to slow things down, the Saints.
And they've been able to because they're outworking their Port Adelaide opponents. I think they've worked harder and they've outsmarted Port Adelaide in this last quarter.
Wilkie, centre half back, finding Butler. He's got a Paddock out there. Wanganeen-Millera, centre wing.
Wilkie's back here on his own again. Behind the footy.
To Clark, defensive side of the logo, outer side of the ground. So time's ticking down. St Kilda. A bit of rain around, but they held off the storm of Port Adelaide, who really surged in that third quarter. But St Kilda's efficiencies really worked for them in this second half.
We were excited in the pre-game about whether or not we'd pass the lowest gather-round total crowd, Tom. We've shattered the record, 270,018 across the weekend. Despite the weather, despite the cost of living concerns, they've turned up in droves at Adelaide, and what a finish they're getting. Sweet down to Butters, tracks it well on the eastern side, puts on the Jets, but a desperate dive from Garcia impacts the kick and out on the full. That was tremendous from the young man to impact the skipper of the Power. Free kick, St Kilda. Silvani steps in and balks his way through Whitlock. Up to left half forward. The kick's line ball flirting with the boundary line and off hands. It will be tossed in at the Rashudo stand. 20 points the Saints lead by. Crowd here, 47,319.
Boundary throw in. Left half forward for the Saints. Sweeten to Koning. Halve that one. Jones comes right over the top. Punches it forward. Only as far as Clark for St Kilda. Kick was smothered by his own man. Slung out of the contest was Butters. Filippo did well to get it to Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera, who goes short to Boxall. Not paid the mark, but it was paid by the players, so everyone stopped. His quick kick was intercepted by Berry. His quick kick was smothered by Owens. Gets it back, handballs it to Darcy Byrne-Jones. Watkins off the bounce and the gather. Steps inside, handballs over the top to Berry. He's going to want his left foot for a shot at goal. Missed the target of Georgiades, but did enough. He goes on the left foot and finds Horn Francis, who marks 35 metres out directly in front. And he'll need to move quickly here. It would take a miracle for Port Adelaide, but Horny will get a shot at kicking his second of the night.
Well, Aaron, this will be his 26th disposal.
Ruins the stat, doesn't it?
Horn Francis, bang for his butt tonight. Gets his second. It's all a bit too late for Port Adelaide to pull off the comeback win. But they've tried hard in this second half. They're 9-13-67. St Kilda 12-9-81. 26 minutes gone in the final term.
Well, he's been outstanding, Horn Francis, particularly as we've discussed in that second half where he started forward in the third quarter, looked dangerous ahead of the ball, but he's been really dynamic. Probably the only blemish is that he's only running at 50% kicking efficiency, but 26 disposals, 7 clearances, 8 score involvements, 2 goals too. Been a good game.
It's a fair game.
Very good game.
Yeah.
And he's done everything he can to try to drag his team over the line, but just needed a few more to drag along with him.
It's been a great night to cap off an incredible weekend. 270,018 here for Gather Round. Tossed into the air, Saints by 14. De Koning down to Garcia. Handball to Wanganeen Miller. Backtracking from Berry. Gets a kick under duress. Skies its way through the centre square. Ware launches, can't take it. Wilson overruns it. Head over it. Max Hall can't control it. Clark toes it forward. Garcia does the same. Logan Evans there to cut it off. Lays the tackle. Ball up on the logo. Broadcast side at the moment. Port fans making their way to the exits. They've won just one quarter heading into this game in the second half, and it looked like history was doomed to repeat. But in the city of churches, the Saints get a saving grace. It is redemption for Ross Lyon. St Kilda back on the winners list. They led by 32 points in the second term, but Port Adelaide clawed it back to just 8 at the start of the final term. St Kilda with 2 of the last 3 goals to win by 14 points, 12-9-81 to 9-13-67, and the most unpopular men in the house, the umpires. Two and 3 the Saints for season 2026, as are the Power, who miss a chance to move into the top 6, and a rough run to come for them. We'll unpack that shortly. But for St Kilda and Ross Lyon, the pressure was coming. They had the 14 days to regroup. They arrived in the festival state. They've got a long trip here as well with the Crows next weekend. And gee, it felt like they were going to roll Port Adelaide. World came to them in the second half. The crowd were not on their side. Port Adelaide nearly ran them down, but to their credit, they held firm and get the job done. 12-9-81 to 9-13-67. 2 goals to Wanganeen, Miller, Owens and Filippo. Singles to Silvani, Ryan, Wood, Garcia, Hall and Sharman. Meanwhile for Port Adelaide, dual goals to Durden, Georgiades and Horn-Francis, and singles to Berry, Butters and Burn-Jones. We are going to be with you for the next 37 minutes, so feel free to get in touch, 0437 774-774. We'll certainly get some reaction from the Saints rooms. Maybe with the time we've got, we might be able to duck into the Power as well. We'll see how we go. We will certainly be getting the thoughts of our star pair expert tonight, Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco, to wrap up what was a thrilling finish in the end to a pretty wet game. What'd you make of it, Josh?
Well, it's interesting how it sort of unfolded, wasn't it? At half-time, we had the discussion around can Port Adelaide come back. I personally didn't think they could, but all of a sudden they started to get those key numbers in favour of them. The tackle count, the contested ball, the ground ball gets and the clearances were all in favour of Port Adelaide in that third quarter, and they made a real game of it. They dominated field position. The ball was pretty much locked in their front half in the majority of that third quarter. They had 10 shots on goal, which is huge in terms of output, but then just weren't able to quite get the job done. And look, to St Kilda's credit, Ross Lyon spoke to his group at length at three-quarter time. I don't even think he let them go into their line meetings, but spoke to them at length, and somehow they found a way to eke out the win, St Kilda. So really good, I guess, performance from the Saints. Port Adelaide, they'll take some positives out of the game today, but just unfortunately couldn't get the job done.
Yeah, I think structurally as well was a concern for me all night. I just think that the Ross Lyon structures and the way that St Kilda were able to free up their best players in their back half and then play from there, I think just played right into their hands, and I think they had the game on their terms for most of it. I thought the punches that Port Adelaide threw were exceptional, and I really thought that they were going to win the game in that last quarter, but the way that St Kilda were able to rely on what they do best, which is free up those spares in your back half. Wilkie took 15 marks. He had 23 possessions and 20 of them were kicks. His skipper's setting everything up from there. I think Silvani coming back out on the ground really helped them. And there's too many players for Port Adelaide that just weren't able to round that up. Like, you're asking Corey Durden to compete in the air with someone like Wilkie all night. I just don't think that's fair.
Totally agree with you. And I guess the other issue as well for Port Adelaide, which is no doubt still causing them headaches, is just the starts in terms of their clearance differential. They were really poor in that first quarter. It was 10-2, I think, at quarter time against them. So they've got some headaches there. It's almost if a Horn-Francis or a Butters or a Drew doesn't get their hands on the footy, then they really find themselves falling short in terms of their ability to clear the ball from the stoppage scenario. But, yeah, look, overall, it wasn't one of those games where you're putting the record books in terms of a spectacle, but a really good, hard-fought win for St Kilda. And no doubt Ross Lyon would put his head on the pillow tonight, be pretty satisfied.
Big relief of pressure for Ross.
Yeah.
And I know that game wasn't one where you walk away thinking, yes, St Kilda are back and they're a finals contender, but just to get the 4 points, and when, again, it feels like everybody's coming for you and Port Adelaide is steamrolling home, to be able to hold on, it just silences the critics for another week, doesn't it?
Look, it does. It does. And the other thing as well is that St Kilda and even Carlton, they come over here and play the local teams on their home ground in front of their home crowd. So to come over and get the job done and gather round from Ross Lyon's perspective and the St Kilda boys, it's a really good result.
Sets you up for a nice week as well as the now second City Saints, so they'll stay at the Bay for a week and then they've got the Crows next Saturday. So
well, the only thing I would say to that, though, you can't take a breath for long, though, can you? Like you come out next week, if they get rolled by Adelaide, all of a sudden the pressure ramps up again. But at least for a couple of days, the Saints can breathe easy.
Well, last year it was the role reversal, so they did the same thing where they stayed as part of Gather Round, but they played the week prior, so they lost to... they beat Port Adelaide the first week and then lost to the Giants as part of Gather Round. So, I mean, if history beckons, that says that Crows maybe get it done next week, but who knows? Let's see if St Kilda have learnt over their last year about their trip to Adelaide. It's funny old seasons. The Saints getting around at the Adelaide Oval to celebrate with those who travelled over to support them, and as we touched on during the call, a historic weekend. You talk about the world being against you. There were a lot of factors that felt like Gather Round might not be a success this year, and we got a record 270,018 in attendance, and no extension announced just yet, but I think Peter Malinowskis might have another string to his bow to make the argument.
That's amazing, that turnout. And I know people would have pre-booked flights and trips over here, but the weather hasn't been favourable at all. It's actually been quite miserable, considering the weather we had leading into Gather Round has been spectacular.
It's been so good.
But we've had rain for 4 days, but to the credit of all the supporters that have come from interstate and the local supporters as well to turn out in force and break that record in terms of overall numbers for Gather Round. It's a huge achievement for the state.
A lot of eyes on the $2 million men as well tonight. So Zach Butters with the 31 touches, but reported for abusing an umpire, so that's going to be a little bit concerning at the MRO, Tom.
Just looking at the guidelines, that's straight to the tribunal. So that doesn't mean it's 3 weeks like we have in other cases, but it will have to be discussed. Just texting a colleague who interviewed him out on the ground, he just said, Butters just said, I was just saying, how is that a free kick? I mean, there might have been some language there, but just looking at the vision,
possibility.
But just looking at the vision, unless he was whispering or just
not
doing
demonstrative.
it, at the side of his mouth, he wasn't really there. He was sort of next to the umpire, and then the umpires called the 50-metre penalty, and both him and Ollie Wines looked bemused. And when they come back in the middle of the ground, the umpire's saying, I'm reporting you. And again, both players are like, what? Is that me or is it him? So I don't know. This is going to be an interesting one. No doubt, with the umpires wearing microphones.
Well, that's the thing. It'd be recorded, wouldn't it?
It will be recorded. So, we don't want any abuse of umpires, that's for sure. So we'll see what was said in the aftermath there, and let's hope that if he has been reported, it is worthy of a reportable offence, because this will be a lot of time and a big talking point out of the game.
We'll unpack it all across the next half an hour. St Kilda winners by 14 points. Usually we have the best seat in the house, but unfortunately tonight the fireworks are behind us as we celebrate what was a pretty prolific weekend in South Australia. The Saints making their way down the race. Josh Money's waiting for them in the rooms. What's it like down there, Josh?
Yeah, a pretty raucous reception, actually, Aaron. We know there's a number of South Australian Saints, and so therefore plenty of family and friends in here tonight to welcome their winning team into the rooms, and what it could be a season-shaping trip to Adelaide as well. One down, one to go for the Crows next Saturday night, but they'll celebrate this one pretty hard. Jack Silvani last in, he's battered and bruised with the Voldemort tape around his nose. Tom the Coney taking his time as well.
When the Saints go marching in, oh, when the Saints go marching in, oh, how I want to be in St Kilda, oh, when the Saints go marching in, oh, when the Saints, oh, when the Saints go marching in, when the Saints go marching in, oh, how I want to be in St Kilda, oh, when the Saints go marching in.
They really enjoyed that one. We'll be back with one of those South Aussie Saints and Matthias Philippou shortly.
Fair bit of gusto in the song there, Josh. St Kilda 2 and 3. and at least silence the noise for a week after their 14-point victory over Port Adelaide. They've got the Crows next Saturday, so they'll stay down at Glenelg through the week. But maybe they are starting to find some chemistry now. All the new faces coming in. Doesn't matter about the big money. It's all about whether or not the team can sink, and Ross Lyon may be starting to get it to click a little bit, Loz.
And I thought stats-wise, you think of someone like Tom De Koning, to your point there, around the guys that have come in, I thought his work rate around the ground was there, that the conditions didn't really suit him tonight with the wet weather. But I felt like he did get the better of Jordan Sweet from the majority of the night. He looked dominant, and Sweet looked like he was trailing around the ground, and I guess that's all you can ask for from a ruckman in conditions like this. He was pushing forward as much as he possibly could, trying to make an impact ahead of the ball, and I think if he continues to work in that fashion, things will fall his way, and you expect against Adelaide as well. He should double up and have another good night next week.
Did they see Rowan Marshall as a ruckman or a forward?
He was a wing at one point, wasn't he?
He was, at one point
Has been a concerning kind of issue this year for them, that he's averaging career lows across the board because they don't really know what to do with him, which was odd because Geelong came asking and they held firm. I guess you always want to have a backup, but he's not really doing much right now, is he? And tonight, 8 touches and pinch hit it a little bit, but...
Well, he's playing second fiddle, isn't he, in the ruck to De Koning, and they paid the big money to get De Koning to St Kilda, but it's almost creating a bit of a headache for him because he's not going to play VFL.
No, it's a problem because the system with trading is tough. So Geelong sit there and go, well, we don't have anything to trade you, but we'll take your superstar for nothing. Yeah. And St Kilda go, well, we're not going to do that. And Geelong say, well, you're not going to be able to play him in his usual role anyway. And I think St Kilda have probably done the whole competition a favour by not trading him, but maybe not help their own club.
I think they just blew the economic revenue on the fireworks budget. That was going for about 10 minutes, but I imagine that there's still fireworks in the Saints rooms right now. They're winners by 14 points, and Josh Money's down there for some reactions.
Yeah, I am indeed, Aaron. I've got Mateus Philippou here. Gather round, kicking the dagger to arguably ice the game. It doesn't get much better than that in your home state, does it, Mateus?
No, it hasn't really sunk in yet, that part of it, but the win, I was saying to Hugo Garcia, man, there's nothing like it. Just... Yeah, like that's my first win here against either of the Adelaide teams, and it makes it that much sweeter.
We pried you away from Mum and Dad, I think. Who have you got in the rooms tonight?
That was Mum. I told Dad where the rooms passes are, so I don't know how she's in here without him. But I've got Dad, Mum, and then an old basketball teammate of mine, Tristan Basu, coming in. So look forward to seeing him.
Special to share it with them. How fierce was that power surge in the third quarter, and how hard did you have to work as a team to hold on and wrestle it back?
Yeah, well, it was significant. We just had to go back to the basics, and while I don't think we got necessarily on top of them again in the last, I just thought we were able to break even enough to be able to, in the basics, which was just A1, contest and then taking away their uncontested marks, and I feel like we were able to do that better in the last quarter and hold them off.
Here's Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco.
Mateus, congratulations on your game personally tonight. I thought you were outstanding in the team when you kicked 2 goals, 3, could have kicked 5 goals and looked really threatening in front of the big sticks. Again, going back to that third quarter, I'd be interested to know, even if you remember what Ross Lyon spoke to you guys about at 3/4 time, was it there's some stern words there to get back to what you're good at, or was it more instructional?
I feel like he's always stern, but he's always instructional as well. I guess on the outside looking in, it can look really animated, but he's always got a very pointed message, and that's something he's really good at. And it was just getting back to what we did really well in the first half, which, like I said before, was our contest and trying to take away their uncontested marks. And they obviously, it felt like clearance after clearance in that third quarter, but we were able to hold up defensively somewhat. Obviously, they kicked to more goals than we would have liked, but we were able to break even in the last and hold on. It's a special feeling. But he's always he's instructional, but it was stern.
Yeah, and look, he also talked about holding up well defensively. Your fellow South Australian and Callum Wilkie was outstanding tonight. Yeah,
he was. He sets the example. Like, he's so consistent, and for someone like me in my 4th year, he's, I don't say it to him, but, the leaders are guys I look up to, and I try and take things with how they prep, just from day to day. But, he's been sensational, and it's no surprise because he's done it for so long. He's just so consistent and does the basics well, and then the special things, obviously stand out, but it comes off doing the basics well.
You've mentioned process and doing the basics well a number of times now, Mateus, and there was a couple of moments out there for both teams where momentum was swinging. For you, kicking 2 goals, 3, and having a couple of big moments for yourself, how much was it about just keeping your eyes in the fence tonight?
Yeah, you're right. It is a bit cliche, but that's really, I guess that's the challenge of it. There's no magic in football. It's just who does the simple things better for longer during a season. And yeah, we felt like we were able to do that tonight. And it doesn't always translate to a win, but yeah, that's where our focus is. And thankfully it did result in a win tonight. But we've got to come back to those focuses again because we're coming up against a really strong team in Adelaide next week.
Can you talk a little bit about Jack Silvani? He's probably the lesser name that people have talked about coming into the club, but we noticed a big shift in Port's momentum when Silvani had to go off the ground with the blood rule. How important's he been to the side and particularly getting back out there all taped up and to your structure in that back half?
Yeah, significant. He's obviously new to the club, but he's a senior figure. We've got a few young guys down there, and his leadership and, again, his consistency is something that's super valuable. So when he came back out, it wasn't just his defensive stuff. He was obviously able to get forward and kick that goal, which I think really steadied the ship for us just as much as anything I did late. So, he's been extremely impressive and, again, someone that the young guys no doubt look up to.
Now that you've got the win, I'm hoping you can share a bit of insight around tactics from tonight, just around stoppage. How much as a forward was it about trying to get the Port halfback sucked inside stoppage? Because it looked like you were spitting out the front of them a fair bit and able to outnumber ahead of the ball.
It was actually more so to do with that. We felt like they were dropping off too much and getting an outnumbered deep. Look,
just trying to round them up.
Yeah, they're a team that loves to come back through the corridor. So I hope I wasn't collapsing in too much to the contest because we're actually supposed to be holding out. But they're obviously their high halfbacks are a threat, and we spoke a lot about. I know the forwards spoke a lot about that in the lead up, and we felt like we were able to get that done.
Matthias, there was a few spot fires out there. I know there was at quarter time and throughout the matchup. What sparked the feeling between the two teams?
I just think it's the competitiveness and the want to win. We've got a lot of passionate players in both sides, and I think when it's environment like tonight, big crowd, we felt like we brought the energy, and they're going to bring the energy with their home crowd, and that obviously is going to result in a few scuffs, but we spoke about that after quarter time. I think it was we were really pleased with how we brought it in the contest, and we didn't want to get distracted by that stuff. To be honest, I'm struggling for words here, but we wanted to just stay focused again on the basics. But it's bound to happen when you got two competitive sides in a really important game.
We saw Zach Butters and Nasai Wanganamilera going at it. There was an incident. It was in the second quarter, the 50-metre penalty. Zach Butters gave away for abusing the umpire. Did you hear any of that? Because that was such a big momentum shift in the game.
No, I didn't hear. I didn't hear that. I think I was running back on the ground when that happened. To be honest, I didn't actually know what happened. I just saw it go to 50, and I was just pleased with that, to be honest with you.
Fair enough.
Matthias Filippo's with us after the Saints' 14-point victory on ABC Sport. Matthias, it's Aaron Bryans here. Just on the free kick count as well, I know the home crowd's always going to overanalyse it, but you were +8 on the night. What I really wanted to ask you about was the high tackle free kicks. I felt like there was a lot of shrugs from both sides, a lot of players collared. Did you notice it was kind of because of the wet conditions that a lot of players were getting caught above the shoulder?
Yeah, probably. I mean, definitely, really. Again, we knew it was going to be a high contest game, and that was going to be a KPI for us, and we felt like for majority of the game we were probably stronger and harder in the contest, and I think that's naturally going to result in more free kicks. Maybe some were there, some weren't there, but that's always present. And again, umpires aren't something we can control, so we just got to bring it back. I don't want to say it, but we just got to come back to being strong in the contest, and we felt like that, when you it's the old one, that's what Dad used to say to me growing up. Forget the umpires, forget playing for free kicks. If you're strong over the ball, you're usually going to win that. So.
That's a great attitude, Matthias. In terms of what we saw in the third quarter, I don't want to harp on it too much about Port Adelaide's comeback, but those terms have struggled for you this year. You haven't won one across the campaign. Is there a worrying trend there that after half-time you're a little slow out of the blocks?
It hasn't been something we've talked about. I'm sure it will be if it is a trend. We've been really focused on our starts, especially in the first quarter. So we probably just need to shift our focus to that as well. But yeah, I'm sure it'll be something that's talked about.
You mentioned your dad before. Before we let you go, I just want to talk about your stay here in South Australia. So headed to the Bay for a week. Resulted in a mixed kind of bag last year in terms of win-loss. But what's the advantage of staying in Adelaide across the week, and what are you planning on getting up to?
Yeah, well, I think with anything there's threats and opportunities, and I guess for someone like me being from Adelaide, the threat is overdoing it and catching up with too many people. The reality is we're here to play footy. That's what we're here to do. When the time's right, I'll go out. One of my best mates has his birthday dinner on Tuesday, so I'm looking forward to that. I'll try and catch a movie with Mum because I tell her to watch these movies. She never does, so I'm going to drag her along to one. And then just dinner with Dad and his parents. So that's all I've got planned at this stage. And then outside of that, it's just focusing on next week.
What's on at the theatre?
Project Hail Mary. I went and saw that with my partner, and we absolutely loved it. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, Mum, this is something Mum would absolutely love, but I need to take her. So
echo that sentiment. Amazing movie. Thanks for your time, Matthias, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much, guys.
Well done. St Kilda by 14 points. What a well-spoken young man, Matthias Philippou.
Very impressive. I think you hear bits and pieces and you understand he's got a fair bit of self-confidence about him. But I really like the way he spoke. There
was a bit about in the pre-season his relationship with Ross Lyon, because he pushes Ross at times, but he's always very fair and respectful, but they have heated conversations about the play, but you can clearly understand it because he's got a footy brain. He gets it, and Ross wants him on the ball, and he's been injured for so long, and finally he's getting there, and you're just speaking to him, you get a bit of context as to why. I feel like sometimes if you listen enough to a coach and then you listen enough to some of their players, they end up sounding the same. And the cliches that were rolling out, he couldn't help himself.
We could get some Matthias-isms at some stage, but yeah, that vision that emerged from the pre-season was great. When he went up to him and apologised and said, "Oh, sorry, this is why I did that," and the respect between the two was great.
Well, it was interesting when we said at 3/4 time, he said, "No, he's always stern with it."
Straight basically implied that Ross is very intense.
Correct. Such an important win for them, though. I mean, we talked about it in the pre-game, that they just had to get it done tonight, and at half-time it looked like they were going to get it done in a big way, but Port Adelaide challenged them. The stat that you pointed out during that interview, Josh, the inside 50s, is quite a startling number, really.
Yeah, 60-39, and I must admit that got away from me. Early in the game it was in favour of St Kilda, but they, as we said in that third quarter, Port Adelaide dominated field position. They dominated everywhere on the ground, and it was 18-6 in that third quarter, but they clawed their way back, couldn't get in front and couldn't get the job done, Port Adelaide. But it's interesting that you don't always have to win inside 50s to win the game.
Well, they kicked their last 5 goals were 5 straight kicks, so they were able to be efficient in that way. And I thought that quarter was super short as well, which shows that they were able to soak up the game. Would have been part of their game plan to do that once they felt they had the right margin. Yeah,
and we saw them do that a number of times, is go long down the line and just cop that extra at the marking contest down the line that just so happens to spill over the boundary line, another stoppage. And it looks like they've been able to execute it really well, and we thought they'd win. I think we expected them to win, but there were definitely moments there where I thought Port Adelaide absolutely had all the momentum and should have won the game. So full credit to St Kilda. How'd you find the forward line? I know it was wet and that always makes it tricky, but the Max King absence is such a big talking point given Rowan Marshall hasn't hit the scoreboard, and they had a flurry of individual goal kickers across tonight, so really sharing the load. Did they have enough synergy leading out, Josh, on the entries, or is it just a little bit more midfield than forward?
Yeah, and I think the conditions tonight are there. I mean, they're tricky conditions for key forwards, and the wet, slippery footy, and at times there's a lot of density inside their forward 50 because numbers are back, and there's plenty of numbers to be able to, I guess, one, find a target, but also if you kick to a contest, it's normally a big pack that forms. So, look, I don't know. Rowan Marshall's probably the one that hasn't, as we said, quite worked ahead of the ball, and will it? Who knows? I still think he's a very, very good footballer, and any other side he's probably playing number 1 ruck, but they'll be looking forward to getting Max King back.
Yeah, the problem is the timeline's TBC.
Yeah. Oh, that's the problem.
No idea when he'll be there again.
It was funny, we were talking contracts and overloading, and there was a lot of criticism about his long-term deal and how much money. Well, it's front-ended, so at the back end he's going to be on about 800,000, which if he gets up and going will actually be cheap in the current concept of the salary cap, which always seems to slightly go up.
But again, that takes us back to that conversation we had pre-game, was that you've got to pay a Max King that money to keep him there because someone else is prepared to do it. And if you don't, you lose him. So I guess from a don't know, a football supporter's perspective, forget about what he's worth or what he's getting paid. That's his market value based on supply and demand, and good luck to him.
Yeah, you're worth what you're worth. Aren't
Absolutely.
You, in that case,
and ultimately,
especially.
if St Kilda let Max King go for the sake of a couple of $100,000 a year, we'd be potting St Kilda about it.
Yeah.
So, look, and he's on big bucks, but the key forwards, they don't grow on trees. The big, tall, athletic key forwards.
Saints winners by 14 points here at the Adelaide Oval. Josh Franco and Lauren are now with you. Let's turn to Port Adelaide now, who sit at 2 and 3 as well, and a pretty tough run to come. They've got the Hawks, the Cats, the Crows, the Dogs, and the Suns. What did we make of tonight? We'll find out down in the rooms. Josh Money with some reaction.
Yeah, thanks very much, Aaron. With Jason Horne-Francis, who really helped swing the momentum in that third quarter. Commiserations, Jace. Where did you lose that one tonight?
I think it was more off our errors and our fundamentals. We spoke about it before the game. It was a slippery game. It was wet, and we just probably didn't execute them fundamentals under pressure. And to credit to them, they bring pressure, and we probably just didn't handle it early on. And then we wrestled the momentum back, which was very pleasing, and then it was just our mistakes again that they got over the top of us.
Constant back and forth with you and Jace tonight and your best mate in Nazire. Was that a bit of a plan to go after him?
Yeah, a little bit. I think me and Jace definitely wanted to go after him. When we heard the news that Jace was going to go to him, it was obviously exciting to see two best mates going at it, and something that Naz probably wouldn't expect. He was asking me all week about who's going to him, and I just said it was a secret. So it was good fun out there, and it's good to just play against your mates and have a good battle, especially the player of Nazire.
I wanted to ask you, probably don't want to revisit it, but you give away that 50-metre penalty in the fourth quarter, and you come straight off, and I think just Josh Carr comes over you and gives you a little high five and doesn't say much. How are you going at handling the frustration of those moments and that sort of little just quiet support from the coach? What does that do for you?
Yeah, it goes a long way, I think, when your head coach comes up to you like that, especially in moments where you've made a mistake or something like that. And it was just a silly error from me. I guess I was trying to do the right thing with stopping their run and momentum, but it was just the wrong thing, and I know the rule, and I shouldn't have done it. It was just a bit of a brain fade.
The free kicks on the night were a big talking point. But by any chance, did you hear what Zach had to say to the umpire? Has been reported.
I didn't. He was pretty surprised by his face that he got the free kick given away to him. But no, I wasn't there, didn't know what he said. We can't do much about the umpiring decisions. Some of it was probably on our terms as well, as in, we probably, let them pay them free kicks too easy by us for their mistakes. So, I think we'll just get over that and move on next week.
Here's Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco.
Jason, commiserations on the loss tonight. I thought your game personally was outstanding. Just one of the areas of Port Adelaide's game over the first 5 rounds have been quite inconsistent in terms of your stoppage and clearance numbers, particularly early in games. And tonight again at quarter time it was 10-2 against you. Is that something you sense out on the ground, and is it addressed at quarter time, and how you go about changing and arresting momentum against you in that phase of the game?
Yeah, well, we definitely do point it out. We do see it. Personally, I see it. It's not a good thing to see, especially I think we've got a really powerful midfield in there when we're going, and we probably pride ourselves on that a little bit. And we definitely haven't been starting as well. We put numbers up at quarter time all the time, and I see it, and it's a bit disappointing. Obviously, I think the good thing tonight was we just were able to wrestle that back a little bit and get on top in there and get the ball going forward. But we see it, and we're still working. We're working on things, out training, etc., in the game to try to do that. Whether that's put another man up around the stoppage and get it going our way a little bit. But we definitely see it, and we know it, and we're trying to do our best to rectify it.
And I guess another question further to that, a bit of a trend in the AFL. Some clubs are playing 2 genuine ruckmen, particularly with the extra player that you can have on the interchange. Is that something, I guess, from your perspective, that Port Adelaide could look at going forward? Because Ollie Wines, we saw do a bit of pinch hitting in there, and Whitlock, who's physically not quite ready yet.
Yeah, well, it's definitely an option, isn't it? I think with the extra bloke on the bench helps, and like you said, a lot of clubs are doing it now. I think we've got that luxury where we've got a few good rucks now at our club that can do that. We've got Dante and the likes, and they've got a really good relationship and a good battle going on for position now. So, it's definitely there. The option's there if we want to do it. We also back Witters and Ollie to do their job in there as well, and if they have to do it, they just get it done, which is great.
Jason, it looks like you're really building on your game each game that you play this season. I know it's been an uninterrupted pre-season for you. How much does it balance out now between going forward and your mid-time? You obviously had a massive impact in that third quarter when you went deep forward, but how much now do you expect to trend more mid?
Oh, look, I think Curry said it a couple of weeks ago, my pre-season's over now. I'm feeling really good. My body feels really good. I feel really fit, and the body's holding up, which is awesome. I think from now on I might go back to the mids group now. I've been sitting in the forward line chats and all that. I might just make my way back to the mids. I love playing in there, and that's where I want to be, long term. And like I said, body's feeling really good now. So hopefully it's just full time in there now. I can make an impact.
And Darcy Byrne-Jones is another that sort of floated between line groups as well. He's had another really strong performance as a half-back tonight.
Yeah, he's been really good. I think we always make fun of it and a joke of it that he's an all-Australian half-back and just put him back to where he belongs, really. And he's been proving that, really. He's got back into some really good form down there. He's such a calm head down there, and that's why we put him down there. He's a leader of the group, and he shows composure. And yeah, like I said, he's relaxed and calm and gives us a lot down there. Gives us a good ball movement and bounce off half-back, so we love having him down there.
Hey, Jason, just on those moving magnets as well, some of them really work tonight. At other times, I guess Josh Carr is testing the versatility of the group and who works best where. As a player, are you kind of comfortable right now with the moving parts of how the start of the season has gone as your senior coach figures out what the best mix is?
Yeah, I think it's been really good. Like we're able to. We've got players that can play multiple positions, and Curry loves that about a player, is that we're versatile and we can, do different things. So we've got plenty of names, that can play different things. There's obviously going to be a bit of a teething phase when it comes to just people playing in different positions. But we're getting used to that now, and people will become more familiar with different roles. And it's just good to have that luxury where we can flip. We can flip Toddy forward, we can flip Das forward, flip Das back. It's really good to have.
A lot of factors in the early part of the season to find yourself 2 and 3, whether it's the injuries and the new coach and you're finding your rhythm. But as I mentioned before the interview, you've got this big block of fixtures where you've got last year's finals contenders. Are you ready to take on the best of the best over the next month?
Yeah, we're excited, definitely. I think the challenge is there's a lot of boys in our group that thrive on that challenge, myself included. And it's just going to be good to verse some quality teams that have been at the top of the ladder for a long time now, and we can just see where we're at with that, and it's definitely a challenge we want to take head on.
Looking forward to it, Jason. Hopefully you bounce back next week. Thanks for your time.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Jason on Francis downstairs after St Kilda's 14-point win over Port Adelaide. So the Saints and the Power both 2 and 3 for their season. Port would have moved into the top 6 if they won tonight, and now they turn into this nightmarish run where they've got some of the serious contenders in Hawthorn away. They've got Geelong, Adelaide, Western Bulldogs and Gold Coast in the next 5.
Tough. And look, even just going back to your question, and I know I'm banging on about this, so I apologise to all the Port supporters listening, but the flicking of the magnets, I still don't know if that is a good thing in terms of the playing group feeling settled. I look at Miles Bergman, and again, I'm a Miles Bergman fan, so I'm not knocking him personally, but he looks a shell of a player at the moment.
He has to be injured.
Well,
has to be.
The only thing I'd say to that is, why are you playing him then, Port Adelaide, if that's the case? He started forward, he goes in the midfield a bit, he finds himself behind the ball a little bit. When he gets it, he looks like a rabbit in headlights. And again, this isn't a knock on him, he just looks a shell of a footballer at the moment. We saw him a couple of years ago, and I actually sat up here saying he's going to develop into a premier mid in the competition. He's gone backwards, so the flipping of the magnets, Todd Marshall ends up going forward. And I get that, but if you keep doing that, then I reckon players lose confidence, one, in their own game, but also potentially in the coach around, well, where does he see me? What does he see me as? So I reckon that's a concern at the moment, and I think Curry's got to settle the side down and play their position, the players in their best positions, and persist with them. And if that is a Watkins coming in, play him as a mid and develop him as a mid. Don't just go, well, Wines is back now, we're going to play him more forward. Or if it is a Burgoyne you want to see around the ball, give him a decent run at it to actually prove his worth in there.
Yeah, it's the lack of consistency that
That's
throws
the
you, because
problem.
you're not getting enough of a sample size.
Yep.
You know what you want, but you get little bits of it. In the twos as well, and we talked a bit about this in the pre-game, that the depth is a little thin. But if Bergman's injured, you could give Jackson Mead a go. He's been in and out of the side. He can play a similar-ish role. Haven't seen Christian Moraes in nearly a year now. He's pretty solid as well. So there are guys you could give an opportunity to if you want to see what the list is, rather than forcing games on senior guys who aren't up for it yet in terms of fitness.
Yeah, and then I think it goes back to the David Koch comments at the start of the year. Is Kari's coaching being dictated to a little bit by that? So he's not prepared to play those young kids because of what's coming from above and
because he wants to win.
Yeah. So is that? And I'm not saying that's the case, but is that a factor in, why he keeps rolling out players that? And you've got these other young guys like a Murray sitting in the twos that had showed promise when he played senior footy.
Can they win a game across the next 5, Loz?
I think anything can happen, especially if it's a showdown.
Yeah.
Like that, I cannot wait for that game. I think anything can happen, and it only takes 1 or 2 injuries to those couple of sides. I think we've seen that already from the Doggies. I know they played the Hawks, but no Team English and Ed Richards going down at an important time of that game this weekend was big for the Doggies. So I think it's an enormous challenge for Port. I'm not sure many Port supporters would expect any wins out of that block of games, but I think given there's a showdown, you know as well as anyone, Josh, anything can happen.
Anything can, but I'm not as optimistic as you, Lauren. I think it could get really ugly in the next 5 weeks.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to say. In Adelaide, they'll get players back, and I reckon they'll start to hit their straps. So it could be hold on to your hats over the next 5 weeks.
It's just putting it together for Port, isn't it? Because, the numbers that we talked about through the game, they've actually levelled out pretty well, and that inside 50 number 60 to 39. I think if they can put it together, I feel like they've played 2.5 good quarters pretty much in every game except the North game. And that's where they sort of sit 2 and 3. They probably should have beaten West Coast considering the momentum they had in that match, but they went to sleep for a quarter and a half and almost ran over the top of them. And then tonight, in that third quarter and then just a bit into the last, that was a total dominance of the game.
Yeah, my only concern, again, this is the glass half empty sort of mentality, Tom, I apologise, but they haven't really played anyone either. That's my concern.
Yeah.
They're playing the bottom 6 in the league at the end of the year.
And the sides who've shown some promise that put them away, like North Melbourne.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's what worries me. But anyway, we'll see where it lands in a few weeks' time.
Votes 3, 2 and 1 in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
I've got them up my sleeve if we need to. I feel like we're going to go in the same direction here.
Yeah, no, you go for it, Lauren.
I went 1 vote, Kalamuki. I thought his influence on the game was important for St Kilda. 15 marks and 23 disposals in total, 20 kicks. Jason Horne-Francis, who we spoke to, 2 goals, 2, split his time between mid and forward, 26 disposals. You mentioned that if he does that, they win. Unfortunately, not today. But I think he had an exceptional impact on the game. And Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller, I thought, was best on ground. In key moments when the game was on the line, he stepped up. 2 goals, 28 touches, and got more than his fair share of attention around the ground.
Loz, thanks for your contributions tonight.
Thank you.
Josh, thanks for all your hard work across the weekend.
No worries, I'm going home to sleep.
It's time to enjoy your night off. Tom, good calling with you as always. Huge thanks to Andrea Williamson and to Josh Money downstairs, back in the studio to Zane Bojack as well. A record-breaking weekend for Gather Round, 270,018 in attendance. Just quickly, a huge shout-out to a lot of our texts across the weekend. So not only Andrea tonight, Dominic Lombardo, Paul Brokenshire and Stuart Baker, who made the trip. They're the ones who get us to where out at the Barossa and over at Norwood as well. Can always be a tricky task when you're in suburban venues, but it sounded brilliant across the weekend, and it's only because we get all of your support as well. So thanks to everybody who listened for Gather Round on ABC Sport. Round 6 rolls around pretty quickly. Thursday night, we've got Carlton and Collingwood at the MCG. What a blockbuster that's going to be. 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. We're going to wrap up the round as well in a moment's time. You can hear the latest ABC AFL Daily podcast very soon. Lauren Arnell's going to jump on with Ben Cameron, and then we'll get the full wrap on Monday, 6:30 Eastern, with AFL Monday out of Victoria, and out west, extra time, 7 p.m. Western Standard Time. St Kilda winners tonight by 14 points. They moved to 2 and 3, as do Port Adelaide. Saints led by 32 at one point. Came down to a pretty close finish, 12-9-81 to 9-13-67. And as judged by Lauren Arnell, Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller, 28 touches, the best on ground for ABC Sport. Hope you enjoyed the weekend. It's been wet, it's been wild. We've had some great games, and ultimately it was a historic weekend for the 4th edition of Gather Round on ABC Local Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen. We'll wrap